Chapter 1668. Lin Xian had told Mu Qingya what he should say, and he definitely didn't say anything that he shouldn't say. He also didn't say anything that was too mysterious. Mu Qingya expressed her understanding, and Lin Xian was relieved. What was left was actually guilt, because he really didn't know when he could come back. But he swore that he would definitely come back. "What's the world you went to like?" Mu Qingya asked. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. "Feels exactly the same as Earth. There's the internet, mobile phones, and technology. The technology is even more powerful. There are humans and demons. The humans have powerful barriers to defend, and the demons will attack the humans and occupy the cities. It's a bit like Earth many years later. But I believe that Earth won't be in such a situation many years later." "That's not necessarily true." "No, it's definitely true, because I'll definitely protect it well." "Okay." Mu Qingya then asked, "Then how are you going to go back? Can't I go back with you when you go back?" "Of course not. If you can, you won't have so much trouble." "Oh." Mu Qingya didn't ask any more questions. Okay. About this, I know. I won't tell anyone," Mu Qingya said. "Well, then, let's go to sleep." Lin Xian then directly pounced on her. "You, Before she could react, she was pressed under Lin Xian's body. Of course, they all knew what happened. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao came to a place. There was still half a month left. Shenyuan Qingtian hadn't appeared since that night. He couldn't even contact him. The whole Shenyuan family was in chaos, especially Shenyuan Long. His son disappeared under his nose. He was really going crazy. Then he checked, but it seemed that he couldn't find anything. He only found that his son was very close to a woman that night, and then he drank with that woman in the yard. As for what happened after drinking, no one knew. He didn't know either. There was no such thing as surveillance in the Shaolin Temple. He checked all the surveillance cameras in the more prosperous places around, but there was no trace. The only clue was that woman, but he couldn't find her at all. He couldn't find anything at all. He had reason to think that he was in disguise. Duan Lingxiao knew that it was definitely done by Lin Xian because Shenyuan Qingtian wanted to kill Lin Xian. He didn't believe that Lin Xian didn't know. But what evidence did he have? The only thing he could do was secretly tell the Shenyuan clan that it was Lin Xian who did it. He didn't even dare to say it himself. Secretly telling them to focus their attention on Lin Xian was a good thing. The Shenyuan family had indeed placed their attention on Lin Xian. They had originally suspected that it was Lin Xian, because there was a grudge between them. Now that Lin Xian had returned, it was possible, but how could they investigate? If he couldn't find anything, could it be that he had to ask directly? Or rather, the only thing they could think of was to take action. However, this was a rather important matter because they knew that Lin Xian was no ordinary warrior. He was so young, but he was deeply loved and even protected by his seniors. If they forcefully tried to do something without any evidence, the Shenyuan family would become the target of public criticism if they were discovered, especially at this stage of the game. In particular, this Lin Xian was very close to the Lu family. The current head of the Lu family was a member of the Lu family, and Dongfang Shui had returned, and this Lin Xian and Dongfang Shui were. It seemed that both the Lu family and the Dongfang family liked him very much. If they forced him to do something, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, all of this was based on the premise that they were exposed, so he felt that he had to do this. There was no way they could talk nicely with him. If he was the one who did it, he wouldn't admit it. Even if he wasn't the one who did it, the Shenyuan family wouldn't believe him just because he said it wasn't him. Thus, the best way was to capture him and force him to tell the truth under the threat of death. The Shenyuan family had begun to move, but where was Duan Lingxiao? Duan Lingxiao arrived at a secluded place. "I'm here," Duan Lingxiao yelled. Whoosh! A figure appeared in front of him. "What? Have you made up your mind?" Duan Lingxiao nodded. "I can provide you with everything you want, including what you want me to do. But at the same time, you have to agree to a request of mine. It's a win-win situation, so why not? What is it? Feel free to tell us." Duan Lingxiao nodded. "I want you to kill someone for me." That's easy. Who is it? It's a spatial attribute cultivator at the domain realm. Under normal circumstances, even 9th-tier heavenly venerates may not be able to kill him. You have to send a few great void stage cultivators to kill him. In other words, you have to give me your soldiers, and I'll personally supervise this matter. You need great void stage cultivators to kill a spatial attribute cultivator at the domain realm? Duan Lingxiao nodded. Of course. Otherwise, why would I need you guys? No problem. Also, I need you to complete this task within 3 days. Duan Lingxiao said. Although he still had half a month, there was only half a month left. He couldn't hold on any longer. He really couldn't hold on any longer. He had to hurry. Boy. The old man narrowed his eyes and said, "It's true that we're cooperating, but you don't have the capital to bargain with us. Do you understand? I'm not trying to bargain with you. Then we won't let you finish your task before we ask you to do it." Duan Lingxiao said, "Aren't you worried that I won't do my best if you make me unhappy? Ha ha ha, there are so many people in this world who can do things for us. We don't need you. Is that so?" Indeed, that seems to be the case. However, in this world, what I can do, others may not be able to do. Isn't that why you want to cooperate with me? Duan Lingxiao said. Ha ha ha, it's easy to deal with smart people. Sure. All right, you just need to give me soldiers according to my request. Whether it's a success or not, I'll definitely do as you say in 3 days and help you complete it. The old man nodded. No problem. What did he like about Duan Lingxiao? It wasn't his talent or his strength, but his position. His results in the martial arts assembly meant that he would definitely be snatched up by the other major forces. He was referring to the current strength of the Kunlun Mountain. If such a person joined the Kunlun Mountain, he could cooperate with them from the inside and easily control a modern top force. They could use such a force to accomplish many things. It was very important. Chapter 1669. The thoughts of these experts were really pure, but they were very effective. Duan Lingxiao was preparing to deal with Lin Xian. There was still half a month left, and this matter was related to his life. Lin Xian also knew that he would leave in half a month. What could he do in the remaining half a month? Just spend more time with them, and it seemed that there was nothing else he could do. A day passed like this. It was night again. It seemed that there was nothing to do. Lin Xian ate hot pot and chatted with them every day. I saw the news today. Did you know? Someone found a dragon. Mu Feifei said excitedly. Are you serious? There really is a dragon? Is it photoshopped? Qin Yijuan didn't believe it. It's true. It seems that someone suddenly found something unusual at the bottom of a well. After the water was drained, they found that there was a hidden world at the bottom of the well. It was said that there was a dragon locked inside. Liar, where are the photos? What about the videos? Well, I don't think so. But the news said that it attracted a lot of attention. Many warriors went to check it out. That should be true, right? Lin Xian said, who knows? But it's possible that it's true. Wow. Will all those things in the legends appear? Lin Xian nodded. Well, it's just a matter of time. I'm looking forward to it. What are you looking forward to? If those existences appear, then something big will happen. It means that the Earth has entered a new era. Lin Xian said. I'm also looking forward to it. Lin Xian touched his forehead and said, that's why you're a brat. Nonsense. Mu Feifei said unhappily. Think about it. If that situation really comes to pass, it means that Earth has entered a new era. In this era, how many families will be destroyed? How chaotic will the entire Earth be? You're just used to this seemingly ordinary world. That's because you're used to it, so you begin to look forward to a new worldview. But after a period of time after this worldview appears, you'll understand. Oh, Mu Feifei pursed her lips. This is actually very normal. Take me for example. In the past, when I watched Resident Evil, I always imagined that one day our world would become like the world in Resident Evil. Every one of us would be running around for survival. Felt very exciting. But if such a day really came, I wouldn't be able to accept it. Qin Yijuan said, let's eat. Why are you talking about this? Su Dalin was the one who spoke the least. She realized that she had fallen in love with the food in this world. It was too fucking delicious. Someone's coming. Su Dalin suddenly said. Ah, do you have any guests? Mu Feifei asked doubtfully. Lin Xian knew what Su Dalin meant. That person was definitely not a guest. That person was definitely a martial artist, and probably not a weak one at that. Let's go. You're coming with me, Lin Xian said to Su Dalin. Su Dalin shrugged and stood up. Don't come out. After saying that, the two of them walked out. Is it a martial artist? Mu Feifei blinked her big eyes. It must be. Mu Qingya nodded. Needless to say, Lin Xian was really glad that he had met Su Dalin. Moreover, she was the heavenly Tao. Otherwise, many things would not have been so simple. At this moment, several top powerhouses of the Long family came not far from them. How do we do it? The more secretive, the better. Have all the surveillance cameras in this community been blocked? They have been blocked. Good. That Lin Xian is either in this villa or the one next door. Make sure. It has just been confirmed. There are 5 people in the villa next door. It looks like it should be them. I want to be sure. Then, one of the powerhouses released his divine sense again and suddenly frowned. Strange. What's wrong? There were 5 people in the villa just now. Why did it suddenly become 3? He showed a puzzled expression. Did they run away? There are no more 2 people in the villa next door. What's going on? At this moment, a voice came from behind them. Because I'm behind you. Those powerhouses' pupils suddenly shrank. Then they quickly turned around. Behind them, a man with a cigarette in his mouth and another woman standing next to him. Looking at them just like that, those powerhouses were shocked. Because they were in the heavenly venerable realm. They appeared behind them silently without them noticing. Could it be that this person was in the higher virtual realm? I'm really curious about which family you are from. Whoosh, after saying that, they disappeared from where they were and arrived at a spacious and empty place. Be careful. Surround them. Whoosh then, they surrounded Lin Xian. Kill them all. Leave one alive. Lin Xian said to Su Dalin. What? Hearing Lin Xian's casual words, those powerhouses frowned and showed a puzzled expression. Kill them all? What kind of realm were they in? How easy would it be to kill them? Okay. The corners of Su Dalin's mouth curled up slightly. Then, the power of the heavenly Tao was released. The heavenly Tao? Although they had never seen the heavenly Tao, this power was definitely not something that a higher virtual realm cultivator could possess, right? This? Puff, with just Su Dalin's power. The others were all dead, leaving only one alive. Hey, Lin Xian walked over while smoking. Tell me, who are you? The youngest powerhouse was really scared out of his wits. Su Dalin had purposely left the youngest one behind, because those old men might be even more stubborn and wouldn't say anything. If I tell you, can you spare my life? Of course. Lin Xian nodded. Shenyuan. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Oh, Shenyuan? Why does the Shenyuan family want to deal with me? Lin Xian thought that since Shenyuan Qingtian was dead, there should be no one in the Shenyuan family to deal with him. Young Master Shenyuan disappeared, and you have a grudge with him. The Shenyuan family thinks that it's very likely that you did it. Oh, Lin Xian twisted his neck. Kill him? Didn't you say you wouldn't kill me? A man never goes back on his word. The powerhouse said in horror. But I've never been a man of honor. Then the powerhouse was killed by Su Dalin. Lin Xian sighed. After I leave, I hope that you can stay by their side and protect them at all times. After this incident, there was no telling what the Shenyuan family would do. Lin Xian was very worried about them. Okay. Su Dalin nodded. Chapter 1670. Once the matter with the Shenyuan family was settled, the Shenyuan family would know that they had disappeared. That would make them even more suspicious of Lin Xian. Lin Xian and the Shenyuan family would probably try something again, but it wouldn't happen in the near future. As for the rest, Lin Xian couldn't do anything because he was about to leave. He asked the other girls about their missions and found that they had all completed it. Now, he was waiting for the time to come before he went back. Phew! Lin Xian tossed and turned on the bed. What's wrong? Mu Qingya looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. Are you upset? Lin Xian nodded. I guess so. There are a lot of things that I don't know what will happen in the future. I just don't feel at ease. Lin Xian was used to being in charge of everything. Only then would he feel at ease. Therefore, with the current state of Earth and the fact that he was about to leave, he felt very melancholic. Don't worry too much. We're not vases that will break at the slightest touch. Mu Qingya said softly. Damn, what are you talking about? I'm not worried about anything else. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but it's hard to guard against a stab in the dark. I'm worried about some conspiracy. Although I'm not as smart as you, I'm not a fool. Mu Qingya said. Lin Xian looked at her. Okay. Sleep. Okay. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao was ready. A total of 8 people were prepared for him. 4 of them were in the Great Void Stage. The highest realm was the Great Void Stage 5-star. Originally, they only planned to give him a space attribute Heavenly Venerable. However, Duan Lingxiao knew that the space attribute Heavenly Venerable sent by the Shen Yuan family didn't kill Lin Xian. Therefore, they couldn't send a Heavenly Venerable this time. Therefore, they finally sent him a Great Void Stage warrior. This was really his strongest move, and it was also his only way. If he failed this time, he would really be gone. Everyone, I'll go with you this time. Duan Lingxiao said. No need. A Great Void Stage warrior said. This young master must go personally. Otherwise, you won't succeed. He never expected Lin Xian to have a Heavenly Dao Realm expert by his side. He felt that the Great Void Realm was the limit, right? Or rather, he had helped the system to do it. It's just killing a Grand Domain Realm brat with the spatial attribute. For absolute Void Stage cultivators and 4 Celestial Venerables. Let alone so many people, I alone am enough to kill him. All I have to do is release my aura slightly and I'll be able to kill him. The old man said. Humph. If he was so easy to kill, would this young master have asked your leader to send a Great Void Stage expert to this young master? Let this young master give you a piece of advice. There were several Empyreans before, with the highest realm being the 9-star Empyrean realm. There were even some Empyrean space attribute martial artists that attacked together. None of them were heard from, but he is still alive and well. Although this young master doesn't know how he did it, this is the truth. If you don't take this seriously, then don't blame this young master when you die. When they heard Duan Lingxiao's words, they became cautious. You're saying that he has top-notch experts protecting him? The old man asked. I'm not sure, but it's possible. At the same time, he's very powerful. Although he's only at the Grand Domain Realm, he can easily defeat a Celestial Venerable. Since he can defeat a Celestial Venerable, does he have the ability to defeat a Great Void Stage expert or escape from a Great Void Stage expert? This young master isn't sure either. Now, this young master only has one request. When you face him, treat him as an expert with a higher cultivation realm than you. Duan Lingxiao said. Lin Xian had become his greatest shadow and inner demon. Even if he felt that it was easy to kill Lin Xian, he really didn't think it was that simple. Chi. They didn't believe Duan Lingxiao's words. It's ridiculous. Facing a Grand Domain Realm expert, you actually treat him as someone with a higher cultivation level than us. Not to mention the Grand Domain Realm, even in our era, there weren't any geniuses of this level. I think you're possessed. If you don't want to die, you'd better listen to me. Duan Lingxiao looked ahead as he spoke. Your leader said that you have to listen to me for at least the next 2 days. Let's set off now. And then they arrived at Jiangnan City. Lin Xian stayed at home for another day. He planned to visit Dongfang Shui in the next few days to get to know her better. On the other hand, Duan Lingxiao had already arrived near Lin Xian's residence with his men. What should we do? What should we do? Just go in and kill them. What else do you want to do? Duan Lingxiao's eyes narrowed. I told you to listen to me. All right, then tell me, What should we do? Duan Ling Xiao looked at a figure in a small shop. This woman is called Qin Yijuan. She's one of Lin Xian's women. This Lin Xian is a good man, but he's too loyal to his friends. She's probably his woman as well. After all, her looks and figure are there for all to see. As for Mu Qingya and Mu Feifei in the villa, it's hard to do anything to them, at least tonight. Lin Xian is there, and he may have even arranged something in advance. We can't do anything in the villa, but it's the same if we catch her. Duan Ling Xiao explained. Could it be that you want me, a few heavenly venerables and absolute void stage experts, to capture a little girl and use her to blackmail him? That's unnecessary. The powerful beings felt like they were playing house. There were 4 great void stage cultivators and 4 heavenly venerables. If they were dealing with a great void stage cultivator, even if it was 1 star of the great void stage, they could still be a little more cautious. However, they were dealing with a grand domain realm cultivator. How could they tolerate this? Even their pride couldn't tolerate it. A group of powerful beings actually had to use such a method to deal with a grand domain realm cultivator. Unnecessary? Have you forgotten what I told you before? 7 or 8 heavenly venerables died without any news. They didn't even spread the news before they died. There might be a great void stage cultivator among them. Do you think this is unnecessary? Duan Ling Xiao really couldn't stand these people's carelessness. The main reason was that this matter was too important to him, but these people didn't care at all. This made him feel very uncomfortable. Only by being more serious would he feel that the chances of success were higher. With such subordinates, their master probably didn't have much ability either. He could understand. It was normal for a group of great void stage cultivators to not care about a grand domain realm cultivator. However, it was obvious that there might be a great void stage cultivator among them. Then let's do this. Although he was very unhappy with Duan Ling Xiao from his expression, it seemed that this matter was quite real. He indeed had to be careful. After all, a space attribute heavenly venerables had disappeared without a trace. It was quite scary. Chapter 1671. Duan Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Whether he lived or died, it all depended on tonight. He was talking about himself. If he failed tonight, then he really didn't know what to do. Prepare to take action. Bring him to the abandoned building over there. This young master mentioned it when we passed by. Duan Ling Xiao said. Yeah, no problem. They were really unhappy with Duan Ling Xiao, but after thinking about it, if they didn't do it well because they underestimated Duan Ling Xiao, their boss would be angry, and they would be blamed for it. Duan Ling Xiao was certain that no one was at the heavenly Dao realm. This was because they had said that even if they were at the heavenly Dao realm in the past, they would still need some time to recover. Therefore, at the very least, there were no heavenly Dao realm existences for half a year. Therefore, it was impossible for Lin Xian to have a heavenly Dao realm existence around him. Furthermore, his system did not have such a thing. Take action. Duan Ling Xiao saw Qin Yijuan leave the store and turn into an empty alley. He immediately gave the order to take action. Then, the great void realm warrior with spatial attributes did not hesitate to release his spatial powers, causing Qin Yijuan to vanish from her spot. It's a success. Duan Ling Xiao nodded. Yeah, restrain her. This young master will use the earpiece to communicate with you at any time. Aren't you going to appear? An elder asked. This young master won't appear. The main reason was that he was really afraid of Lin Xian. If it was a normal gathering like the one at Shaolin Monastery, he would not be afraid. But now he wanted to kill Lin Xian. Although he felt that it was impossible for him to fail, his cautiousness told him that he could not appear. He really could not appear unless he was completely certain that Lin Xian was dead. But even so, he would not appear. He might even appear only after seeing Lin Xian die. He had read quite a number of novels and felt that many characters in novels died because of carelessness and overconfidence. He could not do that. Duan Ling Xiao also came to the abandoned building. On the rooftop of the 20th floor, Qin Yijuan was already tied up. Several experts were standing right next to her. This woman sure is beautiful. That's right. She's even prettier than the imperial concubine. Is this the woman of the brat we want to kill? He's really lucky. So what if I'm blessed? Don't you still have to die? What was Duan Ling Xiao doing? He was in a place quite far away from here, but he had exchanged for the law of creation. He used the law of creation to create a few things that were similar to cameras here, allowing him to observe the situation here in real time. He did not dare to come over directly. Ask her for Lin Xian's contact information. Duan Ling Xiao then contacted a great void stage expert. The expert walked to Qin Yijuan's side and tore off the tape on her mouth. If you want to live, then tell us how to contact Lin Xian. Don't play any tricks. Contact him yourself. The old man said. Zzz. She sniffed, feeling wronged. It's in my pocket. Then he took out his phone. Password 1314. The old man entered the password to unlock the device. The note is that idiot. The idiot is Lin Xian. She said. Don't try to play tricks. The old man bellowed. It was very strange. Wasn't it said that they were lovers? Logically speaking, in such a situation, one would rather die than tell their lover that something had happened to them, so as to prevent him from sending himself to his death. But why did this woman tell him? Oh, so their relationship wasn't that good, and their feelings weren't that deep. She couldn't accept his death. This was also very normal. Duan Ling Zhao's voice then sounded in his ears. It's fine. This should be Lin Xian. According to his understanding, the closer their relationship was, the more special the notes would be. This proved that this person was Lin Xian. Then, the old man called Lin Xian and placed the phone beside Qin Yijuan. Hello. It was Lin Xian's voice. Zzz. Lin Xian, save me. I've been kidnapped by bad people. Save me. Lin Xian. Lin Xian was really taken aback. No, you're at the fucking heavenly Dao realm. You've been kidnapped by bad people? That's right. This wasn't Qin Yijuan, but Su Dalin, the heavenly Dao realm expert who was Qin Yijuan's twin, Su Dalin. Of course, Duan Ling Zhao's investigation of Lin Xian only led to Qin Yijuan. He had no idea that they had a twin sister, much less that the sister was at the heavenly Dao realm. He had met Su Dalin a few times, but those times Su Dalin had been in a disguised state. She had come out to buy snacks before she was kidnapped. Of course, it was impossible for them to kidnap Su Dalin. If not for Su Dalin's cooperation, would they have been able to kidnap her? Su Dalin had been bored to death during this period of time. When she encountered such a situation, she was overjoyed, especially when she discovered that there were 4 great Void Realm experts. According to Lin Xian, it was impossible to produce a great Void Realm expert in this era, much less 4. Therefore, they were also people who had awakened. This made Su Dalin even more interested. Since they had recognized her as her sister, there was going to be some fun. Where are you? At that moment, the elder placed his cell phone by his ear. As experts who had just awakened, there were certain things they had to understand. For example, they had to first understand the internet, cell phones, and computers. Your person is with me. Come. The elder followed Duan Ling Zhao's instructions through his other ear and gave him an address. If you dare touch a hair on her head, I'll be irreconcilable with you. Lin Xian said angrily. Do. Then, the elder hung up. At that moment, Su Dalin said aggrievedly. He already said that he was coming. Can you let me go now? Of course not. You are still useful. The elder said coldly. What other use do I have? What other use do I have other than my face? Su Dalin said as she struggled. Shut up. Glue her mouth shut. Then Su Dalin was glued up. Needless to say, the feeling of being tied up was quite good. See, soon Lin Xian arrived nearby. They're here. Everyone, get ready. Lin Xian stopped the car and walked down. He looked up at the rooftop. Lin Xian wasn't worried at all because Su Dalin was the one who was tied up. However, Lin Xian was sure that they had tied up the wrong person. In other words, these people's target was the woman beside him. This was something Lin Xian couldn't tolerate. This was Lin Xian's reverse scale. You can touch him, but you can't touch his woman. Otherwise, he would really be furious. Lin Xian wasn't that angry that they had tied up Su Dalin, but he had to get rid of them. Chapter 1672. Lin Xian lit a cigarette and looked up. Sigh. To be honest, he sympathized with these people. Of all the people they could kidnap, they had to kidnap Qin Yijuan and then mistakenly kidnapped Su Delin. Lin Xian was really glad that he met Su Delin. Really, in a place with such a worldview, with the heavenly Tao by his side, everything would be easy. Lin Xian only had two suspects, the Shenyuan family and Duan Lingxiao, but he couldn't be sure which one it was. I say, as a powerhouse, you don't want to enjoy your days. Instead, you have to learn how to do these things. Aren't you tired? Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette and shouted at the people above. Humph! Who are you to speak here? Do you see who this is? They tied Su Delin to the edge of the rooftop. Save me! Su Delin even cooperated and struggled for a while and shouted. Ha ha ha! Did you hear that? Did you hear your woman shouting for help? Do you want to save her? If you want to save her, then do as this old man says. This old man might even spare her life. The old man chuckled. Of course, this was Duan Lingxiao's idea. Duan Lingxiao had been observing the situation from afar. He couldn't miss this opportunity. He had to succeed. What do you want me to do? Lin Xian asked. Cut off your right arm and destroy your dantian and cultivation. The old man said. No. Lin Xian, don't listen to him. Don't save me. Leave. Su Delin shouted. Lin Xian was speechless. Fuck. This woman was addicted to acting. If my arm is cut off and my dantian destroyed, I won't be able to fight at all. Won't you be able to do whatever you want? I'm not that stupid. What if I do it and you don't let her go? Lin Xian shrugged. You're asking for death. Then you can watch her die. The old man placed a sword beside Su Delin's neck. Duan Lingxiao frowned from afar. Something's not right. This wasn't Lin Xian's style. Logically speaking, he would stupidly do as he was told. Could it be that this woman was not worth it? Of course, the old man wouldn't really kill Su Delin for the time being. His main target was Lin Xian. Then go ahead, Lin Xian said. Huh? At this moment, everyone was stunned. Be careful of his schemes. Duan Lingxiao reminded. The old man also came back to his senses. What do we do now? The old man asked softly. Slit her neck, Duan Lingxiao said. Then the old man's eyes narrowed and he said, all right, since you're disobedient, then just watch. Following which, the old man's sword approached Su Delin's neck and exerted some force. But the scene that he had imagined did not happen. Ha! The old man was stunned. No, where's the blood? Although he did not use any force to sever the artery, there would still be blood. The reason was very simple. Su Delin had a heavenly Tao realm physique, while he was only at the 5th stage of the Great Void Realm. He did not even use any spirit energy. Yet he wanted her to bleed? Dream on. This. Then the old man exerted some force. There was still no blood. No. Something was amiss. This time, he completely realized that something was amiss. Lin Xian curled the corners of his mouth. I say, can you use more force? Su Delin said faintly. What? At the next instant, his neck was snapped by Su Delin. TSK too brutal. Lin Xian shook his head. What? The few old men behind were flabbergasted. Boring. Really boring. It's not interesting at all. Can't you have some more fun? Schwa following that, there were their tragic cries. In a short period of time, 8 people were instantly killed by Su Delin. Gulp. From afar, Duan Lingxiao widened his eyes when he saw this scene. He could not help but gulp a mouthful of saliva. This wasn't the difference in realm a little too great. Could she be at the 10th stage of the Great Void Realm? She couldn't be at the Heavenly Tao Realm, right? That shouldn't be possible, right? But if she was only at the 10th stage of the Great Void Realm, she shouldn't have been able to instantly kill these Great Void Realm cultivators so easily, right? He was doomed. He was really doomed this time. He had failed. He had failed again. He hurriedly threw down the communicator and vanished from his spot. He had to run. He felt the threat of death. He had failed again. He had completely lost his composure. What else could he do? What should he do next? Why was it so difficult to kill Lin Xian? He also understood why those people from before had failed. However, why was it that Lin Xian could encounter him but not him? Why? Why was that? It was because he was very, very far away, more than 10 kilometers away. Therefore, even Su Delin could not catch up to him. Lin Xian appeared beside Su Delin with a spatial jump. Hey, you killed all of them. Didn't I leave one behind? Su Delin quietly took out a bag of potato chips and tore it open to eat. Lin Xian glanced at an old man in the corner who was still breathing and woke him up. Gulp. The old man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and revealed a dumbfounded expression. Heavenly Tao. Impossible. How can there be a heavenly Tao at this stage? The old man's face was filled with disbelief. However, it must be the heavenly Tao that could kill them so easily. Tell me who asked you to do it. Even if I tell you, can you spare my life? The old man seemed to have thought of his ending. Maybe. After all, we're not enemies. You were only asked to do it. As if there was a slight chance, the old man said, Duan Lingxiao. Lin Xian sneered. It was indeed him. How do you know him? His Majesty found him and asked him for help. His Majesty? Which one? Yang Guang. Emperor Yang of Sui Yang Guang? Lin Xian pondered for a moment. An emperor during the Sui and Tang dynasties. According to history, he seemed to be a tyrant. Kill him. Lin Xian said indifferently. Then, Su Delin casually killed him with a move of her hand. Lin Xian did not need to ask about Duan Lingxiao. This Duan Lingxiao had created a law now, so he must have run away. Lin Xian knew that Duan Lingxiao wanted to kill him. However, he was in the dark while Lin Xian was in the light. If he had known, Lin Xian would have found an opportunity to kill him at the banquet. Now, he probably could not find him. However, Lin Xian did not know that he was Duan Lingxiao's target. Duan Lingxiao had to kill him. If Lin Xian knew this, Lin Xian would have killed him no matter what. Go back. Lin Xian and Su Delin left. He had to think of a way to set up something that could perfectly protect the girls in their residence. This Duan Lingxiao might do something crazy. At this moment, Duan Lingxiao was walking in a daze. Chapter 1673. Why? Why? Is it so hard for me to kill someone? Duan Lingxiao's mental state had completely exploded. Duan Lingxiao was also a genius. What did he not have? As for that Lin Xian, he was born as an ordinary person. He could not even cultivate. Why was he inferior to him in every aspect? Why was he always able to escape from the tiger's mouth when it was a sure-kill situation? Ah! Duan Lingxiao roared angrily. He could not go back. He was referring to Emperor Yang of Sui. It was impossible for him to still be in the mood to help Emperor Yang of Sui. He could not even appear in the open because he knew that Lin Xian must have known it was him. He guessed that Lin Xian was going to thoroughly kill him now. He could not be exposed. However, if he did not do anything, he would lose everything. He would even lose his life. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. Boom! Duan Lingxiao smashed a tree with a punch. He really could not accept that his fate would end here. However, he really had no other choice now. No, even if I die, I won't let you have it easy. He thought of something. He wanted to kill the people around Lin Xian. However, this was another world. Even if he killed the people around Lin Xian, what was the use? He might not even be able to defeat Murong Yu and the others. Fuck. What should he do? He stayed in Jiangnan City. He wanted to find a chance to kill Lin Xian. Really, even if the virtual realm could not do it, he could not just wait for death like this, right? At first, when he saw that he had triggered the mission to kill Lin Xian, he was simply too happy. However, now, no! Duan Lingxiao will not die so easily. Duan Lingxiao quickly activated the mission. Although he couldn't complete the quest to kill Lin Xian, he could still activate other quests for half a month. If he was lucky and didn't sleep or rest, he might be able to complete all the quests and earn enough points to leave this place alive. Half a month later, at dusk. It's time. Lin Xian exhaled. He was still eating hot pot with them when everyone came over. It's about time. I should go. Lin Xian stood up. Where are you going? Lu Qingzhu asked curiously. In fact, only two people knew about this, Dongfang Shui and Mu Qingya. Me? I'm gonna do something big. Lin Xian said with a smile. Brother-in-law, are you really leaving? At first, Mu Feifei thought that what Lin Xian said half a month ago was a joke. Lin Xian nodded. Where to? Just think of it as me going out for training. Lin Xian put on his jacket and lit a cigarette. This time, I've done everything that needs to be done. I also feel that it's very perfect. My luck is also very good, and I've also met many friends. It's just a pity that I can't accompany you to watch the changes of Earth's era. Hey, what's going on? Qin Yijuan looked at Lin Xian curiously. Hey, I'm just going to a place to train. Mu Qingya said, I'll drive you. No, you guys eat. I'll go by myself. Okay. Mu Qingya didn't say much. Remember what I told you before. Cultivate well and keep a low profile. I'm leaving. In the end, Lin Xian glanced at their faces one by one. See you next time. Dongfang Shui said softly. See you next time. Then Lin Xian released the spatial attribute and directly disappeared on the spot. After Lin Xian left, the girls were still in a daze. Where did brother-in-law go? Sister, you must know. Mu Feifei asked. Didn't he say it? He went out for training, which is very important to him. It may take a few months or half a year before he comes back, but when he comes back, he will be a very powerful master. Huh? So long? Mu Feifei lowered her little head. Cultivate well. Dongfang Shui sat down and said. In any case, she had already made preparations. She just had to wait and see when Lin Xian would come back. What he said must be true, so she didn't have to worry about that. On the other side, Lin Xian came to the place where he had landed and smoked not far away. Sigh, I really don't want to. But Lin Xian thought for a moment. There were so many girls on the sky blue planet. He also missed them. When I have the ability, the first thing I'll do is connect these two worlds. Lin Xian thought for a moment. Of course, this was just Lin Xian's imagination. How could it be possible to connect the two worlds? And it might not be a good thing. Okay, I'll bring them together when the time comes. Lin Xian looked ahead. Hey, up ahead. There were 4 girls who had arrived very early. Murong Yu, Ling Ying, Wang Xintong, and Xiao Xinyue. You're here so early. It's okay. Are the others not here yet? Lin Xian glanced at them. Not yet, it's just the 5 of us. There were a few others that even Lin Xian couldn't contact. However, he believed that there wouldn't be any problems. You don't say. I just became a superstar. Feels pretty good to be a superstar. I'll go back and ask an Xian for some advice. Ling Ying said with a smile. No way, little Ying, you want to be a superstar? Lin Xian opened his mouth. I just want to. Are you done talking to your girlfriends here? Ling Ying asked. Lin Xian. Ahem. What are you talking about? Wang Xintong blinked and then greeted. Hey, over here. A figure flashed to their side. Long time no see. It was Wu Yuhan. Xiao Yuhan, I missed you. Lin Xian smiled and opened his arms. Then he went to the girls. Shameless. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. Yuhan, let me tell you. He's flirting with girls here. I guessed it. Wu Yuhan said calmly. Lin Xian. Damn. He felt that he was being antagonized. Who else is not here? Chu Xue? And Feng Ling. I'm here. A voice was heard. Feng Ling ran over. Lin Xian looked at the beautiful girl. Long time no see. Feng Ling was very happy to see everyone. Long time no see, Ling Ying. I saw you on TV. Ling Ying was a little embarrassed. Beautiful, right? Yes, yes. I was following your show. In the end, I saw you win the championship. Of course. Ling Ying nodded proudly. They had so much to talk about when they met again. And little Chu Xue. She should be here soon. Lin Xian missed Han Chu Xue very much too. About 30 minutes later, Han Chu Xue also arrived. which meant that everyone was present. Damn, you guys are here so early. The ninth person, Zhugafeng, also walked over with a smile. Chapter 1674. Currently, everyone was here. Oh, of course, there was one person who did not come. That was Duan Lingxiao. It did not matter to Lin Xian whether he came or not. Even if he came, what could he do? Lin Xian did not care about him at all. Even if he came, Lin Xian did not care about him at all. Long time no see. Lin Xian smiled and hugged Zhugafeng. Ha ha ha. Seems like young Master Lin has been living quite comfortably these few months. Zhugafeng laughed. Oh? How can you tell? I've been paying attention to young Master Lin. Lin Xian was quite famous in this circle. He might not know the others, but it was easier for others to know about Lin Xian. Ha ha ha, it's good. It's good. How have you been recently? Don't mention it. I've experienced the life of an ordinary person. It's not bad. This made me feel more enlightened. How about you guys? What did you guys get? Lin Xian smiled and said, We'll talk about it later. TSK, mysterious. The things they exchanged for could not be used now. They had to ensure that they had enough system points before returning. When they returned, there would probably be a chance for them to exchange for something. Lin Xian looked at the time. 3 more hours. We can finally go back. Actually, I think this place is quite good. I'm just a little shocked that there's another world here. Yeah, they chatted. Close to 3 hours passed quickly. Duan Lingxiao is not here yet? Zhugafeng realized that something was not right. It was very good news that 9 out of 10 of them were here. However, Duan Lingxiao should not have failed. In fact, Lin Xian also felt that something was not right. How could Duan Lingxiao not complete the mission? It should not be so. If he knew that his ultimate mission was to kill him, Lin Xian, then Lin Xian would laugh. It doesn't matter if he's here or not, Lin Xian said. That's true. I'm just a little curious. At this moment, a system notification appeared in each of their minds. Congratulations on completing the mission. The return teleportation portal will open in 5 minutes. Please be prepared. They looked at each other. I'm leaving. Well, I'm leaving. Why do I feel a little reluctant? Yeah, I can't bear to leave too. I've made a lot of friends here. It's a pity that this is not a place for us to stay. But I miss my friends and family on Sky Blue too. Ling Ying said as she stretched her body. Alright, get ready to go back. Lin Xian said. Yes. 5 minutes later, a bolt of lightning flashed in the sky, followed by a beam of light. Say, if the people here enter this teleportation portal, will they be able to go to Sky Blue? Murong Yu asked. Han Chushue shook her head. I don't think so. They might die. I think so too. Otherwise, wouldn't it go against the rules? Wu Yuhan said. Sai, we're already here. What are you still thinking about? Let's go in. They looked behind them. Duan Lingxiao was still not there. Looks like Duan Lingxiao is going to die. But it doesn't matter. Then they stepped into the teleportation portal. Whoosh, then they disappeared on the spot. The next moment, they arrived in an independent space. Lin Xian opened his eyes. The people around him were gone. He was in a pure white space. Congratulations on passing the test of the God's Awakening door. Please use your system points to exchange for the ability you want. Whoosh. Then, a panel appeared in front of Lin Xian. There were full attributes, creation, destruction, and all sorts of other things. But Lin Xian already had full attributes. The things he needed. Lin Xian took a look. Double all attributes. What did that mean? It did not mean that the space was doubled. It meant that Lin Xian's strength and speed were doubled. This was good stuff. Lin Xian chose to exchange. Most people would probably choose to exchange for a new attribute or a new law. However, Lin Xian did not lack these. He also had some system points. The creation and destruction laws were already the strongest. Lin Xian did not want to look at the laws anymore. He wanted to look at the domains. There were many domains for him to choose from. He was also divided into T-level, T0, and T1. Lin Xian saw his domain in T0. It was a domain that lowered the realm. However, if he wanted to exchange for this domain, he would need almost all his system points. In other words, all his system points could only be exchanged for such a domain. This was enough to show how powerful this domain was. In addition to this domain, Lin Xian looked at the other top-level domains. For Lin Xian, he felt that the biggest improvement should be the top-level domains and laws. It was the same for everyone. Of course, there were also attributes. However, Lin Xian already had all of them. One experience could exchange for a top-level domain, law, or attribute. It was really, really amazing. This domain is quite interesting. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. What domain was it? An absolute increase in the domain. In the domain, his realm would increase by 2 stars. Although it was only 2 stars, there was something awesome about it. Just like lowering the realm, the domain ignored one's realm. That also meant that even if he was in the heavenly Tao, by activating this domain, he could increase his cultivation by 2 stars. Then, if his realm lowered, the domain lowered by 3 stars or even 4 stars in the future, the gap would be reduced. This was a good thing. However, it also corresponded to a very thorny problem. That was the huge consumption of spiritual energy. Think about it. Once a domain was activated, the domain's power would increase one's cultivation by 2 stars in the heavenly Tao realm. How much power would be needed to support it? How much spiritual energy would be consumed per second? This was a crucial point. However, this was definitely a very good thing for Lin Xian. Exchange. Lin Xian exchanged for the domain. Shua. A light appeared in front of him. Enter the teleportation array and you will return to Sky Blue Planet. Lin Xian took a deep breath. May I ask who you are? There was no answer. This voice was the system's voice. However, Lin Xian had a feeling that there was a powerful existence controlling this system. Alright. Lin Xian then walked in. He was back. Shua, with a flash of light, Lin Xian appeared in the divine domain. This was the entrance to the God's Awakening door. In front of him was the God's Awakening door. But now, the God's Awakening door was tightly shut. Lin Xian. When Morongfeng saw Lin Xian return, he hurriedly walked over. Other than Morongfeng, there were many other experts, including Ling Ying's father, Ling Hai, Han Chushua's father, Han Guang, Feng Ling's father, Feng Qingyang, etc. Basically, everyone here was related to the people who entered the God's Awakening door. They knew that they would return today. Chapter 1675. Lin Xian looked at Morongfeng, then smiled and gave Morongfeng a bear hug. Uncle Murong. Good job. Ling Hai and the rest walked over. Little Xian, Little Ing and the rest. Lin Xian frowned. Then he shook his head. Lin Xian couldn't remember. He couldn't remember anything. He couldn't even remember that they were together on Earth. Oh right, I almost forgot. I can't remember anything after coming back from the God's Awakening door. Ling Hai nodded. Congratulations. Xiao Runing walked over and looked at Lin Xian. Xiao Ningning. I missed you so much. Lin Xian smiled and hugged Xiao Runing. Xiao Runing blushed. Xiao Zun and her mother were behind them. In their eyes, Xiao Runing was Lin Xian's girlfriend. It's good that you're fine, Xiao Runing said. Shua. A second person appeared beside Lin Xian. Ling Ling Feng Qingyang let out a long sigh of relief when he saw Feng Ling come out. He was pleasantly surprised. Second sister, you look haggard. Feng Qing, you said with a smile. Get lost. Feng Ling glared at him. Dad. Feng Qingyang nodded. Okay. Then, a few people came out one after another. Dad. Sister. Lin Xian glanced around. Many familiar faces were here. However, Yi Renbing and the rest didn't come. They obviously knew that Lin Xian was back. But they didn't come. They should be able to see Lin Xian now. Everyone was back except for Duan Lingxiao. Lin Xian, Ling Xiao didn't come? Duan Tianming asked. All 9 of them were back, but Duan Lingxiao. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't know. Yes, you don't know. You've all forgotten. Duan Tianming nodded. Wait, maybe he was still exchanging things there. Lin Xian, I'll go home with my parents first. Ling Ying said to Lin Xian. Alright, I'm going back too, Han Chushue said. Then all the girls went home. Lin Xian, I'm going back with Dad too, Wang Xintong said to Lin Xian. Qin Feng had taken her in as his goddaughter a long time ago. Okay, Uncle Qin, thank you. Qin Feng laughed and said, You stinky brat. How could my daughter be in trouble? You should go home quickly. Many people must be missing you. Yes. Lin Xian nodded. Xiao Yuhan, come back with me, Lin Xian said to Wu Yuhan. Everyone else had family members. Wu Yuhan was definitely going to be taken away by Lin Xian. Okay. Wu Yuhan nodded. Then we'll go first. Then, everyone went their separate ways. However, this was only temporary. Duan Tianming was about to explode. He had waited for a kid, but he didn't see his son return. Out of the 10 of them, only his son was in trouble? He couldn't accept it. He really couldn't accept it. On the plane, Lin Xian and Wu Yuhan sat together. What's this? Wu Yuhan saw Lin Xian take out a piece of paper. I don't know. Let me see. Lin Xian looked at it. There were some words written on it. Lin Xian could tell that it was his handwriting. After all, his handwriting was ugly. The first sentence was, Behind the God's awakening door is Earth. Lin Xian was stunned. Because he had forgotten all about it, he was shocked when he saw this. He knew that he would forget everything. Therefore, he specially wrote this before he came. He wanted to tell himself that even if he forgot everything, he still had to remember the most important news. Earth? Lin Xian muttered to himself. Others wouldn't have such thoughts. However, Lin Xian was different. Dongfang Shui is fine now. She's waiting for me to return. This was the second sentence. Lin Xian stood rooted to the ground. Wu Yuhan couldn't understand it. The third sentence was, New girls on Earth. Mu Qingya, Mu Feifei. Address. Fuck. Lin Xian swallowed a mouthful of saliva. The fourth sentence was, Earth is entering a new era. Qin Shi Huang and the others are awakening. The fifth sentence was, I must work hard to reopen the God's awakening door and return. You still want to go back? Wu Yuhan was stunned when she saw the fifth sentence. I have a reason to go back. Although Lin Xian couldn't remember everything, he knew what he wanted to do. He also knew that these people were very important to him. Oh! Wu Yuhan didn't know what this lunatic Lin Xian wanted to do. She also couldn't remember. Go home. Okay. Lin Xian then used the law of creation to create a phone. He logged into his WeChat and opened the group. Babies, I'm back. This group was Lin Xian's harem group, of course. Before Lin Xian sent the message, the entire group had already become lively and everyone was chatting happily in the group. Lan Xingxing was the first to send a message. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian, come back quickly. I miss you. I miss you so much. TSK. I don't miss you. This was a message from Miao Xiaomiao. Zhao Yunqi, Ziqiue, and Xian Yi Lu Yufan Murong Qing, by Shenxian Luo Chenxi, and the others were also happily replying. Of course, there were also Linglong Shui, Bing Lingyue, Yi Renbing, and the others. Oh Huang, she also joined. She also came out to say something. Linglong, you also came out to say something, not to be outdone. Anyway, Lin Xian was their backbone. Lin Xian didn't come, so the group didn't chat much. The group of girls was divided into several groups. Yi, Lu Yufan, Lan Xingxing, and Xian, Miao Xiaomiao, Zhao Yunqi, and Ziqiue belonged to one group. Murong Qing, Bai Shenxian, Luo Chenxi, and Lang Wuxin belonged to another group. Linglong Shui and the others belonged to another group. Lin Xian, where are you now? And Xian asked. I'm on the way back to Lin and City. I think I'll be back tonight. Let's get together tonight. Of course. Let's all come. Okay, where are we going? Why don't we all go to Sister Linglong's place? I don't know where they are. Come to my place. I'll lead the way. Okay. Lin Xian looked at them chatting happily and couldn't help but smile. He was still very happy. They started to talk about preparing a big meal. Lin Xian was back. It was a big day. They hadn't seen him for a few months. They really had to celebrate his triumphant return. If you said you missed him, then you really missed him. Although not many people showed it. Do you miss little Shir and the others? Wu Yuhan asked. Damn, you're talking nonsense. How can I not miss them? I want to run over and pinch her little cheeks right now. Lin Xian was excited when he thought of this. Really, this might be the thought of a father. He really missed them. That's true. Today was probably a big day because everyone would gather together. Of course, except for Ling Ying and the others. Since they were back, they definitely had to go home first. Chapter 1676. Ling Longshui and the rest also knew that Lin Xian had returned. They were currently preparing some ingredients at home. The others were either on the way or buying food from the supermarket. It feels like time flies. Yi Renbing sighed as she sat on the sofa. Yes, it does. Ling Longshui nodded. This was especially so for them. The devil race had a very long lifespan, so they felt that time passed even faster. The main thing was that every day was very interesting, and their lives were very fulfilling. They also felt that time passed very quickly, especially when they saw little Tianyi and little Shir grow up. This was a kind of happiness. It's been a long time since I beat up Lin Xian. When he comes back, I'm going to give him a good beating. Ling Longyue said excitedly. You can beat him? Yi Renbing laughed. Who said I can't? Ling Longyue stuttered. I reckon that when he comes back this time, his combat strength will increase by at least 50%. Bing Lingyue said. I'm not too sure. After all, we haven't entered the God's Awakening door before. Let's see what kind of power he can obtain. However, it's quite difficult to increase one's combat strength by 50%. Huang Shi walked over wrapped in an apron and placed the washed fruits on the table. She also came early. After all, Lin Xian was back. She could not come, right? She also wanted to see him. Could it be that he's already a heavenly Dao? Huang Shi said casually. That's impossible. He only left for 3 months. How can a heavenly Dao be promoted in 3 months? Yi Renbing shook her head. What if? Bing Lingyue said with a smile. Yes, he can't be judged with common sense. That bastard, he didn't even look for us to chat. Ling Longyue pouted her lips. We also didn't go to pick him up. That's because we wanted to prepare a feast for him. Ling Longyue said. They didn't want to pick him up? Of course they wanted to. However, they were special. That place was filled with the top experts of the human race. It was best for them not to appear there. There was also Huang Shi and Yi Renbing. They were all demon gods. If they were recognized, it would be a big problem. It might even bring trouble to Lin Xian. Even if Lin Xian were to explain, would any real human believe such a special and sensitive identity? Therefore, they chose to stay at home. Mom. Xiao Shir blinked her beautiful big eyes and rubbed against Ling Longshui's chest. What happened? Ling Longshui ruffled her hair. Little Shir must be hungry. Ling Longyu said. I've never seen a baby who can eat more than her. Then, Shika-chan reached out and kicked Ling Longyue. Ling Longshui obviously knew that little Shir wanted to eat the fruit that Huang Shi brought over. So she took a watermelon for her to chew on. Even if she didn't have real teeth yet, this watermelon was soft and she had no problem eating it. Little Tianyi looked on enviously. Then, he silently crawled towards Shika-chan and stubbornly reached out his hand towards the watermelon. Little Shir reached out her hand and kicked his face while eating the watermelon. He was being bullied to death. Everyone was used to it. After all, he was the younger brother. It was normal for the younger brother to be bullied by the older sister. However, it was also because they were close. I wonder what they will be like when they grow up. Bing Lingyue smiled. In short, they must be close. In such an environment, it was destined that the siblings would be very close to each other. I mean, this kid won't be bullied for the rest of his life, right? Yi Renbing shook her head helplessly and said, It's normal for the younger brother to be bullied by the older sister. Ling Long couldn't help but laugh out loud. It was as if she thought about how little Tianyi would be suppressed by Shika-chan for many years to come. She felt that it was very funny. However, she also felt that if Shika-chan was bullied, little Tianny would be the first to stand up for her. Similarly, only Shika-chan could bully little Tianny. Others couldn't. If little Tianny was bullied, Shika-chan would be the first to stand up for him. They gradually, no, completely adapted to such a simple and ordinary life. It was really good. The main thing was that they had a baby. In fact, they didn't have many thoughts about it. Let's make some preparations. Everyone is probably coming. Ling Long Shui said. Okay. They cleared the entire house. They estimated that there would be more than 10 girls coming. One table was not enough. Obviously, they had to have 2 tables. Everyone hadn't been so excited in a long time. Couldn't be helped. Lin Xian was their hub. After getting off the plane, Lin Xian directly released his space attribute and brought Wu Yuhan to the door that they had been missing for a long time. Dong dong dong. Lin Xian knocked on the door. I'm coming. I'm coming. Ling Longyue thought it was another girl and ran over to open the door. Then, she saw Lin Xian. Yo, you've grown a little. Lin Xian revealed his trademark smirk and looked at Ling Longyue. Ling Longyue opened her small mouth. TSK, the most unimportant one came. Ling Longyue muttered. Of course, her heart was definitely not like that. I think you're looking for a beating. Lin Xian glared at her. Humph. Then, she walked into the room. The girls were busy, leaving Shika-chan and little Tianny on the sofa. When they heard the commotion, they looked over. When they saw Lin Xian, they were pleasantly surprised. However, one had to know that they were all experts. This surprise might not be shown on their faces. On the surface, they were still relatively calm. Lin Xian looked at the room full of noble and beautiful girls and sucked in a breath of cold air. Was there any scenery more beautiful than this? Xiao Linglong, little Lingyue, little Bing Bing, I missed you so much. Lin Xian opened his arms. Unfortunately, no one came into his embrace. What about me? Huang Shi walked out from the kitchen. Missed you too, missed you too. Lin Xian smiled and scratched his head. Wu Yuhan looked at them and was secretly shocked. Although she had seen him before, to be honest, this Lin Xian was really amazing. Say, it was fine if he could get one of these girls, but why was there a room full of them? You guys sit down and rest. Ling Long Shui poured a cup of tea for them. Thank you. Wu Yuhan said politely. Io, my little babies. I missed you guys so much. Lin Xian looked at Shika-chan and Tianny on the sofa. Then he quickly ran over and hugged Shika-chan. He kissed her cheeks, causing Shika-chan to be disgusted. Did you miss me? Lin Xian smiled and looked at Shika-chan. The others just looked at them. Yes, Shika-chan still said. Damn, you can talk now. The key point was that she could understand his words. Shika-chan is definitely not simple. Shika-chan should be very soon. Bing Lingyue said. Chapter 1677. For Lin Xian, this was the biggest surprise since his return. Little Tianny sat on the sofa and opened his arms, asking for a hug. Lin Xian then hugged them one in each arm. Happiness. I missed you so much. Lin Xian kissed them back and forth until their faces were covered in saliva. Little Shir is disgusted with you, Yirenbing said. She dares. Lin Xian laughed. Little Shir then whimpered at Lin Xian. Lin Xian hugged them and sat on the sofa. Come and sit. What are you busy with? Everyone is coming over later. Ling Long Shui said. Let's go out and eat. That won't do. How can we feel at home when we go out? Plus, everyone is buying all kinds of ingredients. Ling Long Yu muttered. All right, let's wait for everyone to come and cook together. Okay. They sat on the sofa. Did you miss me? Lin Xian asked with a grin. Nope. Ling Long Shui shook her head. TSK, go against your heart. Women are creatures who don't mean what they say. I really didn't miss you. Lin Xian. Wow, your words are too hurtful. What about you? What ability did you get from the God's Awakening door? Huang Shi asked. My attributes doubled and I got a domain. That's it? That's not enough? The main thing is that I have all attributes. Actually, I can get other attributes like space, time, and so on. But I already have all of them, so I can only get a domain. They looked at each other. What is this God's awakening door? Is it a game world? Is it a law set by an expert? Otherwise, how can we get these things? Bing Lingyue asked doubtfully. I forgot. Wu Yuhan also said, we forgot all about it after we came out. All right. Right, did anything big happen in the continent these few months? Lin Xian asked. Yes. They nodded. What? Although it had only been 3 months, 3 months was enough for some big things to happen. What happened was even more than Lin Xian had imagined. Linglong Shui said, in the past few months, 3 major events have happened on the continent. The first one is the demon race. Demon race? What's wrong? It's not peaceful anymore? Linglong Shui nodded. Yes, the Myriad Demon League has reopened the Demon God Temple, and many powerful demon gods have been born. However, Huangshi's second Demon God Temple is still the second Demon God Temple, but now there are not only 10 Demon God Temples but 15. At the same time, the Myriad Demon League has been reshuffled. It is said that several top existences from the ancient times have appeared, and the Myriad Demon League is now led by them. Currently, 2 of them should be the 9-headed heavenly demon bat and the undead. Lin Xian frowned. 9-headed heavenly devil bat and the undead race? What are those? Linglong Shui explained. They're all existences from ancient times. Some might even think that they're extinct, but they're not. The 9-headed heavenly demon bat is a kind of bat-type monster beast, but it's already beyond this category. It has 9 heads and is very difficult to deal with. Especially its attacking method, it's very difficult for warriors to deal with. It's a very terrifying existence, and the undead race. The undead race is a race, similar to the elves, dragons, and phoenixes. The undead race is like their name, they are very difficult to kill. Difficult to kill, that means they can be killed. Then why are they called the undead race? Lin Xian shrugged. No, this is a very scary race. It is said that in the ancient times, the undead race was an existence that could compete with the dragons and Qilins. Lin Xian. That was enough of an image. Then why did they disappear? I don't know, but there must be a reason. Now that they have returned, just the return of one undead race, it is destined that Sky Blue Planet will not be peaceful. Linglong Shui said. Then how do we kill them? Although Lin Xian had not come into contact with them yet, he felt that he would come into contact with them sooner or later. It might not even be long, because Sky Blue Planet was not peaceful anymore. Why did she say 2? Linglong Shui said, the undead race is not truly immortal. From what I know, no matter how serious their injuries are, they can recover in an instant. Huh? But if you want to kill them, you just have to kill them in 1 hit. As long as you can't kill them in 1 hit, it is impossible to kill them. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Therefore, when their realm reaches a relatively high level, they are, in a certain sense, immortal. Yes, because at the heavenly Tao realm, unless it is absolute strength, it is impossible to kill them in 1 hit. In fact, even if it is absolute strength, it is impossible for a heavenly Tao realm being to die so easily, unless it is under special circumstances. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Are you sure they are enemies? Yes. This is going to be troublesome. Lin Xian rubbed his temples. It is quite troublesome. Furthermore, the undead race is just one of them. There are other existences. What about the other important matters? Lin Xian asked. In addition, there's also the matter of the human race. Some of the human race's forces have also made a high-profile announcement. Ha! Lin Xian scratched his head. I saw it on the news. Bing Lingyue then said, it is said that they are reclusive human family clans and factions. These existences have been reclusive for thousands of years. There are such family clans? Yes, there are. It is said that they are a level higher than the top family clans. They have extremely powerful geniuses. The moment these geniuses appeared, they crushed many geniuses of their generation. Some of them even went to the martial arts academy to become tutors. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth twitched. How old are they to become tutors? Although they are young, Their cultivation levels are basically all 9 or 10 stars of the Great Void Realm. Alright, what else? There is another matter. It is regarding your sister. Lin Xian frowned. What's the matter? It's nothing. You mentioned before that the organization your sister is in is a faction that is searching for the 12 demon gods' powers. And at present, they have probably found everything they can find because no one has been able to stop them for the past 3 months. Lin Xian frowned. I know that. During this period of time, they have also launched some attacks on some places of the human clan, causing quite a commotion. At present, they have already begun to challenge the human clan. Yes, the 3 major factions should be involved. Yes, but they are few in number and their whereabouts are uncertain. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. I have to think of a way to solve this matter. Little Fairy was still there. Lin Xian had to solve this problem. Chapter 1678. There had been a lot of things happening on Sky Blue in the past few months. All 3 of them were major events. Does this mean that the Sky Blue Goblin clan is going to attack the humans? Although the demon race hadn't stopped all these years, they had such thoughts now that the top existences of the demon race were shuffling. I think so. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. It was not peaceful anymore. The humans were in a lot of trouble now. Firstly, there was the threat of the Goblin clan. Secondly, there were some internal issues such as Zhao Mengyue and the others. However, there was also good news. The hidden families of Sky Blue Planet that had been hidden from the world for hundreds or even thousands of years had finally come out. This was good news for the human race because this was a huge amount of fighting power. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock on the door. Ling Longyue quickly ran over to open the door. Ah, good evening. A few girls walked in with things in their hands. Lin Xian looked over. Miao Xiaomiao, Zhao Yunqi, Ziqiue, and Xian, Lu Yufan, Yi, Lan Xingxing, and the other girls walked in together. The room instantly became lively. Their first reaction when they walked in was to look at Lin Xian. Yes, they saw him. Their next reaction was to act as if they did not care about Lin Xian. They chatted with the other girls. In fact, how could they not care? However, there was a traitor among them. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Lan Xingxing rushed over when she saw Lin Xian. I missed you so much. Oh, traitor! Traitor! The other girls pursed their lips. Lin Xian tried to hold back his laughter. Did you miss me or my cooking? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Both. Lan Xingxing stuck out her tongue. We brought a lot of food. Yi Yi said. Okay, leave it there for now. Come sit and drink some water. Bing Lingyue said with a smile. Okay. Then, they all gathered around. Ah, little Sure. I missed you so much. Lu Yufan came over and snatched little Sure from Lin Xian's arms. Hey, I haven't hugged you enough yet. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose and said. Then, Ziqiue snatched little Tianyi away. I want a hug too, Lu Yufan said. Lin Xian smiled helplessly. This group of girls, they deliberately pretended not to miss him, but in reality they definitely missed him. Then can I hug you? Lin Xian said with a smile. Lu Yufan's pretty face reddened, especially in front of so many people. Go. Go away. In fact, even if many of them did not express it, they already knew. They knew that many girls were Lin Xian's girlfriends, and even Lin Xian had a baby. They were still willing to stay by Lin Xian's side, which was enough to show their thoughts. Lin Xian, tell us what happened in the God's Awakening door. An Xian sat over and asked. Won't we forget what happened in the God's Awakening door after we come out? Miao Xiaomao said. Oh right, I forgot. An Xian smiled awkwardly. She had already left the entertainment industry. How much did you improve in these 3 months? Lin Xian asked. A lot. We spent most of our time in the beast domain, so we improved a lot. Lin Xian nodded. That's good. You have to continue improving. Sky Blue Planet won't be peaceful in the future. Okay. Oh, Master Yi is back. Welcome. A voice came from the door. Morongqing and Luo Chenxi walked in. I missed you so much. Give me a hug. Lin Xian smiled and opened his arms. Hey, 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 you didn't even say anything when we came over. Miao Xiaomao said unhappily. That's right. This room is full of beauties. Why don't you hug someone else? Murong Qing teased. They're too small. I don't want to hug them. Miao Xiaomao was speechless. You bastard. She pointed at Lin Xian angrily. He was still that Lin Xian. Am I late? Bai Xianxian walked in with Lung Wuxin. Lung Wuxin did not want to come, but Bai Xianxian dragged her here. There are so many people. Bai Xianxian was shocked. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed dryly. The others were shocked too. There were too many people. There's also Sister Ling Ying and Sister Chuxue. Many people are not here. I'm afraid this is just the tip of the iceberg. Lu Yufan pursed her lips and said, Big brother, can you handle it? Can your body take it? Murong Qing smiled. Lin Xian was speechless. Everyone was speechless. Many of the girls blushed upon hearing this. There are too many people here. Huang Shi was speechless. Moreover, the room was filled with beauties of all sizes. Who could resist this? There were still people who were not here. Is this room big enough? Lin Xian quickly changed the topic. 2 tables are enough. We just need to clear the other things. Then let's get to work. I haven't eaten all day. I've been waiting for this meal. Lan Xingxing said excitedly. Okay, let's get to work. This group of girls filled the kitchen. Lin Xian felt comfortable. He sat on the sofa and chatted with the girls. They had improved a lot in the past 3 months. All of them were on the path of cultivation. Because they had enough capital and power behind them, they did not lack anything. How's the Yixian group now? Lin Xian asked Luo Chenxi. Very good. It's on the right track, Luo Chenxi said after taking a sip of tea. Do you need me to do anything else? No. Luo Chenxi shook her head. Okay. But there's been a little problem recently, Murong Qing said. Huh? Lin Xian looked over in confusion. It's not really a problem. It's just that there's a Yang group in the mainland. This Yang group is quite impressive. They've come up with a lot of relatively novel products. These products have already been released and have received unanimous praise from the entire mainland. It's a bit like our Yixian group. They've all appeared out of nowhere and caused a huge uproar as soon as they were released. Yes. I bought a lot of them. Lu Yufan nodded and said. Me too. Yi also nodded. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. What products? Many of them are small products. In terms of shock, they can't be compared to our Yixian group's products. But some of them are quite effective. For example, this. Murong Qing took out a bead. It's a spatial bead. After crushing it, you can teleport 10 meters away. It's a one-time item. Murong Qing said. Luo Chenxi nodded. This kind of bead can allow a warrior to teleport suddenly. It's worth buying. Chapter 1679. Lin Xian found it rather fascinating. This thing can be mass-produced? Yes. This is the amazing part. This kind of thing can be mass-produced, which leads to the supply of this thing being unable to meet the demand. Even if they only produce 1 teleportation bead, because it is a consumable item and can even be called a necessity for warriors, it has caused a sensation in the continent. Lin Xian stroked his chin. This is rather impressive. To warriors, unless they were of the spatial attribute, how could they have spatial powers? However, this teleportation pearl could allow one to teleport 10 meters. This was truly ridiculous. Just a 10-meter teleportation could turn the tide of a battle. It was extremely useful in battle. Warriors of the spatial attribute had no use for it, but warriors of any other attribute could use it. Especially when most warriors weren't strong, such warriors needed it even more. Furthermore, if one had 100 of them, they could use them 100 times. 1,000 could use them 1,000 times. No matter how many of them there were, the supply would definitely exceed the supply. Even if they only produced 1 item, it would definitely make them rich. It's very impressive. They nodded. Each of us has at least a dozen of them, Zhao Yunqi said. That's right. This item is very useful, but I don't understand how it can be mass-produced. Then, Lin Xian looked at Ling Longshui. Ling Longshui said, in theory, this should be injected with spatial energy through some method. I can do it too, but no matter how weak the spatial energy is, if it's mass-produced, even a heavenly Dao realm cultivator wouldn't be able to do it. Furthermore, it's impossible for a heavenly Dao realm spatial warrior to do this every day, right? Lin Xian nodded. That's right. That's not realistic either. What about heaven and earth phase? It's possible that it's a natural spirit object. Huang, she said indifferently as she placed a pile of fruits on the table. But if it's some spatial type crystal, it's better to keep it for your own use. And for them to mass produce it, it means that this item isn't worth it to them. Or rather, there's a lot of it. Lin Xian nodded. This Yang group it's a hidden family. In the past few months, these hidden families have been keeping a low profile. However, they do have some skills. Even our Azura Palace has been attacked by them. Some of our members have been recruited by them. Bai Xian said, that's a small matter. It's understandable. However, their industry doesn't conflict with our Yashen group. We don't compete with them either. It can be considered a little. After all, they have established their reputation now. Moreover, there are some things that overlap with ours which will affect us. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Is the meal ready? I'm hungry. Lin Xian shouted towards the kitchen. What are you shouting for? Do it yourself. Miao Xiao shouted. Lin Xian, do you want to make some? Lan Xingxing said expectantly. Don't. Lin Xian just came back. Let him rest. Oh, that's right. Lan Xingxing nodded. In a desolate land with no one around, the entire ground was sealed in ice. Those who didn't know would think that it was the north and south poles of a world of ice and snow. Above the void, lightning flashed as the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energies were extremely exaggerated. Slowly, the aura dissipated as the ice and snow vanished. Clap, 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 clap. The rhythmic sound of clapping was heard. Linya opened her beautiful eyes. It was truly beautiful. The current Linya was completely different from the Linya from before. She already had that kind of very special temperament, especially now that her snow-white hair was especially beautiful. However, her eyes were even colder than before, as if she had hidden that touch of tenderness in the deepest part of her heart. Zhao Mengyue smiled as she walked towards Linya while clapping. Congratulations on advancing to the heavenly Dao realm. Linya glanced at her without saying a word. Why? By following me, you went from a puny mystic heaven realm to the heavenly Dao realm in a short year. Aren't you happy? Aren't you satisfied? Linya wiped her hands and said lightly, everyone's choice is different. Not everyone likes strength. How many times do I have to tell you? No one doesn't like strength. Zhao Mengyue said lightly. Boss is right. In this world, even a child would hope to possess great power. Sanguine Fiend, who was considered an old acquaintance, said. There was also a young man with thick spectacles sitting next to him. He looked a little fair and tender. Perhaps everyone likes strength, but there are some things that they are not willing to exchange for with strength. Linya said, did she really like strength? Was it really that absolute? Is it true that everyone likes strength? She didn't think so. Yes, she now possessed unimaginable strength, but this was definitely not what she wanted. And had she ever fantasized about possessing powerful strength? No, she could cultivate, but she just lacked attributes. However, she only wished to survive and earn money so that she could lead a better life with Shaoxian. She had never thought of increasing her strength. Perhaps she really did not have the time or the mental strength to enter the demon beast domain. Let me tell you a piece of good news. Zhao Mengyue did not continue the topic and instead changed the topic. Lin Xian is back. He should have become stronger. Upon hearing Lin Xian's name, Lin Ya's delicate body trembled slightly. Is this considered good news? Zhao Mengyue curled her lips. Lin Ya did not say a word. I promised you that I wouldn't deal with him, at least not now. At least, I won't do anything to him when he doesn't do anything to me. Zhao Mengyue said. However, Lin Xian had always been a huge knot in her heart. This was because Lin Xian was too terrifying. Now, Lin Xian was already at the Great Void Realm. He was probably 7, 8, or even 9 stars, right? She had promised Linya that she would not do anything to Lin Xian because Lin Xian had yet to reach the heavenly Tao. She would always pay attention to Lin Xian and completely erase him before he reached the heavenly Tao. In fact, there was no need for that. In her eyes, Lin Xian was already nothing. The forces around her were so powerful that Lin Xian could not fight against them. However, if Lin Xian reached the heavenly Tao, he would still be afraid. However, she really wanted to fight against Lin Xian now. She was no longer someone Lin Xian could fight against. Instead, she hoped that Lin Xian could grow. She enjoyed this feeling. She enjoyed stepping on Lin Xian, who had already grown up. She wanted him to see what she, Zhao Mengyue, who had once looked down on her, was now. Let's go. We still have work to do. Chapter 1680. What else did they have to do? It might be something big. For someone with great ambition and even a bit of a mental illness, the things they did might not be that simple. Boss, what are we going to do now? Are we going to control those human factions and make them ours? Blood Devil asked excitedly. Linya furrowed her brows. Heh! Zhao Mengyue sneered. I don't care about those human factions. I care about the entire human race. Zhao Yingming's eyes flickered. Boss, what should we do then? After all, we're alone. Small Glasses, who was sitting there, adjusted his glasses and said, I think the more important thing now is to consolidate our forces. I'll bring you guys to a place first and find that person. Boss is referring to Lin. Lin was powerful. He was once the leader of the 12 demon gods. He was also the strongest. Zhao Mengyue also needed this power. This was a power she absolutely couldn't lack. Once she obtained this power, she would be considered to have completely graduated. She didn't obtain all of the 12 demon gods' powers. Lin Xian snatched 2 of them, Dark Mist and Myriad Demonic Lightning. But for now, it was still going smoothly. Yes, the location has been confirmed. Let's go. After this, follow me to the devil race. We won't be staying in the human race for now. Linya furrowed her brows. Why are we going to the devil race? Zhao Yingming's lips curled up. Let's go to the human race together. Let me become the king of the human race. Ha 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 ha. Then, she looked up and laughed. On the other side, the girls in the room were eating very happily. Everyone was talking and laughing. It had been a long time since it was so lively. Little Tianny, you can't eat this. It's too spicy. Plus, you haven't grown teeth yet. An Xian hugged little Tianny and said carefully, they're all eating ghosts. A room full of eating ghosts. Murong Qing smiled. Eating is the way of the king. Oh right. What did you get from the God Awakening door? Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and asked while eating. 1 domain and then all my attributes are doubled. Lin Xian. All your attributes have doubled. Why are you so calm? Many of the girls were shocked. For others, this was a very terrifying increase. But for Lin Xian, this increase was not bad. He was quite satisfied with it, but it wasn't particularly heaven-defying. Then what's your current realm? 9 stars of the Great Void Stage. Lin Xian. So fast. Upon hearing Lin Xian's words, Lu Yufan and the others were secretly shocked. It's all right. Lin Xian scratched his head. I'm only at the domain realm. Lu Yufan pouted. The grand domain realm is already not bad. Continue to work hard and try to reach the Empyrean realm as soon as possible. That's amazing. Once you reach the Empyrean realm, don't think about increasing your cultivation realm too quickly. Lin Xian said. Okay. Time flies. Yi sighed. Yeah, it's really fast. Hey, what are you guys doing? Are you all tired of the secular world and want to become monks? Lin Xian said. That's not it. I really feel like time is flying by. She still remembered the first time she met Lin Xian at Tianhua Academy. At that time, everyone was so weak. Now, Lin Xian had become a super powerful existence. They were also working hard to improve. Your generation has already broken the norm. Bai Xian said. What do you mean by our generation? How much older are you than me? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. But it's true that the young people of this generation have improved their cultivation realm rapidly. They have already surpassed any other generation. Yeah, look at the others. They might not even reach the Great Void stage in their decades, but you guys are all in your 20s. Of course, there is also a difference between geniuses. You are all geniuses. This is normal. There are still a majority of people who can't reach such a high realm even if they work hard. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. I think it's all the same. Although we have a system in this era, the system will also determine your level based on your talent. The worse your talent, the more experience points you need to level up. It's not even something that hard work can make up for. Lin Xian said. That's true. Lin Xian, what are you going to do next? Are you going to break through the heavenly Tao? Lin Xian smiled and said, how can it be so easy to break through the heavenly Tao? This is a huge gap. It requires a great opportunity to break through in a short period of time. If there isn't such an opportunity, then it will depend on the situation. It's true that it's not so easy to break through the heavenly Tao, but it's just a matter of time for you. Maybe 8 or 9 years or 3 to 5 years. Ling Long Shui said. Will it take that long? Everyone? This is called long? To Lin Xian, this was called long. He had to return to Earth. His note clearly stated that he had to quickly advance to the heavenly Tao realm before returning to Earth. This was because there were still girls on Earth silently waiting for him. He couldn't make them wait for 5 or 10 years, right? It really won't be long. To the Fae, the heavenly Tao realm might take 100 years to break through, or even longer. To humans, the top geniuses will take 5 or 10 years without any opportunities. It might seem like many geniuses of your generation have reached the Great Void realm or the high levels of the Great Void realm, but the heavenly Tao realm is the key to widening the gap. Some people might be geniuses now, but they might not be able to advance to the heavenly Tao realm their entire lives. Some might need decades or centuries, while others only need a few years. This is where the gap widens. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Yeah, I got it. By the way, Xiao Linglong, the advancement of the heavenly Tao realm requires a very critical factor, right? Ling Long Shui nodded. Yes, there are 2 critical factors. First, the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual energies are sufficient to support your advancement to the heavenly Tao realm. This isn't difficult, but the second factor is difficult. The heavenly Tao is a very special realm. In fact, many people fail to advance to the heavenly Tao not because they lack talent, but because they lack soul power. When your soul power reaches a certain level, coupled with your talent and cultivation level, you can attempt to break through to the heavenly Tao. Soul power? Is the soul power our soul? Lan Xingxing asked while blinking her large eyes. You can say that. There are strong and weak soul powers, but most of the time you won't be able to sense its existence. This is because there are very few opportunities to use soul powers. For example, psyche, control, certain laws, etc. However, many things are closely related to soul powers. Chapter 1681. Lin Xian was well aware of this. Many martial artists would overlook soul power because they couldn't intuitively feel how it could help them. However, it was very, very important. Lin Xian had the law of creation and the law of destruction. Releasing these 2 laws required soul power, mental power, and spiritual power. Therefore, he knew how important soul power was. Therefore, when you are cultivating, you must remember to cultivate your soul power at all times. Linglong Shui looked at the group of girls and reminded them. Sister Linglong, how do we cultivate? Miao Xiaomiao asked. The cultivation of soul force is something you have to do when you are meditating. The cultivation of soul force is a very difficult thing. You might have to cultivate for 5 or 10 years before you can feel a slight increase in your soul force. Bing Lingyue nodded. Yes, generally speaking, if you want to increase your soul power, you can only rely on some heaven and earth spiritual items. However, these items are very rare, much rarer than any other heaven and earth spiritual items. Then what should we do? There is always a way. Although it is rare, it can be found. It is just a matter of whether it is strong or weak. After all, the strong ones are hard to find, and the ordinary ones are easy to find. Under normal circumstances, from now on, you should focus on increasing your soul power. Grasp every little thing that can increase your soul power. As long as you are talented enough, the heaven's way will not be a problem. Yes. What about me? Lin Xian looked at Linglong Shui. Linglong Shui pondered for a moment and said, "The strength of your soul power is already much stronger than ordinary warriors. It is not a problem for you to advance to the heaven's way. However, if you want to advance to the heaven's way more easily, you still need to increase your soul power." Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, I will pay attention from now on. After all, I am only at the 9 stars of the Great Void Realm. I still have 10 stars to prepare for the heaven's way." "Okay. What do you plan to do next?" Luo Chenxi asked. I want to do a lot of things, but I have no idea. Let's wait and see. I plan to spend some time with you guys," Lin Xian said with a smile. This was indeed what Lin Xian needed to do. It might not take a long time, a few days, a week, or half a month. Other things might be more important, including finding Linya. Of course, Lin Xian would definitely take this matter to heart. However, they really needed company. Otherwise, Lin Xian would really feel embarrassed. "Tell me, after leaving for so long, how could you not spend some time with them? Especially since all of them were so magnanimous. They were all very nice." "TSK, who needs your company?" Miao Xiaomiao mumbled. "Just you wait. When the time comes, I will definitely beat you up." "TSK. It's getting late. Everyone should go back and rest." Lin Xian glanced at the time and said, "All right, then we'll head back first. Everyone, rest early." Then, the girls left in a grandiose manner. Previously, the house was so crowded that it was about to explode. Now that they left, they suddenly felt that although there were still a few people, it was still very spacious. With a thought, Lin Xian released the law of creation and the entire house became exceptionally clean. This was too comfortable. The law of creation was too useful. That is getting late. Everyone should go to sleep. Cough, cough. Sleep. Lin Xian said awkwardly. They obviously knew what this bitch wanted to do. "And then let's all rest." Hey, little Icy," Lin Xian called out to Yi Renbing. "And that? Little Sure, help take care of her tonight." Lin Xian smiled awkwardly. "Hey, shameless." Ling Longyue couldn't help but spit. "I'm going to sleep with them." Then, she released the power of space and disappeared. Lin Xian scratched his head. Yi Renbing's lips curled up slightly. "It's tiring enough to take care of one. You can leave little Sure to Lingyue." Lin Xian looked at Bing Lingyue. And, "Okay." Bing Lingyue nodded. Then little Sure was carried away by her and Huang Shi. Clatter. Lin Xian turned off the lights. Everyone returned to their rooms. Lin Xian and Linglong Shui went back to her room. If one were to say that Lin Xian liked anyone, he would like anyone. If one were to ask him to choose, he would not be able to pick anyone. However, there would always be a few girls who treated Lin Xian differently. These girls were all so beautiful and noble. Lin Xian would have to find one of them. Actually, there was no need to think too much. It was obviously Ling Longshui. The others also knew in their hearts that compared to Linglong Shui, they were different in Lin Xian's heart. "Xiao Linglong, I missed you so much." Lin Xian hugged her as soon as they entered the room. Linglong Shui had now completely adapted to Lin Xian's identity. She had also adapted to Lin Xian's touch. They were already an old couple. Although it wasn't a lot this time, they already had a baby. She completely regarded herself as Lin Xian's woman. "Go take a shower." Linglong Shui pushed Lin Xian and said. Of course, she knew what was going to happen next. To be honest, Lin Xian was going to suffocate to death. It had really been a long time. Although he was with Mu Qingya at that time, to be honest, Lin Xian didn't touch her much afterward because Lin Xian had been using the law of creation to create all kinds of things for them. Of course, Lin Xian didn't remember now. In any case, he just felt that he was suffocating. The main thing was that Xiao Linglong was too beautiful and so fairy-like. Even if Lin Xian wasn't suffocating now, he couldn't hold it in at all. Okay? Let's kiss first and then go take a shower. Then, Linglong Shui was helplessly spat on by Lin Xian. Let's go take a shower together. Linglong Shui? Lin Xian directly carried her up and walked to the bathroom indoors. After a big battle. During this period, your sister appeared a few times. She only left behind some power, but I think she should be fine. Linglong Shui lay there and said, "Well, I don't know where little fairy is now." Lin Xian sighed. "A month ago, I tracked them once, but their tracks were not fixed. They don't have an absolutely fixed place. There are only a few of them, and they can go to the ends of the earth. I can't find them if I don't completely lock down their location." Linglong Shui shook her head. "It's okay. There will always be a way. All right." Lin Xian suddenly slapped his forehead. "Did my sister try to contact you?" Linglong Shui shook her head. "I don't know. Anyway, I didn't receive any contact. I went to the restaurant you mentioned before once in a while, but there was no news." Chapter 1682. The only place where Lin Xian could contact Linya was the small restaurant where they used to eat together. Previously, Lin Xian had indeed received some news from Linya, but since then he hadn't received any news. However, Lin Xian could understand that it would be very difficult for Linya to find an opportunity. Perhaps she really didn't have any special news to give him? No, that shouldn't be the case. It should be that Linya also knew that Lin Xian wasn't here. He had gone to the God's Awakening door, so she didn't find an opportunity to go there and give Lin Xian any news. And it's fine. As long as little fairy is fine, it's fine. I'll go take a look later. It shouldn't be difficult to find any news about her. Linglong Shui nodded. And it shouldn't be difficult. Many of their movements are very high profile. They will go to a place in a high profile manner, do something, and leave behind a bunch of traces. Lin Xian laughed. So it shouldn't be difficult. Actually, I don't have to go find little fairy, but I have to do it before she carries out her true ambitions and plans. Her ambitions were nothing more than that. But to realize these ambitions, ambition alone wasn't enough. You had to have the ability, and this ability wasn't enough. You had to have the capital to reach a certain level. Although the 12 demon gods were powerful, the 12 demon gods who had once brought chaos to the world were not only powerful, but each of them had reached a certain level of strength. Their realms were high enough that they were above everyone else. Tell me, although Zhao Mengyue has so much power now, how can she raise this power to the point where it's above everyone else? Impossible. How could she do something that the entire human race and the entire demon race couldn't? This wasn't realistic. However, there was indeed a thorny problem. Her influence was too small. She only had a few people, and those people were all top-notch experts. They also didn't have a fixed territory. It was too difficult to lock onto their position and capture them. This wasn't something that could be done with space. In order to do so, there were two conditions. Either they were fixed at a certain place and you already knew that place, or you knew where they were going in advance. Otherwise, even Lin Xian, even Linglong Shui couldn't lock onto them, so how could you find Linya? Now, there were only two things that Lin Xian needed to do. First, raise his strength to the heavenly Tao realm. Only then would he have absolute capital. Second, find Linya. These were Lin Xian's two tasks at the moment. Rest. If there's anything else, we'll talk about it when you wake up. Lin Xian hugged Linglong Shui's delicate body. Yes. Then they fell asleep. Lin Xian slept soundly, and so did Linglong Shui. Early the next morning, Lin Xian was woken up by the fragrance coming from outside through the crack in the door. When he woke up, he realized that Linglong Shui had woken up at some point in time. Holy shit! How could he sleep so soundly? Lin Xian didn't even notice that the person beside him had woken up, opened the door, walked out, and closed the door. Perhaps it's because I'm sleeping too soundly at Xiao Linglong's place. Lin Xian chuckled. He didn't know how long it had been since he had such a feeling. No matter how he slept, He would always leave a wisp of his perception to pay attention to his surroundings. But with Linglong Shui, Lin Xian was absolutely relaxed. In the past, he needed to release his perception to protect himself and the people around him. But here he was protected. He could completely sleep. After all, there was a house full of heavenly Dao realm experts. Lin Xian looked out the window. It was raining heavily today. It was too early, so the light was still very dim. Lin Xian opened the door and walked into the living room. The living room's lights were lit and it was especially dazzling. There was an exquisite breakfast on the table. Bing Lingyue, Yi Renbing, Huang Shi, Linglong Shui, Little Tianyi, and Little Shirshir had all woken up. They were sitting around the table and eating breakfast. "Morning," Lin Xian said. "Morning. You must be exhausted from last night." Yi Renbing hugged Tianyi and said as she fed him, "Lin Xian. Hey, don't drive." Lin Xian sat over. "Little Shirshir, hug me." Lin Xian looked at Little Shirshir who was sitting there eating and couldn't help but hug her. "No," Little Shirshir said in a childish voice. "Look, Little Shirshir despises you." "What? This is called liking me." Lin Xian then forcefully hugged her in his arms and teased this girl with a smile. But Little Shirshir only had eyes for delicious food. "When are you going back?" Lin Xian then looked at Huang Shi and asked. Huang Shi paused in her eating. "What? You want this sovereign to go back?" She stared at Lin Xian. No, that's not what I meant. I'm just concerned about you. You have the entire demon god temple to take care of, and no one is as busy as you. I'm not afraid that you'll cause trouble. Come on, you just don't know what to talk about." Yi Renbing exposed Lin Xian. He shook his head helplessly. "Bullshit. I'm a fucking Casanova. How can I not know how to talk to girls?" Lin Xian was immediately unhappy. Huang Shi then said indifferently, "This sovereign knows more about the demon god temple than you, so you don't need to worry." "Oh, that. What about Shui Bingxin and Shui Binglan? I didn't see them come last night." Lin Xian looked at Yi Renbing and asked, "Why? Do you miss them?" "I'm just asking." Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. "They have their own things to do. If you want to see them, this sovereign will ask them to come back in a few days." "Okay." Lin Xian shrugged. "What are you going to do today?" Bing Lingyue asked. "Me. It's raining outside, and there's nothing much to do. I'll accompany you guys, and then I'll go to the Yashen group to have a look. I can't accept that a company with the same experience as the Yashen group will overshadow me." They looked at Lin Xian and then Bing Lingyue said, "In fact, no matter what, there's no way to overshadow the Yang group. Their teleportation bead is a necessity. Compared to human warriors, it's more necessary than healing potions and spiritual energy recovery potions. Healing potions and spiritual energy recovery potions are produced by many companies, but only the Yang group produces teleportation beads. They have a monopoly." Lin Xian nodded. "I know. I'm just trying to see if there's any way. In this world, only I, Lin Xian, can be in the limelight. No one else can." They shook their heads helplessly. After dinner, Lin Xian accompanied them for a while. After all, it was raining outside, and there was nothing much to do. Then Lin Xian went to the Yashen group. He hadn't been there for a long time. Chapter 1683. The Art Shen group was on the right track. There was nothing wrong with Luo Chenxi and Murong Qing, two beautiful and capable women, leading the Art Shen group. Lin Xian arrived at the Art Shen group and walked in. "Hello. Who are you looking for?" The beautiful receptionist stopped Lin Xian and asked politely with a smile. "Oh, I'm looking for your boss." "Excuse me. May I know who you are? Do you have an appointment?" She asked politely, obviously not knowing who Lin Xian was. "Well, I don't have an appointment. Give Murong Qing a call and tell her that Lin Xian is here to see her." Lin Xian was helpless. After all, it had been so long and Lin Xian rarely came to the Art Shen group. There were no familiar faces here. Even if there were, they would not be in this hall. Lin Xian did not know who to talk to even if he wanted to. He could not say that he was the boss of this group, could he? What was awkward was that he had given all his shares to them. Of course, there was still a small part of the shares with the evil fiend temple. Thinking of this, Lin Xian suddenly realized, fuck, there was still the evil fiend temple. He almost forgot. Now, the people of the evil fiend temple still thought that he and Murong Yu had taken their poison pills and their lives were in their hands. Lin Xian and Murong Feng were playing a big game of chess to completely destroy the evil fiend temple. He had forgotten about this. He had to ask Murong Qing. I'm sorry, Boss Qing is entertaining very important guests. She may not have time for now. What about Luo Chenxi? Boss Luo is also here. The receptionist felt that the man in front of her was not simple. He actually called the two bosses by their full names. Sir, I'll take you to the lounge to wait. I'll inform you when the time comes. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. About an hour later, Murong Qing and Luo Chenxi personally escorted a few people down. Lin Xian heard the commotion and came out as well. You don't have to send me off. I'll take my leave first. The handsome man said. Take care. Then, he left the Art Xian group with a few people. Murong Qing and Luo Chenxi also saw Lin Xian. What happened? Lin Xian leaned over and asked. Let's talk upstairs. Yes. Then they went upstairs. The young lady at the front desk opened her mouth. Hey, you? Who is that person? Why can you speak to President Qing and President Luo directly? I don't know either. I've never seen it before. At this time, a cleaning lady who was sweeping the floor passed by and said, Him? He is the real boss of our Yashen group. The Yashen group was established by him. Hiss. Their faces were filled with shock. That's not right. I heard that Yashen group was established by President Lin in the past. He is Boss Lin's younger brother. I see. Lin Xian, Murong Qing, and Luo Chenxi arrived at an office. That person is from the Yang group. Luo Chenxi poured a cup of tea for Lin Xian and said, Oh. What are you here for? He said that he is here to talk about cooperation. In fact, he has other ideas. Oh yes, he is also one of President Qing's suitors. Lin Xian looked at Murong Qing. Come on. Murong Qing laughed and said, Only his face is better than Lin Xian's. As for the rest, it's really not good. Especially that kind of confidence that seems like the whole world can't compare to him. I can't stand it. Hey. Lin Xian glared at her. Are you kidding? But he does have the capital. The Yang family is a top existence among the reclusive families, and he is the eldest son of the Yang family. Today, he came here mainly to say that he wants to develop the Yang Group's industry in Lin and City, and Lin and City is now the territory of our Yashen Group. Lin Xian said, Lin and City is almost under our Yashen Group now, isn't it? What are you thinking? Do you think that we can easily take over a city with only one company? But that's basically what I mean. Murong Qing said. However, it's quite troublesome now. Previously, there was no industry that could shake our Yashen group. Therefore, we invested almost all of our investments in the acquisition of Lin and City. This caused the Yang group to have quite a big impact on us now. If they forcibly compete with us for Lin and City, we are likely to be in big trouble. Luo Chenxi said at this time. Are you serious? Lin Xian opened his mouth. However, they will also have to pay a huge price, but we will have to see if they are willing to pay this price. Looking at them, Lin and City seems to be of great significance to their Yang family, but I can't guess what it is. If they insist on doing this, then it must be of great significance, such as strategic significance. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Then how are we going to get through this crisis? Lin Xian asked. Murong Qing looked at Lin Xian and said, It's simple. It's nothing more than money. It's useless even with the Holy Temple supporting us. Big brother, the Holy Temple values you more than the Yashen Group. You and the Yashen Group are more important. Even if we borrow money from the Holy Temple, it's such a large sum of money. This is not something that your dear Uncle Murong can make the decision. Do you understand? Lin Xian shrugged. I'll think of another way. How much do we need? Hundreds of thousands or billions. Only then can we completely guarantee that there won't be any problems in the short term. Or we can give up monopolizing Lin and city and shrink this circle. Lin Xian said, how can we give up when things have already come to this? I'll think of a way. By the way, about the evil fiend temple's controlling stake, has anything happened in the past 3 months? It's fine if you don't talk about this. Now that you mention it, I get angry. Murong Qing took a sip of tea. In the past 3 months, the evil fiend temple has taken a lot of money from the Yishen group. Although they don't have many shares, they are shares of the Yishen group after all. This money is not a small amount. They don't care about the crisis of the Yishen group. They only care about using the money to develop themselves. This is a small matter. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. But the Yang group's teleportation pearl is indeed an invincible project. What other project can guarantee an absolute profit like the teleportation pearl? It's a consumable and a necessity, and there will always be people buying it? Lin Xian thought. Many things in the Yishen group were very exaggerated, but compared to the teleportation pearl's usage rate and consumption rate, it was much worse. What? Genius Lin, are you planning to have a good fight with the Yang family? It's simple. If you can sell the attribute increasing potion on a large scale, the funds will be in place in a short time. But this is not realistic. No. I want to do something new. It's time to let some people who overestimate themselves understand where the gap is. Chapter 1684. Lin Xian had never been afraid of anyone in this aspect. Damn! With the system, how could he be surpassed by others in terms of business? There were still several missions in the system that Lin Xian had not completed. At most, he could ask the system lady to change the mission rewards. What do you have in mind? To be honest, the Yang group was indeed powerful. The teleportation bead was really profitable. Although the Yishen group was not afraid, after all, they each earned their own profits. However, as the Yishen group had invested almost all of its profits into the acquisition of Lin and City, the Yishen group did not have that much capital now. If the Yang group really had any designs on the Yishen group would be greatly affected. There were 2 ways. They could either earn more money or sell off the properties in Lin and City. However, they had just bought so much. If they sold and bought, they would suffer a huge loss. Moreover, they would really be treated as a joke. Instead, the Yang group would succeed. Obviously, they could not leave. Lin Xian shook his head. No. Tisk. Murong Qing rolled her eyes. It doesn't matter. Anyway, we are already big enough. We have enough capital. As long as the Yang group doesn't use force, there will be no problem. Even if they do, we are not to be trifled with. Luo Chenxi said. In fact, they still had a lot of confidence in the Yishen group's capital. This was not something that others could easily compare to. However, this capital had basically become an inherent asset. This was quite awkward. What inherent asset? It was the entire Lin and City. Most of the residential areas, shopping malls, schools, shops, and so on in Lin and City had been acquired by them. Therefore, in simple terms, Lin and City had almost become an inherent asset of the Yishen group. If the house you bought was another developer's, then sorry, it was equivalent to buying the Yishen group. The entire land also belonged to the Yishen group. This was the reason why the Yishen group was still afraid of the Yang group even though they had earned so much money these days. Another sad thing was that the evil fiend temple had lost a lot of their money. Let's have a meal together later. Lin Xian said. Didn't we just eat last night? That's different. That was a gathering for everyone. Today it's us. Murong Qing stared at Lin Xian. Are you up to something again? Hey, I'm very sincere. Let's talk about work. On the other side, young Master Yang, can we take down the Art Shen group? They followed Yang Tian and asked respectfully. Yang Tian revealed a confident smile, as though he had everything under control. This Yishen group is indeed not simple. Before the Yang family was born, this young master had already paid attention to this Yishen group, but they lost because they were too arrogant. They completely believe that no capital can shake them. They even didn't hesitate to spend almost all of their capital to acquire the entire Lin and City. What a pity. Yang Tian lit a cigarette and took a puff. It's a pity that they don't think there's any capital that can shake them, especially with the divine temple standing behind them. They are even less afraid, so they don't even wait for a period of time to buy when they have more capital. Instead, they buy while making money. They simply don't put capital in their eyes. But now the Yang family can do it. Yang Tian rubbed his chin. But with the Yang family's capital, wouldn't it be difficult? Yang Tian sneered. Call headquarters and tell them to hold a press conference tomorrow. It's time for those 2 items to be sold. Yes. Yang Tian cracked his neck and sneered. So what if this Yashin group has the Divine Temple's support? It's not the Divine Temple's support, it's just Murong Feng standing behind them. My Yang family also has a place in the 12 Elders Association of the Divine Temple. Murong Feng is the master of the Divine Temple. But don't think that just because he's the master of the Divine Temple, the entire Divine Temple belongs to him and the Murong family. Perhaps it was like this a long time ago, but after so many years of development, there are no longer any forces. He only belongs to one person, one family. Of course, this refers to the major forces. The Divine Temple has the 12 Elders Association. What does the 12 Elders Association mean? Simply put, the Divine Temple is divided into 12 parts, led by 12 families or forces. The Murong family is one of the 12 Elders Association, and so is the Yang family. Therefore, there are some things that cannot be decided by the Murong family alone. Therefore, he is not afraid of the Divine Temple's possible support for the Yashin group. Now, the Yang family's capital is not enough to shake the Yashin group, but what if a product like the teleportation pearl appears in the market? Then, in a short time, their capital will be enough to shake the Yashin group. Kaizi, let's go. Follow me around Lin and City. Yes, young master. Then Yang Tian led his loyal follower around Lin and City. Young master, I have a question. Yang Tian looked at Lin and City and said calmly, What is it? Ask away. That is, why must we take over Lin and City? Yang Tian took a puff of his cigarette and said calmly, This matter involves a lot of things, but the reason is very simple. Lin and City is a treasure trove. Treasure trove? Kai Zi asked doubtfully. Yes, over the years, the family has researched something. Lin and City is located in a dragon vein in the entire sky blue planet. A dragon vein in the entire continent? But I don't feel that there is anything special about Lin and City. That's because you can't feel it now. After a while, maybe a year, maybe 3 years, Lin and City will become a very exaggerated place. Lin and City will become a place that the entire human race will protect with their lives, and the Yang family must take over this place. That's right, the first thing the Yang family did when they came out was to attack the Yashin group and Lin and City. Others did not understand, but only a few people in the Yang family knew about this matter. So powerful? Yang Tian nodded. Yes, very powerful indeed. The Yashin group has already set their sights on Lin and City a long time ago, even going so far as to buy over Lin and City and make it their territory. In the eyes of others, they do not understand, because this is a city that borders the territory of the demon race. Other companies are running away, but they are holding on. From this, it can be seen that the people behind them know the reason, and they must take over Lin and City. Lin Xian did not know at all, he just randomly chose it. Chapter 1685. To Lin Xian, it was all a coincidence. He really did not know of such a saying. If he knew, then others would know as well. How could Lin Xian's art pavilion group get Lin and City so easily? Yang Tian continued, If Lin and City falls into the Yang family's hands, do you know what the benefits are? Kai Zi shook his head. The benefits are that the Yang family will become the strongest family in the entire continent. The Yang family will control the entire dragon vein in Lin and City. Moreover, even if the shifters target us, the entire human race, the 3 major forces, and all the other forces will have to protect Lin and City. They might even risk their lives to protect Lin and City because the human race will never give up the dragon vein to the shifters. Yang Tian said excitedly. What did the dragon vein mean? Simply put, it was the lifeline of a place. For example, if a force's family had a lot of resources, it could even be the lifeline of their family. If you cut off their lifeline, it could be an underground mine. Their family's fortune would be cut off. This was definitely not a joke. The dragon vein was the lifeline of the entire continent, not the entire human race, including the shifters. It was the lifeline of the entire sky blue planet. What benefits would such a place bring? No one knew, but it was unimaginable. But if that's the case, even if Lin and City falls into our hands, it's normal for others to take it away by force. After all, the Yang family can't stop the entire continent from fighting for it, right? Yang Tian smiled and said, "Fighting for it? After Lin and City is legally our territory, who do you think would dare to fight for it? Unless the entire human race is in chaos, so much so that no one cares about the internal strife. Only then would it be taken away. But do you think the human race will be so chaotic now? It's impossible. No matter what, it's impossible. As long as the three major forces are still around, the human race will not be in chaos. And it's impossible for the three major forces to be gone. So there's no need to worry." "I see." Yang Tian rubbed his chin and said, "The rest will depend on when we take down Linen City and force them to withdraw their control. The Yang family will have this capital very soon. Who told them to change their capital into inherent assets? The Yang family never wanted to bankrupt the Yashen Group. No matter what they did, it was impossible. However, the Yashen Group had exchanged their money for their inherent assets. This led to an economic war. The Yashen Group was no match for the Yang Group unless they sold off their inherent assets. Therefore, Yang Group's idea was to let them sell it off and then take over it themselves. From there, they would slowly take control of Lin and City. That was their goal. At the very least, they could split Lin and City with Yashen Group. Let's go and have a drink." After that, Yang Tian brought Kai Zi to a famous bar in Lin and City. Although it was daytime, there were still many people in the bar, and there were also many beautiful women. On the contrary, there were more rich and elegant ladies who were willing to stay in this kind of high-end bar. Of course, they also liked to stay in noisy bars. What was the purpose of going to a bar? Picking up girls. Yang Tian had heard that Lin and City had a lot of beautiful women. It was very exaggerated. Many famous beauties were in Lin and City. At first, he did not believe it, which city did not have beautiful women. But later on, he took a look on the internet. Oh my God! A group of beautiful women shopping. Each of them was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Each of them had their own merits. It was too shocking. He liked Murongqing. To be precise, he liked any beautiful woman, be it Murongqing or Luochensi. He liked them all. However, he could only express his love to one woman on the surface. He liked Murongqing because he knew that Murongqing was the biological sister of Master Murong of the Divine Temple. That was extraordinary. They came to the bar and found a place to sit down. The entire bar had a good atmosphere and was not too noisy. Although it was daytime, there were still many people. Basically, everyone was sitting there, drinking wine, eating snacks, and listening to the beautiful women singing on the stage. Young master, beautiful women, beautiful women. Although there were many beautiful women here, there were a few that caught their attention at a glance. Most importantly, there were many people surrounding that area. Yang Tian looked over. Hiss! Occasionally, the bright lights would shine on their faces, highlighting their beautiful features. They were really beautiful. They seemed to be very famous. Yang Tian looked over in confusion. It was normal for beautiful women to have people hitting on them. However, there were many people hitting on them. They were asking for autographs. I think so. They seemed to be famous celebrities. That's right. They were Miao Xiaomiao, and Xian, Ziqiue, Lu Yufan, Zhao Yunqi, and Yi. They had nothing to do today, so they came over to drink and chat. They originally wanted to invite that shameless Lin Xian over, but this guy said that he had a beautiful woman to accompany him. They were helpless. Heavenly consort, can you give me an autograph? Ziqiue smiled. I'm no longer a celebrity. In my eyes, Heavenly Consort will always be my idol and an Xian. Oh my God! I didn't expect to see you here. They gave these people autographs helplessly. After the song ended, The beauty smiled and said into the microphone, "Today, I'm very honored to meet two idols that I respect and admire very much. They like to sing, and to me they really have a great effect. I think everyone must want to hear the two of you sing. I wonder if Heavenly Concubine and Princess and Excian can satisfy us?" Then there was a burst of cheers. Under such circumstances, and Excian and Zichiue were really embarrassed to refuse. "Then let's play." Zichiue walked up with a smile. "It's Heavenly Consort Zichiue," Kai Zi said excitedly. "She's so beautiful." Yang Tian liked this kind of mature and elegant woman. He took a sip of wine and watched Zichiue walk up. And Excian also walked up. Although she was very beautiful, he naturally preferred Zichiue to this kind of mature and noble woman. "I haven't sung for a long time." Zichiue smiled and said into the microphone, "Then today, I'll sing with an Excian a song that made her famous. One of the songs, Coral Sea, written and composed by Lin Xian. I'll give it to everyone." Then there was a burst of cheers and screams. A beautiful voice slowly sounded. After the song ended, amidst the thunderous applause, Yang Tian took a flower and walked over with a smile. He handed it to Zichiue and an Excian. "Thank you." The two women nodded politely. "You're welcome. Today is really a good day. I'm lucky to hear such a beautiful voice. Of course, the most important thing is to see such a beautiful woman." Yang Tian looked at Zichiue with a smile and said. Chapter 1686. Yang Tian really felt that Lin and City was very strange. The beauties in Lin and City were really more beautiful than in other places. In fact, he could not be sure about this, but it was obvious that he had prey in Lin and City. He had seen too many beauties, but this level was really rare. Zichiue still smiled and nodded politely. "Thank you." Then she said to everyone, "Everyone, have fun. Thank you." Then the two women walked down amidst the cheers. Yang Tian also walked over with a smile. At first, he could not see them clearly from afar. But when he got closer, oh my God! Each and every one of them was unbelievably beautiful. "Beauties, may I sit here?" Yang Tian asked with a smile. "Sorry, no." Hey, of course no problem," Lu Yufan said with a smile. They glanced at Lu Yufan. "Thank you. Kaizi, go and get a few bottles of good wine." "Yes, young master." Yang Tian then smiled and said to them, "This is my first time in Lin and City. I've met so many beauties on my first day in Lin and City. It's simply a blessing of 3 lifetimes. Let me introduce myself. I'm Yang Tian from the reclusive family." He had directly revealed his identity. One had to know that people were all vain, but the degree of vanity varied. Recently, the news of the reclusive family was so popular. Everyone knew that even the weakest of the reclusive family was very strong. If Yang Tian directly revealed his identity, wouldn't these girls have a good impression of him out of vanity? Of course they would. "So it's the reclusive family. Is it the reclusive Yang family?" Miao Xiaomiao asked. "Yes." "Wow! Does the Yang group belong to your family?" Lu Yufan exclaimed. The corner of Yang Tian's mouth curled up slightly. Then he nodded. "I'm not talented, but the Yang group was founded by me. Of course, the Yang family's support, including funds and connections." "Wow!" They cried out in surprise. Of course, it was more of an act. At first, Lu Yufan's idea was very simple. It was so boring. Since someone came to strike up a conversation, he might as well chat with them. Who knows, they might even pay for him. Although they were not short of money, they were all at the age where they liked to play except for Zichiue. However, ever since Zichiue became famous, she hadn't had a chance to play properly. Instead, she wanted to play with everyone even more. She was their big sister, but she liked to play with them. There was no barrier between them, and they had a lot of topics to talk about. Other than playing, they also made music together, shot music videos together, and went to the demonic beast domain together to improve their cultivation. They were very happy. Although they had all retired from the entertainment industry, music was still their hobby and they would occasionally release music. But now it was different. At first, they only wanted to play, But now that they knew that Yang Tian was from the Yang group, they had other thoughts. Although they all used the Yang group's teleportation pearl, they also knew that the Yang group was a big opponent for the Yashen group. Moreover, the Yang group seemed to be targeting the Yashen group. This was what Lin Xian heard when he was chatting with Luo Chenxi and Murong Qing during dinner last night. And this person also said that he was the one who founded the Yang group. That was amazing. They might be able to get some information. Yang Tian laughed in his heart when he heard the exclamation. He. It's a small matter. A small matter. You look so young. Did you really establish the Yang group? You're so amazing. Lu Yufan's little mouth opened slightly, looking as if she was admiring him. Yes, everything was done by this young master personally, including the teleportation bead. Hearing this news, their eyes lit up. This news was very important. Lin Xian and the others meant that the teleportation pearl gave them a lot of pressure. What if they could get something out of it? Wow, all of us are using the teleportation pearl. Lu Yufan then took out a few pearls. Yes. Yang Tian smiled and nodded. Then you have to use it more. This thing is equivalent to having an additional teleportation ability. It's very important. I'll give you a few teleportation pearls that can teleport you hundreds or thousands of meters away. Really? Yang Tian smiled and nodded. Of course. It's my duty to give something to a beauty. Thank you. This teleportation pearl can teleport you more than 10 meters away. Zhao Yunqi was also a smart girl. Since everyone was trying to get information out of them, she naturally started as well. Of course, it's just that we don't sell them. For example, an ordinary teleportation pearl consumes 1 spatial energy. However, teleportation of 1,000 meters consumes hundreds of spatial energy instead of 100. It's completely unnecessary to use it to make money. It's better to make all of them into teleportation pearls that can teleport you 10 meters away and win with quantity. The rest is more for personal use and important transactions with others. Yang Tian smiled and said, So that's how it is. Miao Xiaomiao blinked and asked, Brother Yang, what are you doing in Linen City? Isn't the Yang group located far, far away? Yang Tian smiled and said, I'm actually here to talk about business. I didn't expect to meet such beautiful girls here. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. He didn't realize that they were trying to get information out of him. It was mainly because he didn't expect that they were Lin Xian's people. He didn't even know who Lin Xian was. He only knew that there was such a person. He really didn't know what he looked like. Maybe it was because he was too conceited. Young Master Yang is going to give us such precious teleportation pearls. Shouldn't we toast him? Zichiyue said with a smile. Drink mine, Kai Zi. Young Master, I'm coming. Kai Zi ran over with good wine. I should be the one toasting you. Yang Tian said with a smile. He thought that these girls had a good impression of him after hearing his identity. They even began to take the initiative to court him. After 3 rounds of drinking. When drinking, especially in a crowded place like a bar, do you think Yang Tian would deliberately use his spirit power to dissolve the alcohol? No, Miao Xiaomiao secretly put some drugs in the wine. The effect was not obvious. It was just that he didn't even realize that he was drunk. In addition, the girls were having a lot of fun playing rock, paper, scissors, drinking and so on, causing Yang Tian to forget about everything else as well. Young Master, it's getting late. We still have things to do. Kai Zi reminded him. Get lost. Can't you see? I'm busy? Chapter 1687. Yang Tian was obviously the kind of person who lived in seclusion. He might know a lot about conspiracies, but he wasn't so vigilant about these small things. Coupled with the fact that he had just been born, the media's comments about the Yang family made him feel smug. There was also his extremely high realm and this very safe place. Even though it seemed like there was only one rich guy by his side, in fact, there were several experts of the Yang family secretly protecting him and watching him. It was just that he couldn't hear what they were saying. However, once he was in danger, those people would definitely make a move. So, under such circumstances, what was Yang Tian worried about? Yang Tian then said to Kai Zi, Go where you should go. Don't bother me. Kai Zi hesitated for a moment, thinking that his young master had top experts protecting him and that he didn't want him to follow him. He walked away. Come, come, come. Let's continue drinking. Yang Tian smiled and greeted them. Miao Xiaomiao saw that it was about time. She poured wine for Yang Tian and asked with a smile, Big brother Yang, how are you so powerful? You can create a teleportation pearl that even changed the face of the continent at such a young age. You're really strong. Yang Tian smiled and said, It's nothing. Let me tell you, the Yang Group will release another shocking product in 2 days. What is it? Yang Tian smiled and said, Then I'll tell you. Anyway, the press conference will be held soon. It's a product I call the Divine Power Pill. Yang Tian nodded. That's right, the Divine Power Pill. After taking it, one's strength will increase by 1/3 in 1 to 3 minutes. There's also the Divine Speed Pill. After taking it, one's speed will increase by 1/3 in 1 to 3 minutes. This effect can even increase the speed of a heavenly venerable by 1/5. They looked at each other. Obviously, once this was released, it would definitely be a hit. And the key was that it was a one-time consumable. In terms of shock, it was definitely not as shocking as the Yashen Group's products. However, their advantage was that it was a one-time consumable. After using it, they still had to buy it and use it again. This allowed them to continuously make money. This was the advantage of the Yang Group. This increase was huge. Think about it. Eating something that could increase one's speed and strength by 1/3. Who wouldn't want this free increase? It was really a huge increase in combat power. Even a heavenly venerable could increase by 1/5. Once this thing was released, it would be a situation of people fighting for it. However, these were obviously not as powerful as the teleportation pearl. Of course, they were definitely very strong. Then Big Brother Yang, I really don't understand. How can you make things like the teleportation bead? According to my understanding, teleportation is achieved by spirit tools or attributes. However, this teleportation pearl is not a spirit tool. Can only be considered a consumable item. Why can it achieve teleportation? It's really amazing, and it can even produce such a large amount. Then he drank a mouthful of wine and said, About this, there's no harm in telling you guys. In our Yang family, we have a very top-notch space crystal. It's very big. This space crystal is the size of a fist, and the space energy inside is enough to create millions of teleportation beads. Hearing this, they looked at each other. Then, what about the Divine Power Pill and the Divine Speed Pill? About this, it's actually nothing. These things are just refined from some formulas. It's a bit similar to pills, but the cost is very, very low. Moreover, they are all diluted. They can even double one's strength and speed. Only our Yang family has this formula. If you want burp, when the time comes, this young master will give you some divine power pills and divine speed pills that can double one's speed and strength. Yang Tian said, Thank you, Big Brother Yang. They probably already knew. This was definitely very important news. Time slowly passed, and they probably already knew what they wanted to know. This young master is telling you. In the future, Lin and City will fall into my hands. You can go wherever you want. Be my women. You will definitely be the happiest people in the world. Yang Tian was really drunk and was floating in the sky. Big Brother Yang wants Lin and City? Why is that? Miao Xiaomiao asked. Because Yang Tian suddenly became a little sober. Or rather, he subconsciously kept telling himself that this was definitely a secret that could not be said. I'll tell you later, burp. Alright, but Lin and City has the Yashen Group. Che Yashen Group? When the God Power Pill and God Speed Pill are released, the Yashen Group can only obediently admit defeat under the attack of my Yang Group. They looked at each other again. Big Brother Yang, you drank too much. It's getting late, you should go back and rest early. The people protecting Yang Tian were all paying attention to Yang Tian. However, they were very secretive and would not come out easily. They also could not hear Yang Tian's words, so they did not know what Yang Tian had exposed. In fact, the things that Yang Tian exposed were not considered fatal. For example, the space crystal. Would they be afraid that someone would steal it from their Yang family? Who would have the ability and courage to do so? However, they definitely could not let others know about it easily. Of course, Yang Tian wanted to have sex with little Missy, but now that he was drunk and had eaten something similar to a drug that Miao Xiao Miao had secretly put in him, he did not know what he wanted to do now. And then, see you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yang Tian wobbled as he walked away. I'll tell Lin Xian first. Miao Xiao Miao then called Lin Xian and told him about the situation. Oh, really? How did you know? Hearing Miao Xiao Miao's words, Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Okay, I got it. By the way, he seems to want to compete with you for control of Lin and City, but we didn't find out why. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, this information is very important. Thank you for your hard work. Not as hard as you. What are you doing? Shopping with a girl. Bastard. Go to hell. Miao Xiao Miao angrily hung up the phone. They invited him over for a drink, but he did not come and went shopping with another girl. How shameless. What's wrong? Murong Qing asked. Lin Xian told her what happened. Yang Tian, is it? What a coincidence, Yang Tian actually bumped into them. But, could this be intentional? You're saying that Yang Tian deliberately spread the news to me? But what's the reason? Could it be that he was waiting for me to steal the space crystal from the Yang family and then wait for me? That's not necessary. And what? You want to steal something? Chapter 1688. Murong Qing was stunned when she heard Lin Xian's words. Brother, what are you trying to do? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, what else can I do? No, there's no need for that. Okay? Murong Qing believed that although they were competitors, the Yixin group didn't have to be afraid of them. Even if they were to notify Lin and City on behalf of the Yixin group, they had to have the ability to do so. Even if they sold divine power pills, they wouldn't have the ability to do so in a short period of time. And didn't Lin Xian say that he had a way? Lin Xian said, think about it. Lin and City is our competitor, right? Even if I have other methods, the materials, research and development, and manufacturing are all time-consuming. I might as well be straightforward and steal the crystals in this space that they rely on the most. This way, they won't have the capital to fight against the Yixin group. There was nothing wrong with that. If they wanted to mess with the Yixin group, then Lin Xian would have all kinds of ways to mess with them. Whether it was on the surface or behind the scenes, as long as he got rid of them, it didn't matter what schemes they had. This couldn't be said to be sinister. It was a very normal method. That's the Yang family. Murong Qing said. Hey, don't worry. Don't you believe in my strength? I'm now at the 9th level of the Mystic Heaven realm. I don't believe that it's difficult to infiltrate a family. Murong Qing shook her head. That's a reclusive family. Do you know what a reclusive family is? Isn't it just hiding from the world? Coming out occasionally. That's not the case. Let's talk about warriors. In fact, many reclusive family clans don't want to live in seclusion. Instead, there is a rule that states that such family clans are not to participate in the struggles between factions. This is because such family clans have heavenly Tao realm existences on the surface. Think about it. If a heavenly Tao realm existence participates in the struggles of some factions to establish their own faction, what would the consequences be? Lin Xian. Because of the pressure from the heavenly Tao, no one dares to resist. They can even effortlessly seize the forces they want and strengthen their own forces. That's right. Humans' ambition is endless, especially for those clans that are qualified to have such ambition. All of these hidden clans have capital. If they all want to develop their own forces, don't you think that the entire human race will be in chaos? There's also the interference of the Fey race. If humans were to have internal strife again, it would be troublesome. Internal strife caused by heavenly Tao realm existences is no trivial matter. Therefore, the top 3 factions have set up this rule. Heavenly Tao realm existences are forbidden from interfering with these factions' interference. So they went into seclusion? More or less. But they can't possibly fight against the human race, right? The so-called seclusion doesn't mean that they are cut off from the world. I understand. Living in seclusion meant being cut off from the rest of the world. Where would he farm and raise himself? How was that possible? The so-called seclusion meant not interfering in certain matters. They could develop their own companies if they wanted to. They could go out to dance or eat. They could go to the Fey Beast domain if they wanted to. There was nothing different about it. It just meant that they couldn't do much when it came to the factions of warriors. That's why the Yang family has a heavenly Tao realm existence. Even if your realm isn't low, being at the 9th stage of the Great Void realm and having spatial attributes, wouldn't you be courting death if you went to someone else's territory, especially one with a heavenly Tao realm existence? Even if nothing happened, it would be difficult for you to steal their spatial crystals under such circumstances. She shook her head helplessly. Why not? Lass, don't underestimate me. All right, up to you. Just make sure nothing happens to you. But why are they appearing now? Lin Xian stroked his chin and asked. There's nothing we can do about it. The human race is in dire straits. Not only is there internal strife in the Evil Fiend Hall, there are other problems. Then, the Fey race's Fey God Hall and Myriad Fey Alliance are reorganizing. Now, there are 15 Fey God Halls with top Fey gods appearing. The human race urgently needs to improve. Otherwise, when the Fey race rushes over, something bad will happen. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. Indeed, the heavenly blue planet was indeed restless. Furthermore, don't think that everyone's lives are any different from before. Perhaps one day, the entire continent would be engulfed in the flames of war. This was definitely not a groundless fear. All right, then I'll go now. Hey, so fast. Since I have nothing to do, I'll come back and have sex with you after I'm done. Fuck your mother. On the other side, Lin Xian quickly took a plane to the city where the Yang family was. It wasn't too far. This crystal must be well protected in the Yang family. According to Lin Xian's information, this thing was very big. Lin Xian was quite surprised. A huge space crystal could support the Yang family's sails to the entire continent. How big was it? Of course, Lin Xian knew that the space crystal would be used up sooner or later. However, from the looks of it, it wouldn't be used up in a short period of time. This short period of time was also the most difficult period for the Yashen group. Could it be that they really wanted to sell some of the businesses and land that they had taken over in Lin and City? Lin Xian couldn't accept that. After the afternoon passed, Lin Xian arrived late at night. The timing was just right. If he wanted to know where the Yang family was, it was a simple matter. The recent news was all about the various hidden families, and these hidden families were all very high profile. However, the Yang family on the surface might not be the true face. This was something that Lin Xian only knew when he went over. Furthermore, the Yang family wasn't the strongest among the reclusive family clans. It could only be considered a mid-tier reclusive family clan. Lin Xian was rather astonished that a mid-tier reclusive family clan had a heavenly Tao realm expert. It was rather powerful. In fact, this wasn't much. Even a low-level hidden family had a heavenly Tao realm. This was because the condition for their hidden family was to have a heavenly Tao realm. This Yang family is in 9 Phantom Mountain. 9 Phantom Mountain is a place with few people. For such a large family, it's indeed suitable to be their base of operations. Lin Xian pondered slightly. 9 Phantom Mountain wasn't even in the city. Of course, there was definitely a Yang family in the city. However, the family that wasn't in the city was the true Yang family. It was the same for the other families. Take Murong Yu's Murong family, for example. The real Murong family was made up entirely of cultivators and experts, so it was impossible for them to live in a house in the city. Normally, they would live in a very secluded and quiet place. Then, Lin Xian released his spatial energy and arrived near 9 Phantom Mountain. After arriving there, Lin Xian immediately activated his darkness attribute. Chapter 1689. The concealment of the dark attribute, coupled with the fact that this was Lin Xian's dark attribute, was very powerful and very secretive. Moreover, Lin Xian's cultivation level was at the 9 stars of the Great Void Realm. In fact, it wasn't just the 9 stars of the Great Void Realm. Lin Xian's original strength was coupled with the effect of doubling all his attributes from the God's Awakening Door. Lin Xian even wondered if he could fight a Heavenly Dao Realm 1 star. However, it was unlikely. Lin Xian could even fight a Great Void Realm's 9 stars at the Empyrean Realm, but he could not fight a Heavenly Dao Realm's 1 star at the Great Void Realm. This was because the gap between the Great Void Realm and the Heavenly Dao Realm was just too great. This large realm could not be measured at all. The Heavenly Dao Realm was a realm that completely exceeded the so-called warriors beneath the Heavenly Dao Realm. Lin Xian had experienced the might of the Heavenly Dao before. How should he put it? Even if he used all his strength and went all out, he felt that it was not even a tenth of the Heavenly Dao Realm's strength. The gap between the Heavenly Dao Realm was just too great. Lin Xian even felt that his domain was ineffective against those at the Heavenly Dao Realm. His realm reduction domain could now forcefully reduce the other party's cultivation level. Furthermore, it ignored one's realm, but could it really ignore the Heavenly Dao Realm's realm? Lin Xian felt that it was not certain. If a Heavenly Dao Realm 1 star was released, wouldn't it be too exaggerated if it directly became the Great Void Realm's 9 stars when he released his domain? Lin Xian did not believe that his domain was that exaggerated. Of course, it was not certain. Why? This was because the reduction meant that Lin Xian's spiritual energies would be constantly expended. The harder it was to reduce his realm, the greater the expenditure on Lin Xian. Perhaps it could be done, but Lin Xian's expenditure might reach an unimaginable level. Therefore, the reduction of his realm might not last long. This included the new domain that Lin Xian had recently obtained, the Realm Enhancement Domain. It could raise Lin Xian's realm by 1 star. This was the same. Lin Xian's Great Void Realm's 9-star release was raised to 10-star, but he could raise it from the Great Void Realm's 10-star release to the Heavenly Dao Realm's 1-star release. However, it was possible for him to raise it from the Great Void Realm's 10-star release to the Heavenly Dao Realm's 1-star release. That would consume 100 spiritual energy per second. After all, one had to have sufficient spiritual energy to support the expenditure at one's realm. Lin Xian unleashed his dark attribute, making him absolutely invisible, especially in the middle of the night. Naturally, he wouldn't be easily discovered. Moreover, the Yang clan probably wouldn't have thought that someone would dare to barge into their clan, right? Moreover, there was one thing that Lin Xian could absolutely guarantee, and that was the Eye of Cave Spirit. With his Cave Spirit Eye, Lin Xian could even see the power that could threaten him while he was in hiding. Just like now, Lin Xian stopped in his tracks. This was a small forest that led up the mountain. What did Lin Xian see with his Cave Spirit Eye? An energy that resembled infrared rays filled the area, but it wasn't infrared rays. It was likely some sort of hidden probing spiritual energy. Simply put, one couldn't see it or sense it. However, the moment one touched it, the Yang family would know that someone was coming. The Eye of Cave Spirit was truly an extremely useful ability. Lin Xian avoided the hidden object and continued walking forward. Soon, a few houses came into view. However, Lin Xian knew that this wasn't the real Yang family. Although this was the Yang family, it wasn't the real one. The real one was behind these houses. This was because with his Cave Spirit Eye, Lin Xian could see an illusion of this place. Simply put, if one couldn't see through the illusion, one would only see these few houses with their backs facing the mountain. However, if one could see through the illusion, one would realize that behind these houses was a very, very large family clan. Manor? No, manor could no longer be used to describe this place. This place was much, much, much bigger than a manor. Moreover, there were many empty spaces in the manor. However, from what Lin Xian could see, there were many houses here. But how do I enter? Obviously, Lin Xian couldn't release the power of space to directly enter. One had to know that there was a Heavenly Dao here. Ignoring the Heavenly Dao, even Great Void and Heavenly Venerables could sense the release of the power of space. Wouldn't Lin Xian be exposed? Disguise. This was the simplest method. However, Lin Xian might be able to disguise himself as the people in front of these houses. However, these people were more likely to be the Yang family's gatekeepers. It wouldn't work. Wait, Yang Tian. Lin Xian suddenly thought of the young master of the Yang family, Yang Tian. He had seen what Yang Tian looked like before. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. This would be easy. Then, Lin Xian released the law of creation and changed himself into Yang Tian's appearance. Then, he swaggered over. Young master. Seeing Lin Xian, those people hurriedly bowed. They definitely wouldn't think that this wasn't Yang Tian when they saw Yang Tian. How was that possible? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. Young master. Didn't you say that you wouldn't be attending the press conference during the day? Why did you come back? He asked. Do I need to tell you whether I'm coming back or not? That person hurriedly bowed. Sorry. Lin Xian directly walked over. Open the door and welcome the young master. The Yang family's door opened. Young master. About a dozen people bowed to Lin Xian. Lin Xian. Damn. Was this a hidden family? In the middle of the night, there were actually dozens of people guarding the door. Although they were basically in the domain law realm, there were 2 heavenly venerables and great void realm. How rich. You guys go ahead. Lin Xian then walked in alone. Those people didn't suspect anything, and no one followed Lin Xian. After all, this was the Yang family, and he was the Yang family's young master. When the young master returned home, who would need to keep an eye on him? Lin Xian walked in this huge Yang family and was secretly shocked. It was really huge. Moreover, the entire Yang family's heaven and earth spiritual energy was very dense. This also meant that there were a large number of very strong heaven and earth spiritual energy here. Also, there were powerful illusions and barriers protecting the Yang family. In other words, outside the Yang family, one wouldn't be able to feel the strong heaven and earth spiritual energy. There were many houses, and there were probably a few hundred people in the Yang family. Adding the Yang family's martial artists, there might be even more. It should be at least a 1,000-year-old family. However, it was already late at night, so the entire Yang family was still very quiet. Lin Xian opened his eye of cave spirit and searched for his target. There were many directions for heaven and earth spiritual energy, and Lin Xian didn't know which direction to go. Lin Xian saw a man passing by the roadside. Young master, what orders do you have? He bowed to Lin Xian. Bring this young master to see how the crystal is. Lin Xian said. Yes. However, that person was quite strange. If he wanted to see the crystal, he could go see it himself. Why did he need him to bring him? It was really strange. Chapter 1690. That person brought Lin Xian to this position. Young master, we're here. However, I can't come to this place, so I can only bring you to this position. Lin Xian nodded. Although he hadn't seen the crystal completely, he knew that it was right in front of him. All right, you can go. Yes, young master. Then he left with a puzzled look. It was really strange. It wasn't like his young master didn't know where this place was. Why did he ask him to bring him here? It was really strange. Lin Xian walked forward. The surrounding spiritual energy became thicker and thicker. Lin Xian even realized that there were many traps and dangers here. Simply put, if someone who wasn't familiar with this place came here, they would definitely fall into the trap. Once they fell into the trap, they would obviously be instantly arrested by the Yang family. However, Lin Xian was different. Lin Xian had the eye of spiritual insight. The eye of spiritual insight could see everything because Lin Xian would definitely not encounter any traps. Then Lin Xian walked over. Whoa! When Lin Xian reached the destination, the scene in front of him shocked him. Why? In front of him was the deepest part of a forest, the most mysterious place. It wasn't very big, but there were all kinds of spiritual items of heaven and earth, medicinal herbs, and all kinds of other things. In the middle of them all was a huge crystal. How big was this crystal? It was probably as big as a normal house. At first glance, it looked like it had been used before, and many parts had been cut off. It was probably bigger than it used to be. And what were the parts cut off for? They were obviously used to refine teleportation beads. Lin Xian looked at it. There were so many of them. If they all refined teleportation beads, they should be able to last for a while. Although it definitely wouldn't be a long-term thing, this period of time happened to be when the Yashen group was at its weakest. They didn't want to use this teleportation bead to earn money for the rest of their lives. What they wanted was to earn a lot of money during this period of time and take over the Yashen group. The space crystal isn't that precious. It's a pure space crystal. However, it's rare to see such a big one. Lin Xian had seen space crystals a few times before, and all of them were genuine. Perhaps a space crystal of a few cubic meters was even more precious than a space crystal the size of a house. This was also the reason why the Yang family used these crystals to make money. These crystals didn't have much of an effect on them, so they could only be used to make money. On the contrary, you wouldn't even be able to extract the spatial energy from this crystal, because if you wanted to extract a useful amount of spatial energy, you would have to consume an unimaginable amount of this crystal, so it would be better to make money. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. If I take this thing away, I'll let the Yashen group sell something similar to the teleportation bead. Wouldn't that be perfect? The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. This thing wouldn't be of much use to him even if he stole it, so he would definitely benefit the mainland. Now, although the Yang family was selling the teleportation beads to target the Yashen group, and although they had made money, they had indeed benefited the mainland and given the people of the mainland such a good thing. If Lin Xian stole it, then the warriors of the mainland wouldn't have the teleportation beads anymore. Of course, this wasn't good, but Lin Xian could do it himself and continue to sell it. It would be the same, just changing the seller. What? The Yang family group was suspecting him? What was the big deal? It didn't matter. At this time, several old men walked in front of him. They all looked strong. "Young master, you're back." Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, I'm back. There were actually people guarding here." "Young master, didn't you say that you wouldn't be coming to the press conference? Did something happen again?" Lin Xian nodded. "Yes, I had something to take a look at. You can all go back and rest." "Yes." Then, they all walked away. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up. Something big was about to happen. Now that there was no one around, Lin Xian circled around the crystal. "It's so big. How can I take it away?" "Got it." Lin Xian then released the law of creation and created a huge space. Then he sent the huge crystal into this space. Done. The corner of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. Swish. At this time, Lin Xian's surroundings were sealed by a powerful space force. Lin Xian frowned. "Good boy." A middle-aged man walked over. Then, he and dozens of other warriors walked not far behind Lin Xian. Lin Xian turned around and looked at them. Was he discovered? If I hadn't heard the news and specially contacted Tianer, I would have been fooled by you. The Yang family's patriarch, Yang Kai, stared at Lin Xian. Lin Xian touched the tip of his nose. Was he discovered? What? How did you discover me? Then, the man who brought Lin Xian walked over from behind Yang Kai. I've been suspecting you for a long time. This is your own family, and you're the young master. You know your place better than me. Why do you still need me to lead you? So I reported it to the patriarch. Sure enough. Lin Xian smiled. So that's how it is. Speaking of which, it was also very helpless. The main thing was that many people couldn't be bothered to do so much. Even if they had doubts, they wouldn't say it out loud. Why? If there was a mistake, wouldn't they disturb the patriarch in the middle of the night and provoke the young master again? Therefore, anyone with a brain would close their eyes and pretend that they didn't see anything as long as they weren't sure. But this person was a bit rash. He was like a fool. But even fools have their springtime. Just like now, didn't he make a great contribution? Who the hell are you? How dare you disguise yourself as Tianer to steal crystals? Could it be that you're from the Yashen group? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he stared at Lin Xian. No. Lin Xian shook his head. Humph. Whether you are or not, we'll know soon. Go capture him. I want him alive. Yang Kai said. This was his Yang family. His Yang family had so many experts. What did he have to worry about? Yes. Then more than a dozen experts charged at Lin Xian. All of them were at the Great Void stage. To be honest, Lin Xian's voice was there after all. They felt that more than a dozen great void stage experts should be enough, right? If it wasn't enough, they would talk about it when the time came. As for Lin Xian, he was now a little embarrassed. The power of this space was at the heavenly Dao realm. He was doomed. If it was just a heavenly Dao realm space, it should be fine. But if it was released by a heavenly Dao realm warrior with spatial attributes, it would be a big problem. Lin Xian might be in danger. Chapter 1691. Lin Xian was at the 9 stars of the Great Void Realm. Apart from those at the Heavenly Dao Realm, who could do a thing to Lin Xian at this realm? Lin Xian looked at the people charging at him as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. In fact, he wasn't that flustered. He sensed that the highest realm among the people charging at him was only at the 7 stars of the Great Void Realm. Perhaps in their eyes, these people's financial status was already very high. Perhaps in their eyes, Lin Xian was still young, and his cultivation level couldn't be that high. But destruction laws. If Lin Xian's simple destruction laws had the effect of causing everyone who charged at him to vomit blood before collapsing to the ground. Lin Xian didn't kill them. It was too easy to kill them if he wanted to. But Lin Xian and the Yang family didn't have a life-and-death feud. What they had was just a normal economic struggle. There was no need to blow things up. Murder. If he were to kill them, it would be a huge matter. Furthermore, Lin Xian believed that there was no need to kill them. What? Seeing this scene, the people of the Yang family were all dumbfounded. What's going on? Why is this happening? What's that power that was released? How did it injure them? This? He's just acting all mysterious. Great Void Realms 9 stars and 10 stars. Attack. I refuse to believe that he can overturn the heavens. Yang Kai bellowed coldly. Great Void Realms 9 stars, 10 stars. Yes, it might be difficult for others, but to Lin Xian he was invincible. As long as they hadn't reached the heavenly Dao realm, Lin Xian could easily defeat them. In fact, that was indeed the case. In a short period of time, those 9 stars and 10 stars were defeated by Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he had never used his spatial attributes during the battle. Why not? In fact, he had been secretly using the creation laws to augment his spatial powers. The spatial powers that sealed him were very powerful. Even though Lin Xian's spatial powers were extremely exaggerated, it was still very difficult to break through. Therefore, Lin Xian secretly needed the creation laws to augment his spatial powers. He had to run. Who is this person? Why is his combat strength so strong? Great Void Realms 9 stars. Why can he easily defeat the combined forces of 9 and 10 stars? This? It's very difficult to find such a person in the entire continent. Who are you? They stared intently at Lin Xian. Actually, the first thing these people suspected was the Yashen group. However, was there anyone in the Yashen group who had such power? Furthermore, it was a young man, right? Lin Xian? Was Lin Xian's cultivation level that high? That shouldn't, right? Who? Take a guess. The corners of Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Humph, you forced my hand. I never expected that a Great Void Realm expert could force my Yang family to send out a Heavenly Dao Realm expert. Patriarch, please take action. Yang Kai said respectfully. Humph, how embarrassing. You actually need me to take action. An old man slowly walked over as if he had complete control of the situation. The others bowed respectfully. Leave it to me. The elder's eyes focused as he stared at Lin Xian. Needless to say, it was quite scary. This was the way of the heavens. Lin Xian tried his best not to have any conflicts with the way of the heavens. He also couldn't go against the way of the heavens because the way of the heavens really had the ability to kill him. Previously, Lin Xian dared to provoke the way of the heavens no matter how big the gap was. However, the way of the heavens really didn't dare to provoke it. That's quite a pity. Lin Xian said with a smile. Oh? The Heavenly Dao Realm expert looked at Lin Xian. It was as though none of them believed that Lin Xian could escape. Then, let's meet again in the future. Space jump. Shua Qi. Someone sneered. Do you think a Heavenly Dao Realm spatial seal will let you escape? Bang then. A hole appeared in space as Lin Xian vanished. Everyone? This? Quick! Lock onto him. Quick! We can't lock onto him. We couldn't lock onto him immediately. Furthermore, his realm isn't low. This space jump is probably more than 100 kilometers away. Damn it! Who is it? Check it out. Quick! Check it out. The Yang family definitely did not expect such a thing to happen. The crystal was not considered precious, but it was essential to their plan to acquire Lin and city. It was an unimaginable amount of money. As for Lin Xian, he had already boarded the plane happily. Hey, beautiful sister. Find a place big enough and hidden enough. I have something I need to put there. Then, find a group of people to develop the teleportation bead. Lin Xian made a call to Murongqing. Murongqing knew that Lin Xian must have succeeded. Is that big? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, it's very big. It's not inferior to a single-story house in a village. All right, leave it to me. The development of the teleportation bead was actually very simple. Where did the teleportation bead come from? It was the spatial attribute in the bead. As long as one had the spatial attribute, they could teleport. Lin Xian already had the spatial attribute, so the rest could be created directly. This would definitely give the Yixian group another wave of momentum. As for the Yang group, even if they sold the Vigor Pill, it would not be easy for them to take over Lin and city. What Lin Xian was very curious about was why they were fighting with the Yixian group for Lin and city. Logically speaking, Lin and city should be a city that these big families could not wait to avoid. This was because Lin and city was a place that bordered the demon territory and the human territory. Although Tianhua City had been taken back, it would not be long before the demon race took it back. Now, the demon race was even stronger. In a more dangerous situation, the Yang group still wanted to fight for Lin and city. Don't you think it was strange? It was too strange. However, it was not easy for Lin Xian to find out about this matter in a short period of time. He had done what he needed to do. As for the rest, he did not know what to do. After returning and settling everything, Murongqing began to send people to develop the teleportation bead. Lin Xian certainly knew that once the teleportation bead was developed, the Yang group would definitely target them. Therefore, the Azura Palace had also sent a large number of experts to protect this item. Their goal was to make money. We still need the heavenly Dao realm, Lin Xian muttered to himself. But he could not let Xiao Linglong and the rest go and take a look, right? As for the heavenly Dao realm, leave it to me. I will find someone to help. Of course, it will only be for a short period of time. That's all. Murongqing said. All right. Time passed slowly. The Yang group sold the Vigor Pill, but the Yixian group also sold the teleportation bead. It's the Yixian group. The Yang group held a meeting. Chapter 1692. When the Yixian group sold the same type of teleportation pearl as the Yang family, they knew who did it. But how did the Yixian group find out? That night, when they ambushed our Yang family, their target was obviously the space crystal. Where did they get the news from? Then it must be our Yang family who leaked it. The Yang family members were exasperated. At this moment, Yang Tian hesitated for a moment before he finally stood up. I think it might be my fault. Everyone's gaze shifted over. Tianer, what do you mean? Yang Kai looked at Yang Tian. Yang Tian said, Tianer went to Lin and city before. He might have leaked the news while he was drinking and fell into their trap. Why would he think that way? At that time, he met so many beautiful girls and they seemed to be very attentive to him. However, when he woke up later, he realized that he did not even get their contact information. Then he easily found them. They did not recognize him and completely ignored him. Yang Tian felt that he might have been used. However, he couldn't remember clearly what he had said. What? You're saying that you were used by the Yixian group? Yang Tian nodded. What else did you say? Yang Kai and the others quickly asked. The space crystal might not be particularly important, but if he leaked the most important news, it would be a devastating blow to the Yang family's plan. No, Tianer is sure that he did not leak this. Yang Tian was sure of this. Although he drank too much, he was very sure of this matter. It's fine as long as this news is not leaked. There were only a few people in the entire Yang family who knew about this news in this conference hall. This news must not be leaked. Otherwise, our Yang family will not be able to compete with other forces. We must hold Lin and City tightly in our hands before they have time to react. Patriarch elders, here comes a question. Did the Yashen group in Lin and City also know about this news? Otherwise, why would they target Lin and City? That's right. This is also what I suspect. Logically speaking, Lin and City is an extremely dangerous city as it is close to the monster beast domain. If any enterprise has the chance, they will definitely transfer their enterprises. Otherwise, once Lin and City is attacked, their industries will instantly turn into bubbles and nothing will be left. Yes, but now there are people who are doing exactly the opposite. They bought those people's companies and want to make the whole city theirs. If that's the case, in the eyes of others, once Lin and City falls, their Art Shen group will go bankrupt and all their efforts will be for naught. They can't understand it and we can't understand it either. Unless their motive is the same as ours. Those people discussed animatedly. An old man nodded his head. It seems like they also know the secret of Lin and City. Otherwise, they wouldn't be acting like this. It's completely incomprehensible. But how did they know? Why not? There are as many capable people in this world as there are hairs on a cow. It's just that no one knows about this, and no one has investigated in this direction. It's even more impossible for someone to spend several years to deduce this information. However, we did it. What we didn't expect was that there were others who did it too. Then how do we resolve this matter? Are we going to wipe out the people from the Art Shen group? Yang Kai shook his head. It's difficult. The Art Shen group has the Azura Palace and even Murong Qing from the Murong family. In addition, there are rumors that the Art Shen group has the Heavenly Dao realm. We can't fight them head-on. We can only fight an economic war. An economic war? It won't be easy for us either. The crystals have been stolen by them. With 1 plus and 1 minus, the capital gap has been pulled apart again. If it's another faction, we can still give it a try. But if it's the Art Shen group, it's really difficult to fight an economic war. In fact, those people were still very afraid of the Yashen group. Normally, they would never be able to defeat the Yashen group in their lifetime. They had seized the opportunity when the Yashen group had invested almost all of its capital into acquiring Lin and City. Their original purpose was not to destroy the Yashen group, but to acquire Lin and City. Then, Yang Kai stood up and said, "Let's show all the trump cards we've prepared. We can't miss this opportunity. If we miss it, the Art Shen group will have a lot of capital in a short period of time. It'll be impossible to fight an economic war with them then." Patriarch, are you sure you want to do this? If we do this, other than getting money, it'll be a huge loss in cultivation for our Yang family. Yes, this is using our years of accumulation in exchange for money. Is it worth it? Yang Kai's eyes narrowed and said, "Is it worth it? Do you think it's worth it? Lin and City is where the dragon vein is located. It might not be obvious now, but as long as we get Lin and City, we'll be able to make up for our losses in the future. Pass down my order. Do it." Yes. One night later, Lin Xian was shopping with a few girls when he received the news from Murong Qing. Fuck. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. What's wrong? Yi looked at Lin Xian in confusion. Is the Yang group crazy? Lin Xian couldn't help but be shocked when he heard the news. She had thought that once the crystal was stolen, with the addition and subtraction, the Art Shen group would be fine. This Yang group should also stop. But they didn't. They even sold many of the Yang group's resources and signed some big cooperation agreements with many families. This caused Lin Xian to be dumbfounded. Lin Xian said, "The Yang group is planning to go head-to-head with the Art Shen group. They're even competing." Could it be that the Yang family was angry because they found out that they stole the crystal? Were they anxious? Was that all they could do? If they stole it, it meant that the Yang family could only steal it back. They couldn't tell outsiders that the Art Shen group stole it. There was no evidence. But stealing it was easier said than done. Is the Art Xian group afraid? Lu Yufan asked. They're still afraid. Miao Xiaomiao muttered. The Art Xian group changed all their money into fixed assets. The Yang group doesn't seem to be targeting the Art Xian group. They just want to compete with the Art Xian group for control of Lin and city. Chapter 1693. Hearing Miao Xiaomiao's words, everyone was puzzled. But why? Lin and city is a city that borders the demonic beast domain. Furthermore, the situation in the demonic beast domain has been so good recently. It's even more dangerous for us humans. Why would there be a clan that would risk their lives to fight for a city that could fall anytime? And Xian was puzzled. By the way, why does the Yixian group want to control Lin and city? Ziqiue looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian shrugged and said, for the Yixian group, oh, for me, this is what I mean. The reason is very simple. In the future, if you want to survive and have the right to speak, you must have enough power. However, having only one power is not enough. You must have a city in your hands. However, it is very difficult to achieve this. Only a few families in the entire human race can do it, but there are indeed some who can. But Lin and city is different from the cities controlled by other families. Lin Xian nodded. I know, but Lin and city is cheap. The other families, such as the Zhuge family, have spent thousands of years ruling that city. I don't have that much time. Lin and city may fall at any time, so those entrepreneurs would rather lose money than sell everything in their hands. Otherwise, once it falls, everything will be zero. Aren't you worried? Ziqiue was even more puzzled. Lin Xian sighed. I wasn't worried before, but now I'm a little worried. Lin Xian. In fact, Lin Xian was not worried before. With Yi Renbing and the others, at least Lin and city would be fine. But in just a few months, the Demon League and the Demon God Temple had changed so much. They had become so much stronger and even found so many masters. This was indeed a little troublesome. But it's not a problem. Since it has come to this is the only way. Lin Xian shrugged. What do you mean by this? If you don't do anything, do you want to see your efforts go down the drain? Miao Xiaomiao stared at Lin Xian and said, don't worry. In any case, the human race is not to be trifled with. The main issue now is how to deal with the Yang family. If these two families were to engage in an economic war, the amount of money involved would be unimaginable. That's right. I don't understand why the Yang family wants Lin and city so badly. There must be a reason. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, this reason must be very important. Firstly, Lin and city is a border city. Secondly, Lin and city is in the hands of the Art Xian group. If they want to control a city, there are many other better options besides Lin and city. Therefore, if they want to control Lin and city, this reason is definitely not because they want this power. What could it be? They didn't understand. Lin Xian was also puzzled. The only thing I can think of is that they want to control Lin and city at all costs. Could it be that they are in cahoots with the demons? Do they think that by controlling Lin and city, they will be able to coordinate with the demons when they attack, allowing the demons to easily take over Lin and city? Miao Xiaomiao muttered. That shouldn't be the case. The consequences are too severe. Besides, what can they get from the demon clan? Also, do they really dare to believe in the demons? Lin Xian shook his head. Then, Lin and city has a special meaning to the Yang family. For example, what treasures do they have in Lin and city? Zhao Yunqi said. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. But, even if there are treasures, do they have to take the entire Lin and city for themselves? They can just go to the place where the treasures are and get them. Lin Xian shook his head. Forget it. Forget it. Let's not think about this for now. Then you have to think of a way to let the Art Xian group win this economic war. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, let me think about it. At night, they went home separately. Lin Xian also returned to Linglong Shui and the others' place. He lay on the sofa and played with little Shirshir and little Tianyi. In fact, Lin Xian had a way. He could use the law of creation to create money, but this was very discouraged and might cause some unnecessary trouble. Therefore, Lin Xian still looked for a proper way. The main thing was that the Yang family's attack was too fast. If they gave the Art Shen group half a month to breathe, they wouldn't be able to fight against them. However, they didn't give them any time at all. What's wrong? Yi Renbing sat beside Lin Xian. Lin Xian then told her about this matter. Money? She couldn't help but laugh. What are you laughing at? This is a huge sum of money. It's a bit difficult to get. The main thing is that the other forces won't lend you money. Lin Xian said helplessly. Murong Qing, Luo Chenxi, and the others had already taken out all their money. Families like the Han family and the Ling family were very rich, but in this economic war they didn't have much money. Moreover, they still had a large family to feed. Even if they wanted to help Lin Xian wouldn't let them. He wanted a huge sum of money. You should have said so earlier. Yi Renbing said. Huh? I don't have anything else now, but I have a lot of money. Lin Xian was stunned. Why? Do you think that I don't have the money of the human race in the demon god temple? For the demon race, there are many things that require the help of the human race. For example, the collection of materials. Many of the demon race's forces are secretly developing businesses in the human race. We can't just come to the human race and steal whatever we need, right? It's better to use the methods of the human race to do things. Especially the demon god temple near the human race, for example, my demon god temple has some money. Lin Xian opened his mouth. How much money can you have? Lin Xian wondered how much money she could have. A few 100 billion. Lin Xian. Damn, so much? What do you need so much money for? It's far more useful than you can imagine. For example, if you humans auction a treasure that is beneficial to us, you'd rather spend tens of billions to get it. Many of the precious treasures of the human race have already been auctioned off by the Yao race. Lin Xian. A few 100 billion was useful. Ahem. Lin Xian coughed dryly. When the time comes, I'll get Xue Bingxin to transfer the money to your account. Thank you, thank you. Then, Lin Xian looked at Huang Xian. Don't look at me. I don't have that much money. Huang Xian said. TSK, you can't. But this sovereign has a small city in the ice country. Half of the city should already be in the hands of this sovereign. It is managed by the people of the human race. If you need it, this sovereign will let them sell it. Lin Xian. Fuck, were they all fucking rich women? Chapter 1694. Forget about Yi Renbing, it was normal for her to have some money. Well, it was normal for Huang Shi to have some money, but damn, this Huang Shi had unexpectedly taken control of half of one of the cities in the ice country, and there were even people from the human race helping her take care of it. To put it simply, that human betrayed the human race and joined the demon god temple, then cooperated with them from the inside. This Huang Shi actually had such thoughts. Bastard. Lin Xian looked at Huang Shi and asked, You didn't do anything, right? Huang Shi looked at Lin Xian and asked, What did I do? I mean, you took control of half of the city. You didn't do anything big, right? Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to keep you. I did. I killed all of them. Lin Xian. Big sister, stop fooling around. Lin Xian coughed dryly. Do you want it? Huang Shi was originally the demon god of the demon god temple, and she was still one now. It was reasonable for her to deal with the human race, but because of Lin Xian's appearance and because of her interaction with everyone, she didn't want to go to the demon god temple anymore. What else did she want from that half of the city? If she could help Lin Xian, it didn't matter if she didn't want it. Yes, of course I want it. Okay. Lin Xian was elated. Damn. It was great that the girls were all rich. This time, the Yang family would be dumbfounded. The assets of half of the city that Huang Shi sold were already very exaggerated. At that time, the Yang family would probably be confused, wondering where the art pavilion group got such a large sum of money from. Then, there was no risk in this matter. With half of the city's assets here, what was Lin Xian worried about? I'm comfortable, let's sleep. Lin Xian stretched and then looked at Huang Shi. Ah, Huang Shi sneered. The next morning, Lin Xian was bombarded by phone calls. Lin Xian was called from an unknown number. Lin Xian was rather surprised. Lin Xian's number didn't participate in any activities, so he never received any harassment or scam calls from unknown numbers, unless someone entered the wrong number. However, Lin Xian hadn't received any such calls in a long time. It was very difficult for others to get Lin Xian's number through other means, unless it was an investigation. Hey! Lin Xian hugged Huang Shi and said in a sleepy voice, Lin Xian, aren't you going a little too far? Lin Xian was dumbfounded when he heard such a sentence right off the bat. What's too much? Who are you? I am Yang Tian from the Yang family. Lin Xian opened his eyes and yawned. Oh, young Master Yang. I've heard of him. Why? Lin Xian was a little curious. Isn't it just stealing your family's crystals? Was it necessary? Moreover, if it was stolen, then it was stolen. They must have known in their hearts. If there was no evidence, then were they stupid? Why did they have to talk about this over the phone? Not to mention over the phone, even if they brought countless experts to Lin Xian wouldn't admit it. No. Could it be a recording? Was he trying his luck to see if he would be exposed? Lin Xian yawned and said, Young Master Yang, if you have anything to say, just say it. My Yashen group has nothing to do with your Yang group. Lin Xian, stealing from my Yang family once is enough. How dare you do it twice? Quickly hand over the Tianji scroll. This young master will give you one last chance. Otherwise, don't blame my Yang family for not giving you any face. The Yang family could pretend that we didn't know the first time. But you guys are really too much. Yang Tian said angrily. You're crazy. Go to hell, idiot. Lin Xian hung up the phone and threw it aside. Huang Shi opened her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian shook his head. It's nothing. Let's go. Then, Lin Xian pressed on top of her. Early in the morning, he tormented her again. However, it was fine even if he didn't rest since last night. After all, a beauty of this level was worth it for a man to die of exhaustion. On the other side, Yang Tian hung up the phone and gritted his teeth. What did he say? He didn't admit it and even scolded me out of embarrassment. Yang Tian said angrily. Bang! His father, Yang Kai, slammed his fist on the table, smashing it into pieces. Damn it! Damn it! Yang Kai roared angrily. Patriarch, we can give up on this space crystal. It's just a tool for us to earn money and it's not that precious. We have other ways to earn money without it, but the Tianji scroll is too important to our Yang family. If we lose it, our Yang family's development will be halved. I really don't understand. How did they know that our Yang family has this Tianji scroll? Who leaked it? Then some people looked at Yang Tian. Yang Tian quickly shook his head. I swear, I didn't leak it. I really didn't. Slap. Then Yang Kai gave Yang Tian a slap. Trash. Kneel here and don't get up for 3 days. Yang Kai said angrily. Not him? Then who else could it be? There were very few people who knew about the Tianji scroll, and they were all in the Yang clan. Only this Yang Tian went out for a stroll and got drunk. After he got drunk, his crystal stones were stolen, and the next day the Tianji scroll was stolen as well. He kept saying that he didn't leak it. However, he was drunk. How would he know if it was leaked? Then, Yang Kai quickly bowed to an old man. Old ancestor, what do you think we should do now? The Tianji scroll contains an extremely important secret. Now that this secret is about to be revealed, the Tianji scroll was stolen. The person who stole the Tianji scroll should be that person. Then should we kill our way over or... Trash! Do you have evidence? The old ancestor shouted. They lowered their heads. Without evidence, it's useless no matter how you kill your way over. You can only send someone to get close and see if you can find any information. Then, send someone to check on Lin Xian who's behind the Yashen group. He's an expert. He's the real leader of the Yashen group. If we were to search according to the Tianji scroll, it should be Lin Xian. That's right. Follow Lin Xian closely. I think if the Tianji scroll is in his hands, he'll definitely look for it. Meanwhile, Lin Xian had no idea what was going on. What Tianji scroll? He had never even heard of such a thing. Furthermore, He really didn't even make a second trip to the Yang family before someone inexplicably pinned the blame on Lin Xian's head. As for the person who put the blame on Lin Xian, how should he put it? It was a complete accident. The Tianji scroll is in our hands. It's time to give it to the boss. I wonder what kind of secret this scroll is hiding. A young man shook his head and left Lin and city. Chapter 1695. The Devil Race's Domain. Several figures arrived at a certain location. Is this where Di Lin is? A bespectacled young man holding a notebook sat there and kept tapping on it. Then he nodded. Yes, it's here. The magnetic field here has also changed. At the same time, I've detected the direction of the spirit force. Have you locked onto the location? Zhao Mengyue asked. Yes. Boss, please take a look. Zhao Mengyue glanced at it. It's hidden quite well. Dainyu, break it for me. Zhao Mengyue said. Yes. A tall and sturdy man walked over and slowly raised his hand. Bang! A punch landed on the ground. The entire ground shook as if a missile had been shot down. When the dust settled, the place where he had punched had a deep passageway that was hard to tell how deep it was. Let's go. Then they all jumped in. After a long time, the burly man hammered them underground while walking, forcefully hammering out a huge tunnel. Boss, it's just ahead. The bespectacled young man said. Zhao Mengyue nodded. Bang, the final punch landed. There was a completely different world ahead. The Light Association deliberately hid Di Lin here. Did they think no one would be able to find it? Zhao Mengyue sneered. Protect me. I'll be back soon. Yes. Then Zhao Mengyue walked in. About a few hours later, a terrifying force erupted. Zhao Mengyue slowly walked out from inside. Lin Ye frowned slightly. There was a terrifying force wrapped around her body. Congratulations, boss, for obtaining power. Those people shouted one after another. Zhao Mengyue exhaled. This force is indeed tyrannical. The corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Boss, what kind of power is this? Let us feel it. The burly man said with a grin. Zhao Mengyue glanced at him. Bang. Then he flew out and crashed into the wall. It was unknown how far he crashed. Whoosh. A few seconds later, he arrived here in a sorry state. Did you feel it? I felt it. I felt it. Zhao Mengyue twisted her neck. It's time to prepare for something big. At this moment, another person arrived. Boss, the heavenly secret scroll is in our hands. Zhao Mengyue stretched out her hand, and the sheepskin scroll flew into her hand. Well done. Boss, what's the secret in the scroll of divine secrets? They asked curiously. The scroll of Tianji comes from the ancient times. It was accidentally obtained by the Yang family 1,000 years ago. Rather than calling it the scroll of Tianji, it is more like a treasure map. Treasure map? What's hidden here? There are a total of 10 Tianji scrolls in the world, corresponding to the 5 great demonic weapons and the 5 great godly weapons. They are truly powerful godly weapons. Other than the ones that have been found, there are at least 5 more that have been lost in the world. The 3 forces each have 1 godly weapon, which is also the main reason why they were able to secure the throne. As for the remaining 2 godly weapons, one of them is in the demon race, and the other is missing. As far as I know, the 5 great demonic weapons should have been lost in the world because their power is too strong. In the ancient times, the 5 great demonic weapons were lost. Zhao Mengyue said. In other words, there's a demonic weapon hidden in the scroll of Tianji? I'm not sure if it's a demonic weapon or a godly weapon, but it's definitely one of them. Of the 10 Tianji scrolls, where are the others? Perhaps they were destroyed, or perhaps they are lost in the world without anyone knowing. However, the scroll of Tianji that the Yang family accidentally obtained is indeed real. Zhao Mengyue said. But boss, if it's in the hands of the Yang family, why aren't they looking for it? The bespectacled young man adjusted his glasses and said, I've investigated this matter. Not everyone can find out information from the scroll of Tianji just because they obtained it. I'm guessing that the Yang family has been working hard in this area over the years. However, they can't invite too many people because they wouldn't be willing to spread this information to others. Therefore, the Yang family must have been researching the scroll of Tianji internally all these years. It's just that they haven't figured it out yet. Zhao Mengyue nodded. You're right. Boss, do you know? If I don't know, what's the point of having the scroll of Tianji? Let's go. Then, she walked away. Hey, why do you guys feel like the boss knows everything? The few of them whispered at the back. Yeah, although the boss is very powerful, she's still very young. Isn't she? She's not even as old as us. But I feel like we really can't compare to her. She seems to know everything from the heavens to the earth. She knows a lot of ancient things. I suspect that our boss might have obtained some kind of inheritance. Inheritance? Yeah, it might be the inheritance of a very ancient expert. It might even include the inherited memories. Otherwise, how can we explain it? Yeah, I think so too. We can't go wrong by following the boss. They went outside. Boss, are we going to the place where the scroll of Tianji is now? Glasses asked. I'll go with Linya. You guys gather everyone and go to the Myriad Demon Alliance. Zhao Mengyue said. Huh? We're going? What? Are you afraid? No, we don't have the boss to lead us. If we go, I'm worried that we won't be able to achieve the desired effect. If we can't achieve the desired effect, then you guys can die. Zhao Mengyue said. Yes. Let's go. Zhao Mengyue said to Linya. How about I go to the Myriad Demon Alliance? Linya said. No need. What's there to talk about? I can talk about it. Linya said again. No need, they're fine too. Yeah. Linya didn't say anything else and left with Zhao Mengyue. She wanted to go to the Myriad Demon Alliance purely because it was a rare opportunity to be separated from Zhao Mengyue. Perhaps she could find an opportunity to contact Lin Xian and the others. However, Zhao Mengyue obviously guessed her thoughts and wouldn't let her be separated from her no matter what. On the other side, Lin Xian was playing with little Shirshir when he received a call from Morong Yu. Hello, little Yu. Are you back? I miss you. Morong Yu was silent for a moment. My father wants you to train a team. Are you interested? Lin Xian. Me? Are you kidding me? I'm just a little kid. You want me to train a team? No, although I did enter the military class at the martial arts academy, I didn't learn much. You can find anyone who's better than me. Stop fooling around. Lin Xian showed a helpless expression. What was going on? Chapter 1696. Morong Yu hesitated for a moment before saying, It's like this. My father didn't ask for your help to teach them about military matters. They're already very proficient in this area. My father wants you to teach them some combat countermeasures. Morong Yu's expression changed slightly. Ha! Lin Xian scratched his head. What do you mean? To put it simply, in the eyes of my father and the others, you're a genius. They hope that a genius can train a special team because such a team will be full of miracles. At the same time, they'll have endless ways to deal with the enemy. At the same time, it'll be difficult for the enemy to figure them out. Such a team can be used as a trump card. Lin Xian. I say, aren't you guys thinking too highly of me? What genius? I'm a genius just because I escaped from some fucking enemies? Lin Xian was really convinced. Why did it seem like he was something in the eyes of others? He was really very ordinary. This is my father's idea. And it's not just the Morong family. Almost all of the 12 great elders of the sanctuary have passed this decision. Lin Xian. I'm not going. Lin Xian shook his head. Do I fucking have nothing better to do? I'll give you money. Tisk. Do I look like someone who lacks money? If you can do it well, you'll be given enough money to tide the Yashen group over this crisis. The Yang family is one of the elders. They're the only ones who don't agree with this. But it's useless for them to disagree. Right now, the entire sanctuary supports you and opposes the Yang family's actions. Lin Xian's eyes lit up. Although the Yashen group was not short of money now, Lin Xian still wanted money for free. But Lin Xian really felt that he did not have the ability to train others. Big sister, although I really want money, I don't have the ability to train others. If I don't fucking train them well and they die, I'll feel terrible. Lin Xian said. Of course, everyone will pay attention to your training methods. No matter what, you'll still have to pass the Divine Temple's test. It doesn't matter if you don't pass, but you'll still get paid. This is a plan that my father specially proposed after seeing the situation of your Art Xian group. It's also approved. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Are you messing around? I'm very grateful for Uncle Morong's kindness, but I really don't have the ability to do that. You have it. Damn, big sister. Why do I make you guys think that I'm a freaking genius? What is so special about me? Why can't I see it myself? Don't forget that the prerequisite for me to realize many things is the law of creation. Without the law of creation, many things can't be realized. As Lin Xian's people, they knew this as well. However, Morong Yu also knew that Lin Xian's brain circuit was different from others. He could always come up with a novel way of thinking to defeat the enemy. He was indeed a genius. So are you coming or not? Morong Yu asked. Damn it, I'm coming. Lin Xian would be an idiot if he didn't want such a large sum of money. Whether it worked or not, he would think about it when the time came. Anyway, he had to earn the money first. Moreover, the Yang family was one of the 12 elders of the Divine Temple. Now, the other members of the elders didn't like the Yang family's approach to the Art Xian group. They had already begun to impeach the Yang family. To Lin Xian liked them. However, regardless of whether this person was Lin Xian or the Art Xian group, the Divine Temple didn't like it. At such a critical time for the human race, although martial artists were important, money was also very important. No matter what, the economy was the power of development. As a member of the 12 elders of the Divine Temple, the Yang family actually dared to openly challenge the Art Xian group at such a critical and difficult time. They didn't care what the Yang family's intentions were. As long as the Art Xian group was upright, the Yang family's actions wouldn't make the Divine Temple happy. Of course, the Yang group still brought out some results that benefited the continent, so they couldn't directly criticize them. It just so happened that Lin Xian also wanted to go over and accompany those girls. Almost all the girls here had accompanied him for many days. Although he still couldn't bear to part with them, there was no other way. Lin Xian still had things to do. They also had things to do. They also had things to do. They also had to cultivate. Lin Xian soon arrived at Divine Capital. At the airport, Ling Ying and Han Chuxue were waiting for Lin Xian. Io, my two big darlings. I missed you so much. Lin Xian smiled and opened his arms. He wanted to hug the two darlings into his arms, but they easily avoided him. Stinky hooligan. Ling Ying glared at Lin Xian. No matter how stinky you are, you still have to come into my arms. Lin Xian pulled her into his arms. Cough, cough. There was a dry cough. Lin Xian looked over. There were a few men standing there. Oh, who are they? Lin Xian asked. Hello, we are Ling Ying, Chushua's friends. I am Wang Jian. Wang Jian extended his hand to Lin Xian. Lin Xian politely shook his hand. Hello. The others also walked over and politely shook hands with Lin Xian. No, I'm curious. My girlfriends are here to pick me up. What are you doing here? Lin Xian looked at them and asked. Oh, it's like this. We are members of the Hidden Dragon Army. We heard that young Master Lin was here, so we specially came to welcome you. Hidden Dragon Army? Lin Xian was confused. The team you're going to lead. Ling Ying said. Huh? You all know? I'm not sure yet. I haven't decided yet. I just want to take a look. It's not a secret in the industry. You'll know the details later. Wang Jian said. All right, thank you very much. But I want to spend some time with my girlfriends first, so I won't keep you company. Lin Xian then left with Ling Ying and Han Chuxue. It was obvious that these people were very arrogant. They did not take Lin Xian seriously. Perhaps they had heard of Lin Xian's achievements, but they thought that he was not qualified to lead them. What a joke! In addition to their tyrannical strength, almost all of them came from famous families. They had their own pride, and they would not accept someone younger than them to lead them. They were just here to take a look, but in reality they would not accept it. Who is this Lin Xian? How dare he have so many girlfriends in public? Wang Jian frowned. Yes, and it's them. Chapter 1697. Tell me, what's the most impactful thing to a man? Other than strength, it's women. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue, which one of them wasn't their dream girl? Some of them even knew them since they were young and liked them since they were young. But these two goddesses were now the girlfriend of a single person. Don't you think it's hard for them to accept? It's hard to accept. But they couldn't understand. Yeah, he's not as handsome as us, and he's not necessarily as strong as us. Other than getting first place in the Sky Martial Arts Conference, the rest is just his contribution to the human race. Just because of that? It looks like the Ling family and the Han family have already acknowledged this matter. That's why he dares to publicly show off his love to them. Why? On what basis? Is he really that powerful? Humph! Isn't it just the first place in the Sky Martial Arts Conference? That Duan Lingxiao and Qi Tianqing are also trash. The only person he likes, Morong Yu, probably lost to him because she let him win. If we or those other people were in the Sky Martial Arts Conference or that year's Martial Arts Academy, he wouldn't have been able to be so presumptuous. Duan Lingxiao and those other people are the so-called top geniuses, but in reality, there are many people more powerful than them. Humph! I'd like to see what he's capable of. How did you all know? Lin Xian asked them. It's not a secret, and it's probably a deliberate move by the Holy Temple. They want to spread the news so that you won't have a reason to refuse. Han Chuxue said. Wow, so insidious. So why did you come? I'm short of money. Tsh. Ling Ying rolled his eyes. Do you really plan to come and teach those people? They're a group of unruly young masters and daughters. They won't accept you and will probably cause you a lot of trouble. This is not a good job. Ling Ying said. Tch, do you think I'm afraid of them? We'll see. By the way, did the evil fiend temple contact you? They shook their heads. Not yet. In the eyes of the people from the evil divine palace, they had still consumed the poison pill, and their evil divine palace could still casually control the lives of Lin Xian and the others. Lin Xian and the others still had to act according to their orders, but they had already been back for a few days, and they actually didn't contact them, which was quite strange. Maybe it's not time to contact him yet. Lin Xian muttered to himself. Now, Lin Xian was really looking forward to them contacting him. Speaking of the devil, Lin Xian's phone rang just as they were talking about this topic. Hey, young Master Lin, welcome back. A gloomy voice came from inside, but there seemed to be a hint of a smile. You are Evil Fiend Temple? Lin Xian asked. Yes. Lin Xian believed that he, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue must be in the sight of the person who spoke, but Lin Xian really couldn't find him. Even if he did, it would be useless. What's the matter? Let me tell you, your Evil Fiend Temple is not trustworthy. During the time I was away, you actually took away 10% of the Yashen Group's money, causing the Yashen Group to be in a crisis. Your Evil Fiend Temple is really ridiculous. Lin Xian deliberately said this, deliberately making it seem like he was in a bad mood. Young Master Lin, there's no need to be angry. This is all for the sake of the Evil Fiend Temple's construction, including the fact that young Master Lin will also be a member of the Evil Fiend Temple in the future. All of this will benefit you. Hey! Lin Xian laughed and said, benefit me? To your Evil Fiend Temple, I, Lin Xian, am just a chess piece. You keep me now because I'm valuable, and when I'm no longer valuable, you can kick me away and kill me, right? Young Master Lin is overthinking it. To the Evil Fiend Temple, young Master Lin is a very, very important person. Hey! A very, very important person? Why can't I see it? Until now, I haven't even come into contact with the core of your Evil Fiend Temple, and you call me very important? Young Master Lin, isn't this because of my observation of you? I've already fucking taken the poison pill, and you're telling me that you still want to observe me? Let me tell you, don't play these empty words with me. I, Lin Xian, am not someone to be trifled with. Lin Xian said coldly. Ha ha ha, young Master Lin, don't be angry. Didn't I tell you before? Go to the God's awakening door first. Go to the God's awakening door to strengthen yourself, and come back even stronger. Then, young Master Lin can become the core of my evil fiend temple, and we don't have any wariness towards young Master Lin. Aren't we waiting for young Master Lin to become truly strong before telling young Master Lin about the core of the evil fiend temple? Lin Xian said, "Is that enough now?" "Ha ha ha, of course, otherwise I wouldn't have contacted you. It's like this. I'm the left protector of the evil fiend temple, and I'm here to tell young Master Lin about these things." Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Evil fiend temple, he didn't say evil fiend temple, evil fiend water temple, he said evil fiend temple, so he was the left protector of the evil fiend temple, at least on the surface. Of course, Lin Xian couldn't believe all of it. However, there was basically nothing to worry about. In their eyes, Lin Xian and the others had consumed the poison pill. That was a fact. It was impossible for them to consume the poison pill. Unless they didn't want to live anymore, what was there to worry about? What's the matter? Of course it's a big matter. May I know what young Master Lin's cultivation is now? 9 stars. 9 stars of the Great Void stage at such a young age, that's enough. How about this, after young Master Lin is done with the matters at the Holy Palace, I'll contact you again, okay? Okay. Then I won't disturb you anymore. Then that person hung up. Ling Ying and Han Chuxue knew what was going on, so they didn't say anything. How long will it take to go to the Holy Palace this time? Lin Xian asked. Who knows? Originally, they invited me and Chuxue to join, but we didn't decide whether to join or not. Ling Ying said, "What's the purpose of this force?" Ling Ying said, "As you know, the situation between the human clan and the demon clan is getting worse and worse, so they carefully selected some people from the human clan. They all have various outstanding abilities, and they want to organize these people to form a special team to complete extremely difficult and important tasks. The Hidden Dragon Army is such a team. By the way, there are many people in the Hidden Dragon Army who are from our martial arts academy." Lin Xian pondered for a moment. "Okay, I got it. I have to see if I have the ability, otherwise I'll lead them astray, and if something happens, it will be my fault." Chapter 1698. Although Lin Xian was shameless, he was still very responsible. Although he was lazy, Lin Xian was still willing to do things that would benefit him. If the Divine Temple wanted him to help, then there would be benefits, and it would not only benefit the Murong family. If he helped, even 11 of the 12 great elders of the Divine Temple might help Lin Xian. That was basically the entire Divine Temple. Therefore, if something happened to them, almost the entire Divine Temple would help. Lin Xian would be very happy. This was actually what the Divine Temple wanted. They wanted him to come and help them train a team that they were satisfied with. There were at least 11 great elders of the Divine Temple, which was basically the entire Divine Temple, so they could support him at least once. The most obvious thing was that with them, the Yang family would not dare to do anything, at least on the surface. Even if they did, they would be able to help Lin Xian. Then Lin Xian would be happy. Then the 3 of them went to a private room in a restaurant and ordered a table full of delicious food. "Hey, this evil fiend temple," Ling Ying said in a low voice. Han Chuxue also looked over. Lin Xian pondered for a moment, then said, "I don't know if what they said is true or false. They think that with the poison pill we won't all risk our lives to go against them, so maybe it's true. Maybe it will let me come into contact with the main hall in a short time. But the evil fiend temple is very cautious. Don't be too sure when the time comes, otherwise all your previous efforts will be wasted." Han Chuxue said, "Yes, I know. Then since you're going to the Divine Temple, let's go and take a look," Ling Ying said. "What are you going to do? Don't you have anything to do?" Lin Xian rolled his eyes. "You don't say, after coming back from the God's awakening door. I really have nothing to do. I really want the monster race and the human race to fight, or give me some missions, otherwise I'll be bored to death." Ling Ying stretched. "You don't want peace that much?" Han Chuxue glanced at her. "That's not true. Sooner or later we'll have to fight. Even if I say we won't fight, can we really not fight? Isn't it better to go to the demonic beast domain? Fragrant my ass. My cultivation level has already reached the high level of the absolute void stage. If I want to increase my cultivation level any further, I will have to face even more dangerous and powerful demonic beasts. The risk is too great. Moreover, I will have to go deeper into the forest. I am afraid of death. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Then let's go together. Maybe I'll give you some quests. That way you won't be bored. Lin Xian. That's right, that's what I was thinking. Isn't that right, Chushue? Han Chushue nodded. Up to you. Lin Xian shrugged. Then I'll call them all over. Who is it? Yuhan and Xinue. If they don't have anything to do, they can come over together. We're a team, and it's been a long time since we fought together. Ling Ying was playing with his phone. Whatever. Lin Xian shrugged. After the meal, they walked towards the Holy Palace together. How much do you know about this matter? Han Chushue shook her head. I don't know the details. Once we go in, someone will definitely tell you. All right. They arrived at the entrance of the Holy Palace. This was Lin Xian's second time coming to the Holy Palace. The first time was when he entered the gate of the Divine Domain with Murong Yu. However, this was the headquarters of the Holy Palace, but it didn't mean that this was the real Holy Palace. Ha ha ha. Little Xian, you're finally here. Murong Feng brought a few people and waited for Lin Xian at the entrance. Murong Feng was a person of status. How many people could make him personally wait? Lin Xian was one of them. Of course, other than Lin Xian's importance, the main reason he came here to wait for Lin Xian was that he liked this kid too much. He came here to wait for Lin Xian of his own free will. Uncle Murong. Lin Xian walked over with a smile. Not bad. It's good that you're here. Murong Feng patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said with a smile. Sai, there's no other way. Who told my family to be poor? Since Uncle Murong and the seniors of the Holy Palace extended their hands, I must accept, right? Lin Xian grinned. You little brat. Then, Murong Feng looked at Ling Ying and Han Chushue and said, Little Ling Chushue, you two come in as well. Thank you, Uncle Murong. They walked in. Come, Lin Xian. Let me introduce you. This is the head of the High Family, one of the 12 elders of the Holy Palace. This is the head of the Tian family, one of the 12 elders of the Holy Palace. When they heard that you were here, they especially came here. Murong Feng said. Lin Xian then cupped his fists towards them. Greetings, seniors. They nodded. Not bad, you're young and promising. I've long heard of your deeds. It's a pity that I can only meet you today. Lin Xian smiled and said, Seniors are too polite. I'm just an ordinary warrior and a little brat. How can I be compared to you? This world is so big, and there are so many hidden families. Now that they have come out one after another, there are people who are stronger and more outstanding than me everywhere. There are so many people out there, and I am just an ordinary warrior among the many warriors. Modest. Lin Xian scratched his head. Look, he's pretending again. Ling Ying whispered to Han Chushue. Han Chushue also helplessly shook her head. Modest. This was not Lin Xian's style. Indeed, it was not Lin Xian's style. However, Lin Xian's modesty also depended on the person, right? The other party was polite to you and didn't have any enmity towards you. Of course, you had to be polite to them. Uncle Murong, I don't know what you're thinking. Why do you want me to teach them? What can I teach? I'm not even as old as them. Moreover, I might not be as experienced as them. Lin Xian helplessly shook his head and said, Ha ha ha, let's not talk about this. Let's eat first. Uncle Murong, we just finished eating and came over. Lin Xian awkwardly said. Murong Feng patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, I think you have the ability. Lin Xian. I say, Uncle Murong, you can't have blind confidence in me. Yes, I've done some amazing things, but that doesn't mean I understand these things. Murong Feng smiled and said, It doesn't matter. You take them with you first. We'll also keep an eye on them. If they're not suitable, we'll definitely tell you. Don't worry. Just teach them according to what you think is right. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, Okay. Where is it? I'll go take a look now. Really, he didn't know why these people thought he was so special. Lin Xian really didn't have anything special. Chapter 1699. Lin Xian felt that this was outrageous. They were a group of experts, a group of commanders, and a group of big shots. Why were they so careless? Of course, these experts wouldn't be so careless. This was definitely something that they had thought through carefully before making this decision. Xiao Yu, go and gather the hidden dragon army. We'll go over in a moment. Murong Feng said when he saw Murong Yu walking over. Yes. Murong Yu then walked away. Murong Feng then said to Lin Xian, when the time comes, you can teach them however you want. We'll just watch. Don't be afraid of making mistakes. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. I understand. And the hidden dragon army has a total of 440 people. I'll give you 110 people. There are 4 teams. You'll lead 1 team, and the others will lead 3 teams. The strength of your 4 teams is relatively average. Basically, they're all from the domain realm to the virtualized realm, and even the virtualized realm's 9 stars. However, each of them is more or less not simple. They either have stronger attributes or special laws or domains. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I understand. And in half a month, your 4 teams will have a competition. Simply put, it's a martial arts competition. In this half a month, I hope to see a qualitative change in your team. I say, Uncle Murong, how can I have this ability? How can I have a qualitative change in them? The High family head smiled and said, if you can't do it, it means that you're not suitable to be a leader. I understand. If I can't make a qualitative change in them, I don't need to be a leader, right? Lin Xian said. And that's probably the case. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, I understand. Lin Xian, don't feel uncomfortable because they're very important. We also think that you might have the ability, but whether or not you're suitable depends on your performance. If you're not suitable, we still need to ask others to teach you. Murong Feng said very straightforwardly. He felt that there was no need to hide anything from Lin Xian. Lin Xian smiled and said, Uncle Murong, you are all experts. You have the power to kill in your hands. You actually want me to try on such an important matter. This proves how much you approve of me in your hearts. I will try my best. If it doesn't work, then there is nothing I can do. Yes, fine. Let's go then. Then they walked over. Murong Feng and the others had been discussing Lin Xian's matter for a long time. They recognized Lin Xian's strength and ability, but they didn't know how strong he was in this aspect. However, they believed that Lin Xian was a demonic genius. If they could let others learn from Lin Xian, then they would become a headache for the demon race in the future. Murong Feng and the others had been talking about Lin Xian for a long time. Of course, this was just an idealization. The specifics would depend on the situation. In any case, they just wanted to give it a try. If it didn't work, then it wouldn't work. They just had a little bit of hope. The main thing was that Lin Xian had given them too much of an impact. Now, no matter what they did, as long as Lin Xian did it, they would inexplicably think that he could do it. He could complete the task perfectly. They arrived at a huge open space. There were already a few hundred people gathered here. They could clearly see that they were divided into 4 groups. There were also some experts from the temple watching from a distance. This is the place where the hidden dragon army gathers. They will live in the temple and enjoy the resources of the temple until they have the ability to complete some difficult tasks. Murong Feng said, yes, there are even many top geniuses among them. They even come from top clans and forces. Lin Xian said, then why do they want to join the hidden dragon army? Murong Feng said, some of them are willing because they know that the hidden dragon army represents the peak of their generation on the continent. They will also receive the best training. They will be a very important group for the entire human race in the future. They shoulder a great mission. Maybe they like to have this kind of honor. Some of them were invited by us. For example, the Martial Arts Academy. Most of them are outstanding students from your martial arts academy. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I know. Then they walked in front of those people. Everyone, Let me introduce you. This is the captain of the Hidden Dragon Army's 4th team. I believe you all know him. Lin Xian, welcome. Morong Feng said. Hua, then those people applauded. As you can see, many people looked at Lin Xian with disdain. Whether it was the other 3 teams or Lin Xian's 4th team, many people looked at him with disdain. Most of these disdainful people were arrogant geniuses. They might even be in the virtualized realm. Who did they think the captain they had been waiting for several days would be? Turned out to be Lin Xian, who was about the same age and realm as them. Then tell me who would be happy. They were all geniuses. They were about the same age. Some of them were even older than Lin Xian. Then they had to call a little brat captain? They had to be led by a little brat and promoted? They had to let a little brat teach them? How could they be happy? Lin Xian, you tell them the rest. Morong Feng said. Lin Xian nodded. Then he walked in front of the 4th team. Yes, there are also many students from the Martial Arts Academy. There are also some that I know by name. Very good. From today onwards, I will be your captain. Of course, I can only be your captain for half a month. However, I will be more diligent during this half month. I also hope that you can cooperate. At this time, a man stood up and said, I don't understand. What don't you understand? Morong Feng asked. This Lin Xian is indeed quite famous. However, his realm, strength, and ability might not be as strong as mine. I don't think that I am qualified to be the captain. However, I also don't think that someone younger than me has the ability. I also don't think that he can teach us anything. Look at the other 3 teams. Their captains are either experts who have been famous for a long time or extremely experienced experts. There are even Heavenly Dao Realm seniors. Therefore, I don't understand. We are all from the Hidden Dragon Army. Why are we being led by a kid younger than me? Morong Feng looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, show him why you are the captain and not him. Lin Xian nodded. Then, he looked at that person and said, 9 stars of the virtualized realm? Yes. Qing family's Qing Yu. Please advise. Lin Xian smiled and said, No wonder you are convinced. However, I will not compete with you in strength. You are not worthy. What? Then, Lin Xian looked at an expert and said, This senior should be in the Heavenly Dao realm, right? This was the captain of the 1st team, or rather, the teacher. What is little brother Lin trying to say? If I can defeat a Heavenly Dao realm senior, will anyone still have any doubts? Everyone? Chapter 1700. Everyone looked at each other. It was true. Everyone believed that Lin Xian had been doubted by Qingyu, who was at the 9 stars Great Void Realm from the Hidden Dragon Army's 4th Division. What he did was to defeat Qingyu to prove to everyone that he was stronger than him and that he had the qualifications to lead them. However, Lin Xian's actions had truly alarmed everyone. He did not challenge Qingyu, but challenged a Heavenly Dao realm existence. This Heavenly Dao realm was at the 1-star realm. The Eye of Cave Spirit could detect that, so Lin Xian could challenge him. Regardless of the outcome, it would at least give everyone a greater impact. He was definitely not playing by the rules. He's indeed the Lin Xian I know, Morong Feng said with a laugh. Isn't he being a little too arrogant? He wants to challenge a Heavenly Dao realm existence? Isn't that courting death? A few people beside him began discussing. However, I feel that since he said so, he should have some confidence. Yes, he should have some confidence, but is that possible? That's the Heavenly Dao. How can the Heavenly Dao be so easily defeated by someone at the Great Void Realm? No, it's not easy. It's impossible. Although there are strong and weak Heavenly Dao, a Heavenly Dao is still a Heavenly Dao. A Heavenly Dao is not something the Great Void Realm can compare with. No matter how strong you are at the Great Void Realm, it's impossible. As for the other Hidden Dragon Army members, they began roaring with laughter. Ha ha ha. They were really about to burst out laughing. What a joke. A Great Void Realm wants to challenge a Heavenly Dao realm existence? There has never been such a ridiculous matter since ancient times. No, no, no. There are some, but they are all dead. Ha ha ha, that's not it. Does he think that challenging a heavenly Tao realm existence will make us admire him? But to be honest, he is indeed worthy of admiration. Is that Lin Xian? What a joke. Some people could not help but mock. When Qingyu heard Lin Xian's words, he was momentarily at a loss for words. The heavenly Tao one-star expert laughed and said, "Little brother Lin, you aren't joking, right?" Lin Xian smiled and said, "Of course not. These guys don't believe me." Senior said that if I defeat this 9 stars great void stage Qingyu, will he accept me? He was still unwilling to submit to me, so what could I do? Then I can only let all of them see that I can do what they can't do in their lifetime. In this way, they should be convinced by me. Humph. If you were to defeat me, I would naturally submit to you. However, don't think that you can make me submit to you just because you say that you can challenge someone at the heavenly Tao realm at the Great Void realm. Qingyu snorted. All right. Lin Xian waved his hand and said, "Whatever you say is meaningless." After he finished speaking, Lin Xian looked at the old man and said, "Senior, please don't show mercy." The old man smiled and said, "Then let this old man test your strength." After saying that, he smiled and released his terrifying aura. Feeling this aura, everyone couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Is this the might of the heavenly Tao? It's too terrifying. With such terrifying strength, this Lin Xian actually wants to challenge the heavenly Tao? What a joke. It's really a joke. Idiot. What's he acting for? Does he think he's invincible just because he came out of the God's Awakening door? No matter how much the God's Awakening door improves, it's limited. In this world, it's impossible for someone at the Great Void realm to defeat someone at the heavenly Tao realm. It's impossible for any genius, no matter how much of a genius they are. Then I'd like to see what kind of person this Lin Xian is. These people were waiting for a good show to unfold. Idiot. Wang Jian sneered. He was not a member of Lin Xian's team. As for Han Chuxue, Ling Ying, and Murongyu, they were also worried. Although they understood Lin Xian's character and knew that he would not do this if he did not have the confidence. But wasn't it a little too fierce for someone at the Great Void Realm to challenge the Heavenly Tao? As for the old man who was challenged by Lin Xian, although he was smiling on the surface, he was actually unhappy. A mere Great Void Realm cultivator dared to challenge him. Tell me, how could he be happy? Therefore, he was going to let this Lin Xian know what it meant to pay a price. What was the might of the heavenly Tao? Little brother Lin, do it. The old man said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian cracked his neck. Domain Realm Upgrade. Whoosh. Lin Xian's realm was upgraded to 10 stars of the Great Void Realm. Everyone could feel Lin Xian's upgrade. However, it was only an increase of 9 stars to 10 stars. In the Great Void Realm, this was indeed a huge increase. However, when facing the Heavenly Tao, unless you were also a Heavenly Tao, there was absolutely no possibility of you winning. But for Lin Xian, being at the 1 star of the Heavenly Tao realm was actually a lot easier. His realm-lowering domain could lower 3 stars, so Lin Xian believed that it would not be a problem to forcefully lower the Heavenly Tao realm by 1 star to 10 stars of the Great Void Realm. However, this would be extremely draining. But Lin Xian was prepared to end the battle quickly. Realm-lowering domain. Then, everyone felt the old man's aura rapidly vanish. Lin Xian's spiritual energy was instantly drained by an unknown amount, but thankfully there was still some left. At the same time, Lin Xian had a rough idea of the cost of releasing this domain. What? The old man's pupils constricted. Even though he had 1,000 ways, his realm had suddenly dropped from the Heavenly Tao realm to the Great Void Realm. No matter what he did, it would not be easy. Senior, take this. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled slightly. Destruction laws. Creation laws. Myriad world, heavenly lightning tribulation. Boom. Everyone was secretly alarmed. No. Is this the might a 9 stars of the Great Void Realm should have? To be honest, this Lin Xian is indeed astounding. The combat strength he can produce is truly powerful. Hey, what's so powerful about it? It's about the same. However, When the dust settled, everyone's pupils could not help but constrict violently. What? They did not understand why the Heavenly Tao Realm Senior's aura would drop in the beginning, but they believed that no matter what, this was a Heavenly Tao Realm expert. No matter what means one had, it was useless in front of a Heavenly Tao Realm expert. But the scene after the dust settled left everyone dumbfounded. Lin Xian stood there perfectly fine, but his opponent, the Heavenly Tao Realm expert, was also standing there. However, his aura was extremely unstable. He appeared to be injured. This? Senior, you have been defeated. Lin Xian said lightly. What? Everyone revealed a puzzled look. Why was he able to say that? Why was he defeated? Chapter 1701. Yes. In the eyes of these people, Lin Xian's strike seemed to have injured the Heavenly Tao Realm expert. He was already very heaven-defying. However, that was all there was to it. But now, Lin Xian was telling the expert that he had been defeated. This left everyone perplexed. Little brother Lin is indeed a young hero. You really have the qualifications to teach these people. At the very least, you are absolutely qualified in this aspect. I'm impressed. The elder said to Lin Xian with a smile. Thank you for letting me win. The old man also cupped his fists and walked to the front of his team members. What? Everyone was secretly alarmed. Could it be that Lin Xian really won? But how did he win? I didn't see anything. What's going on? What's going on? Could it be that they were acting? Everyone had such thoughts. Really, they really thought that the two of them were acting here? What was the meaning of this? Everyone, if little brother Lin had not stopped just now, I would probably have been beheaded. The elder said nonchalantly. What? Upon hearing this, they were even more incredulous. What was this? Lin Xian smiled and said, It seems like you aren't convinced. One of them said, It was blocked by the dust. We didn't see anything. So, you don't even believe the words of a Heavenly Tao Realm Senior, right? Lin Xian laughed. No, that's two different things. You didn't convince us. Qingyu said. Lin Xian knew that it was not that they were unconvinced. They were convinced, but they were still being stubborn. Although some of them believed that he and the Heavenly Tao Realm expert were acting, Lin Xian also knew that most of them felt that the possibility was low and meaningless. However, they had to see it with their own eyes. Did you see it? Murong Feng said. This punk is too shocking. He nearly slit the left supremacy's throat with a single strike. He has the ability to lower his opponent's realm. He can even forcefully lower a Heavenly Tao Realm expert's realm to the Great Void Realm. That's right. It's too unbelievable. Such an ability is too abnormal. Should be a domain. Is there such a domain? But even if there is, isn't it too unbelievable that a Great Void Realm expert could lower a Heavenly Tao Realm expert's cultivation to the Great Void Realm? How much spiritual energy would that expend? The people beside him were secretly alarmed. At this moment, Lin Xian said, All right, I understand. Come at me together. What? The members of the 4th troop of the Hidden Dragon Army looked at each other. This punk is too arrogant. However, if he had said that earlier, he wouldn't have needed to fight a Heavenly Tao Realm expert. From the looks of it, there's no need for him to fight a Heavenly Tao Realm expert. Family Master said. No, no, no. Another Tian family master shook his head. He did it on purpose. He knows that he can defeat a Heavenly Tao Realm expert, so he deliberately did not let anyone see this scene. He left everyone in suspense. This way, if he defeats the Hidden Dragon Army's 4th team, these people will be convinced. They will consider carefully if Lin Xian really defeated a Heavenly Tao Realm expert. Then why not let them see the scene? Wouldn't it give them a greater impact? That's because this punk is giving face to the left supremacy. Murong Feng explained. So that's the case. I didn't consider it thoroughly. This punk is so young, but he thinks things through so thoroughly. Murong Feng nodded. This is also why I believe that he has the ability to lead the Hidden Dragon Army. Don't look at his young age. His wisdom and the calmness of his heart are not something these kids can compare to. One is marked by the company one keeps. I think that even if Lin Xian is useless and can't teach them anything, I believe that if they meet someone who is more outstanding than any of them, who is more calm and outstanding, they will imitate him. Because they are all proud people, when they meet someone stronger, they may not be convinced on the surface, but in reality, after a long time, they will imitate Lin Xian in the way they do things. Yes, that's true. For every prideful person, they naturally want to become more outstanding. But when they meet someone, they will think, why is this person more outstanding? What's so outstanding about him? They are clearly the most outstanding, so why is there someone more outstanding? They will think that this more outstanding person has something special about him that they don't have. So, many times when they do things, they will deliberately imitate a more outstanding person. Morong family head. So this is your real goal? Morong Fong shook his head. No, this is only one of my goals. Even if Lin Xian doesn't have the ability to lead the Hidden Dragon Army, he can still help these outstanding kids improve in half a month. But my true goal is to hope that this kid Lin Xian can help these people improve. I truly hope that this kid has this ability. After all, in my eyes, I have always believed that this Lin Xian has the ability to become a key figure in the future of the human race against the demon race. I also think that he is the only candidate. On the other side, 110 people surrounded Lin Xian. Since you have said so, then don't blame us for being ruthless. A man's eyes narrowed as he spoke. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Make your move. Let's go." The battle was about to begin. Lin Xian's figure was facing more than 100 experts alone. In the eyes of others, such a battle was impossible to win. But now, everyone had a glimmer of hope, especially when they saw Lin Xian's powerful combat strength and ease under the siege of this group of people. They were secretly alarmed. How did he become so much stronger? Morong Yu muttered to herself. It's an ability he obtained after returning from the Door of God's Awakening. Ling Ying shrugged his shoulders. Right, what did he obtain? It seems to be a domain, and all his attributes have been doubled. All his attributes have been doubled? Why would he choose such an upgrade? Morong Yu was puzzled. Normally, they would choose to upgrade an additional attribute such as a domain, a law, or something like that. A full attribute upgrade might seem useful now, but after reaching the Heavenly Tao realm, it wouldn't seem to have much of an effect. And the reason why Lin Xian chose this was because he had no other choice. His attributes were all attributes. Among the laws, he had the strongest one, so he chose this one after choosing a domain. Chapter 1702. Lin Xian's true combat strength had never been displayed in front of the public before. The Tianwu conference was also not open to the public. For half a month, they had been fighting outside. Only in the martial arts academy did Lin Xian's battles with some experts become public. However, at that time, Lin Xian was only at the domain realm. He was not even at the heavenly venerable realm. Therefore, many people did not know that Lin Xian's current combat strength was at the Great Virtual Realm. Until now, Lin Xian was at the Great Virtual Realm. 9 stars was already a very high level. However, there were no less than 5 Great Virtual Realm 9 stars in the Hidden Dragon Army's 4th Division. There were even quite a few 7 stars and 8 stars. The difference was only 1 or 2 stars. In terms of combat strength, there were also some laws and domain realm restrictions. But Lin Xian moved through these people's roosters with ease. His speed was extremely fast. Some people wanted to catch sight of Lin Xian and attack him. Unfortunately, they could not catch sight of him at all. Damn it! His speed is so fast. Those people gritted their teeth. In the world of martial arts, only speed was invincible. This was indeed true. Ice Seal. Then, one by one, they fell under Lin Xian's hands. Did you see that? This Lin Xian seems to be playing house with these geniuses. There is an absolute difference in strength between them. This gap is quite big. They are at the same level, or rather, the difference in their realms is not that big. Why is there such a huge difference in combat strength? The most important thing is that he is not facing a group of ordinary warriors. They are all geniuses. Although they may not be the top geniuses in the world, they are definitely not ordinary. Are their special abilities useless against Lin Xian? Myriad lightning, heavenly prison. Sizzle. Lin Xian stood there and gathered an extremely strong lightning attribute energy. You finally stopped. Seeing that Lin Xian had stopped, those people's eyes narrowed. Lin Xian's speed was so fast that it was difficult to catch sight of him. Some people's powerful abilities had very little effect on Lin Xian. Or rather, they would be able to break free in an instant. But now, he had actually stopped and even used a big move on them. Was he trying to compete with more than 100 of them in terms of strength alone? Then, the 110 people gathered together a powerful force. Although some of them were only at the Domain Realm and Heavenly Venerate Realm, that didn't stop them from contributing to the alliance. He wants to use his own strength to fight more than 100 people. How is this possible? These 100 or so people are not ordinary warriors. Their realms are not low either. There are even a few who are close to or even at the same realm as him. Why does he dare to do this? Everyone was puzzled. Ha! How arrogant! The captain of the Hidden Dragon Army's second team was a man around 28 or 29 years old. Actually, one could feel that he was very strong. 28 or 29 years old was only a few years older than some of the Hidden Dragon Army members, but he had become their captain. He had heard of Lin Xian's name and felt that he was a respectable opponent. However, he could not accept that a 9th-level Great Void Stage cultivator was going to compete with more than 100 Hidden Dragon Army geniuses. Would Lin Xian be able to win? Of course, it would be a little difficult. However, this was also because Lin Xian had not used his full strength. Although Lin Xian was much stronger than them, Lin Xian's improvement was nothing more than his ability to create laws and double his strength. This could not compare to more than 100 people. Law of creation, double strength. Boom! The two terrifying forces collided together, and a terrifying shockwave hit everyone. He doesn't have a backup plan? When they saw this scene, they were secretly shocked. This was because they realized that the strength released by Lin Xian could actually compete with the strength released by more than 100 people. Logically speaking, he should have been instantly devoured and crushed, but he still managed to resist. Unfortunately, it's useless no matter what. Click! At this moment, the crisp sound of a lighter came from behind them. Lin Xian was leaning against the wall with his head lowered as he lit a cigarette. What? It was only then that everyone noticed Lin Xian, who had appeared out of nowhere in that place. He still had the mood to light a cigarette? No, on what basis? Yes, it was true that this move had shocked every single one of them. They had to admit that, at least in terms of the power of this move, none of them could contend against it. However, you couldn't win either. Actually, in terms of standpoint, these kids have already lost. The High Family Patriarch said, "Yes, that's right. There are more than 100 people, and many of them are experts of the same level or even the same level. In such a situation, Lin Xian only showed a trace of weakness. In fact, they have already lost by fighting 100 against 1. But now, what is this Lin Xian doing?" Qingyu pointed at Lin Xian and said, "You're bragging? But you can't brag anymore?" Lin Xian laughed and said, "Can't brag anymore? No. Look." What? Those people lowered their heads to take a look. Hiss! More than 100 people, and a shadow cage appeared under each of them. Their pupils shrank. Whoosh! In the next instant, all the shadow cages grew and enveloped them. When did he secretly condense the shadow cages? We didn't even notice? No! The most shocking thing is that he can actually use the power of the dark attribute to the maximum during the day. That's not the most shocking thing. There are more than one person who can do this. The most shocking thing is that he condensed a shadow cage under each of them. He can only do it when he's using a big move. It's fine if it's done quietly, but to do it in such a short time, isn't it a bit unimaginable? This is Lin Xian. It had to be said that this move had shocked many people. Can you do it? Han Chuxue glanced at Ling Ying. Me? I can't do it even if I die. More than 100 shadow cages, and to release them in such a short time I can only do half of it at most. Ling Ying shook his head and said, You! Despicable! You're actually playing dirty. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. Despicable? This is called all's fair in war. Moreover, in a battle of life and death, if you're attacked like this, can you point at him and say he's despicable and ask him to do it again? Hearing Lin Xian's words, those people were speechless. Morongfeng smiled. This brat came up and gave them a lesson. Chapter 1703. Ignoring everything else. Lin Xian's current performance was enough to satisfy the Holy Temple. The Hidden Dragon Army's fourth team was both convinced and unconvinced. They had lost helplessly. They felt that even though they had yet to use their skills, they had indeed lost. Lin Xian snapped his fingers and removed the shadow cage. Clap, clap, clap. At this moment, some people applauded for Lin Xian. What a beautiful battle! The man smiled and walked over. He extended his hand to Lin Xian, Hidden Dragon Army's second team's captain. Tianheng, nice to meet you. Lin Xian glanced at him and shook his hand. Nice to meet you. I look forward to the battle between our two teams in half a month. Of course. I look forward to the battle with you even more. Lin Xian smiled. There will be a chance. This person was quite powerful. He actually had a heavenly Dao realm cultivation. Holy shit. Lin Xian was alarmed. He looked to be in his late 20s or early 30s. Heavenly Dao realm. He should represent the peak existence of this generation, right? In any case, Lin Xian was truly impressed. However, they should be faster. They should reach the Heavenly Dao realm in the next few years. They were not inferior to him. It was just that he was born a few years earlier. Lin Xian then looked at Morongfeng and said, Uncle Morong, from now on, the fourth team will be left to me? Morongfeng nodded. That's right. I'll leave it to you. From now on, the fourth team's expenses, spiritual artifacts, consumables, etc. can be collected from the Holy Temple at any time. This is your captain token. Morongfeng then threw a token to Lin Xian. Lin Xian reached out and caught it. All right. Lin Xian then grinned and looked at the Hidden Dragon Army's 100 over people. Brothers and sisters, I know that some of you are unconvinced. If you are, you can challenge me at any time. However, there are more important matters now. The Holy Temple's master just said that the Holy Temple will bear all expenses for the next half a month. What are you waiting for? The best 5-star hotel in Tiandu will be our dormitory from now on. Let's go have a big meal and get to know each other. After the meal, the guys can go to the spa with me. As for the girls, they can go to the beauty salon or something. The Holy Temple will pay for it too. Lin Xian's words caused everyone to freeze on the spot. They were really stunned. This? Bro, are you serious? They didn't lack money, but what they lacked was a comfortable environment for such strict training. Look at the Holy Temple's temple. To rent a 5-star hotel as their dormitory? Lin Xian's words instantly made these people's impression of Lin Xian soar. Also, what spa? Was it proper for a man to go to a spa? Having a girlfriend was one thing, but a spa was a spa. The service was different. One was for you, the other was for others to service you. What are you waiting for? Let's go. Lin Xian said, Hey, I'm coming. Brother Xian, I didn't want to make a move on you before. I'm just a sky venerable. I know that it's useless. Me too. Me too. Everyone? Are you going to do anything? Ling Ying looked at Han Chuxue and said, Han Chuxue. She couldn't do anything. Bastard. I'm so angry. Ling Ying couldn't help but stomp his feet. Morong family head, you see. The other Holy Temple's experts were all stunned. Morongfeng couldn't help but laugh. This kid. Then he said, No matter what, let them be for the next half a month. Even if it seems like they're messing around, we'll see the results in half a month. Don't forget, the reason why Lin Xian is so powerful is not only because of his own strength, but also because of his way of thinking that completely surpasses others. Perhaps he has his own intentions. Don't worry about it. Okay. Under the envious gazes of others, Lin Xian made a call. Hey, book me 30 Rolls Royces. Pick us up at the Holy Temple's entrance and take us to Tianfu Hotel. What? Tianfu Hotel is only a few hundred meters away from the Holy Temple's entrance? Then pick us up too. We don't lack money. Everyone? What the fuck? Not long after, under everyone's envious gazes, more than 100 people got into dozens of Rolls Royces and drove away. These people didn't lack money, but they wanted to be different from others. Tell me, didn't Lin Xian's method make them look special? Was there something different? That wasn't the main point. The main point was that in front of so many big shots, they were openly giving special treatment. This feeling of superiority in their hearts was indescribable. Everyone, get ready for training, Tianheng said. However, he sneered in his heart. Now that you're openly giving special treatment, what about their training? Let's see how you'll deal with it in half a month. You're glorious now, but half a month later, when you embarrass yourself in front of everyone, will you still be glorious? However, he didn't notice, and many others didn't notice, that their team members were envious. Even if they knew that their team members were envious, they didn't think much of it. In fact, it had a lot to do with it. They had booked Tianfu Hotel for half a month and spent a lot of money. It didn't matter, they didn't lack money anyway. More than 100 people were in the hall. There were all kinds of delicious food and good wine. Everyone ate happily. Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Murong Yu also came. They wanted to see what Lin Xian was up to. No. In fact, they wanted to see if this guy was really going to go to a spa. Young Master Yu, I think this Lin Xian is really good. At least a young man like him will be able to understand us better, right? Qing Yu chimed in. That's not important. What's important is that he is indeed very powerful. Everyone says that this Lin Xian is not simple. I won't talk about his combat strength, but he brought us here and used a 5-star hotel as his dormitory. This isn't something an ordinary person can do. I really want to see what he's up to. I hope that he's a capable person, and I hope that he has the ability to subdue us. In any case, in his heart, he admitted that he was inferior to him. However, whether he was qualified to lead more than 100 people was another concept. But I heard that they're all Lin Xian's girlfriends, but Murong Yu doesn't seem to be one. They looked at the 3 beauties. Even if they're not, it's still amazing, okay? She was once my goddess. Sigh, comparisons are odious. Let's not talk about this. Let's eat first and see what he's going to do next. Lin Xian toasted them table by table. Everyone was very happy and clinked their glasses with Lin Xian. Chapter 1704. Murong Yu, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue sat alone on one side. Why is he doing this? Ling Ying asked while eating lobster noodles. Obviously, although in their eyes Lin Xian was a shameless bastard, he was not the kind of person who did not strive for improvement. Although sometimes the way he did things was really confusing, he always had his reasons. This was why others felt that Lin Xian did things unconventionally but always had a miraculous effect. It should be to build a good relationship with them. Han Chuxue said. Well, I think so too. Murong Yu nodded. Build a good relationship? What's the point of building a good relationship? Does he think that he can make these people submit to him like this? Even if they submit to him and build a good relationship with him, how can he train them better? Is there any relationship between the two? I don't know. What was Lin Xian going to do? Build a good relationship? Who said that the leader and the team members must be strict? Yes, that was indeed the case. Because only by being strict could they lead them, make them obey, and prevent accidents from happening. However, Lin Xian preferred another way. He could be strict, but he did not want to be strict all the time. He wanted to let everyone accept something in a relaxed way and cooperate to fight. Lin Xian wanted them to fight willingly and tacitly, rather than force them to cooperate to achieve something. That would be completely different. After a while, everyone. Lin Xian shouted at this time. Everyone looked at him. We're almost done eating. Let's go. The men will go to the spa with me. The girls will also go to the beauty salon and go shopping. At 8 o'clock after dark, all of us will gather in the West Wind suburb outside Tiandu. Lin Xian said, "Okay, let's go." Lin Xian then looked at Morongyu and the others and said, "Do you want to come with us? Since we have nothing to do, let's go together. Then you can go with those girls." After dark, Lin Xian and the other men were all hugging each other as they walked unsteadily. "Captain, TSK, that technician of mine, oh my god, his skills are too good. I almost fucking finished it. Fuck, my technique is the best. I've had more than 10 girlfriends. My technique only lasted for 10 seconds, and I almost fucking felt like it was over. Tisk, none of you can do it. My girl just turned 18 and is still in school. She looks so fucking innocent and has 2 ponytails." Those people discussed animatedly. For men, how could they get familiar with each other in the shortest time possible and have common topics to talk about? Just a trip to a place like this was enough. "Older brother Xian, where are you? Your car?" Someone ran over and asked with a smile. "Oh mine. The boss's wife went up personally." "Fuck, is she the lady boss we saw before?" "My goodness, although this lady boss isn't as pretty as those people, she's not bad either, especially that kind of charm." "Damn, older brother Xian, you're not kind." Lin Xian smiled and said, "I'll invite you guys over when I'm free. Anyway, for the next half a month, our expenses will be covered by the Holy Temple. If you guys perform well, we'll go over and relax when we return." "Alright." Shameless. In the dark, Linging leaned against the wall and listened to their conversation. He was so angry that he wanted to die. Bastard. Is this a man? Disgusting. To be honest, to think of this method to strengthen the cohesion and feelings between the members, other than him, there is no one else. Murong Yu shook her head helplessly. But this bastard went there himself. He's so shameless. I think he already thought about it, so he took this opportunity to try it out. How is he so clear about it? Did he go to a city and find a place like this? The more Ling Ying thought about it, the angrier he got. He might not have really gone there. Han Chushue said. After all, he had so many beautiful girlfriends. If he only had one beautiful girlfriend, then he might still like wildflowers and want to try it out. But with so many beautiful girlfriends, he really wouldn't go that far. Shameless. Anyway, he's just shameless. He must have been there. Such a secretive place, and he knows about the industry. How shameless. Ling Ying was extremely unhappy. Everyone gathered together. "Everyone, give me the expense reports. When the time comes, I'll hand them over to the temple for reimbursement." "Boss is mighty," a few girls shouted happily. They didn't like to take advantage of such a small thing. They didn't lack money, but this kind of feeling was different. "Fuck, who bought a 200,000 necklace?" Lin Xian opened his mouth. "Fuck, you spent 397,000 for a meal?" Lin Xian looked at them. "I say, sisters, let's spend less. Otherwise, I'll be too embarrassed to report it." Lin Xian scratched his head and said, Then let's go." Lin Xian shook his head. "That's not necessary. Just be a little more careful later. You still have to spend." "Boss is mighty." "Brother Xian, what are we doing here?" Person asked. "Obviously, we're going to the beast domain," Qingyu said. Lin Xian nodded. "That's right, we'll go directly to the beast domain tonight." The beast domain was a place that they couldn't be more familiar with. All of them were in the domain realm, Empyrean realm, and absolute realm. How could they not be familiar with the beast domain? "We're going to the beast domain to train?" For their training, the experience in the demonic beast domain was indispensable. This was actual combat training. Lin Xian nodded. I'll explain the rules next." Lin Xian glanced at everyone and said, "A total of 110 people. I'll divide you into 10 groups. Each group has 11 people, 1 captain, 1 vice-captain. Next, all of you will enter the poisonous rainforest for 3 days. In these 3 days, I need each of you to kill 3 absolute realm beasts. That shouldn't be difficult, right? They looked at each other. Captain, absolute realm beasts are very strong. Although our realms aren't weak, but we still have our domains. Empyreans are still very dangerous. Lin Xian continued. Therefore, this is the second thing that each team needs to do. It doesn't matter if you are injured. I need each and every one of you to come out alive. I need each of your captains and vice-captains to protect themselves and the other members who might be of lower realms. I hope that when all of you come out, each team will have 11 people who can walk out alive. At the same time, I will be in a team with the 3 of them and we will compete. Chapter 1705. All of them looked at each other. Captain, you want to compete with us? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, each of us will be in a team. Believe it or not, the demon crystals of the great virtual realm and heavenly venerable realm demonic beasts in our hands will be much more than any of your teams combined in 3 days. Of course not. After all, we are not useless. Yes, even if each of us has to bring a few domain realm and heavenly venerable team members, they are still very strong. They are not weak. Lin Xian smiled. Then let's compete. Okay, let's compete. Lin Xian took out some beads and threw them to them. These are space-jumping beads that I created myself. Each of you take one and use it when you are in danger. I don't care what you do. The most important thing is to protect yourself and your teammates. Yes, understood. Then I will now form a team for you. Qingyu. Qingyu walked out. You are the captain of the first team. Your team members are... Lin Xian took out a list and read out the names of 10 people. I hope you can shoulder the responsibility of a captain and protect them well. Yes. The second pair, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Murong Yu stood behind him. He did this to cultivate the tacit understanding between the team members. Han Chuxue nodded. With more than 100 people in a team, the tacit understanding is not something that can be developed in a short period of time. So, he simply divided the original team into 10 and let each team work together to develop tacit understanding. Then, he let the 10 teams work together to develop tacit understanding. This way, it's much easier. Is this Lin Xian? They were in disbelief. Although they saw Lin Xian's method and understood Lin Xian's intention, to be honest, none of them had thought of this before. Even if there were so many teams and so many forces, how could they not think of this training method? The most important thing in a team was tacit understanding. Strength could be made up by cooperation and tacit understanding. Moreover, he made so many people captain and vice-captain. This will turn them from team members into responsible captains. In this way, whether it's for the integration of the team or their personal improvement, it's very big, whether it's in terms of combat power or mentality. At the same time, in the next few days, they will feel that it's not easy to be a captain. Is this Lin Xian so smart? He can even think of this? Murong Yu frowned. Just these 2 moves, he seems to have the meticulous mind of a commander. But to be a commander, it is not enough to be meticulous. He must have an absolute view of the overall situation and sufficient knowledge of the military. Han Chuxue said. In fact, my father has always hoped that Lin Xian can become a real commander. My father very much hopes that in the future, he can hand over a large number of teams to Lin Xian and let him lead them to fight against the monster race. Therefore, whether it is this time or a future opportunity, my father wants to let Lin Xian show his talent in this area, or to see if he has the talent in this area. Murong Yu said. He probably doesn't like it. Ling Ying said. Yes, even if he participates in the battle, he wants to do something in his own way with his simple team. He doesn't like to lead millions of troops to battle. Han Chuxue said. Maybe it will change. Lin Xian said. Okay. It's 9 o'clock now. 3 days later, I need all of you to come here and complete the mission. I will give you a reward. Let's go and show off in front of those people. Also, although you are in 10 teams, there are still many dangers in this poisonous rainforest. You'd better keep in touch with each other. If you need help, help each other. Yes, let's go. Then, those people rushed forward one after another. Lin Xian stretched, looked at the three beautiful girls behind him, and said, "Then let's go in together. This poisonous rainforest is very dangerous. You let them go in like this, and there are even domain realm experts. What if something happens?" Ling Ying said. Lin Xian shrugged and said, "It is dangerous, and I have heard about it. But none of them suggested retreating or worrying about the dangers here. I have to believe them. You are indeed a little too hard-working. The other three teams haven't undergone this level of training yet. You don't even know some of their abilities and directly start. It is a little reckless." Murong Yu said, "As top warriors and geniuses, if they don't crawl out of the ruins, are they going to be carried out by others? Let's go. We haven't fought side by side in a long time. I heard that there are a few poison sovereigns in this poisonous rainforest. Let's see if we can find them." "Hey! I heard that there are heavenly Dao realm poison sovereigns in this poisonous rainforest. Are you sure? Although you've planned that area for them, what if?" Lin Xian said, "Such heavenly Dao realm experts don't come out all year round. There's nothing we can do if we really encounter one. However, I gave them life-saving beads. It's fine. Let's go. Treat it as training." "Okay, let's go." "What? Team 4 went to the poisonous forest?" The news quickly reached the ears of some of the people in the Divine Temple. "Crazy! Is he crazy? Not only did they go to the poisonous forest, that Lin Xian even split them into 10 teams and made them move alone. Does he think they aren't lucky enough?" Some people were so angry that they were trembling. One had to know that these people were more or less the children of large family clans. If something happened to them, they would be held responsible. If it was a normal operation, there was nothing they could do. However, they were being led by a brat. If something happened, they would be held responsible. Morong Fong drank a mouthful of tea and nodded in satisfaction. He's indeed a genius. To think that he could think of such a method to break in such a short period of time. "Patriarch Morong, what do you mean?" Morong Fong smiled and said, "It's nothing. Don't worry. This Lin Xian has the spatial attribute. At the very least, he will give them a life-saving method. Since we've handed it to him, we should trust him. Sai, if something happens, we'll be in trouble." When the other 4 teams heard this news, they could not help but laugh. "What an idiot!" Tian Hung sneered. "Captain, they're courting death. Even if we went to the poisonous rainforest, we would have to hold on tightly. They actually split into 10 teams. A great virtual realm expert has to bring along domain realm and low realm experts who are a burden to him. They're simply courting death. They think that weight training will be effective. In fact, they're courting death. Let's see how many of them come out alive." Chapter 1706. Time slowly passed. It had been a long time since Lin Xian came here to face a powerful demon beast. Over the past few days, Lin Xian had killed quite a number of demon beasts here. He didn't dare to go any deeper because this place was indeed very dangerous. There were even demon beasts at the heavenly Dao realm. Lin Xian didn't dare to provoke demon beasts at this level. 3 days passed just like that. Lin Xian was definitely fine. He arrived at the agreed location. When he arrived, 3 teams had already arrived early. "Captain, Brother Xian." When they saw Lin Xian, they all shouted. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. They were more or less injured, but it was negligible. It was fine as long as they were fine. "Captain, we didn't complete the mission. We didn't encounter 3 great void stage demon beasts. We only encountered 2 and there wasn't enough time, so we quickly returned. If we could encounter 3, we would definitely be able to complete the mission and take them down." That person said to Lin Xian before taking out a pile of demon crystals. Lin Xian nodded and took it. "Is there anyone with more serious injuries?" "Reporting. Our injuries are considered minor." "Alright, that's fine. Brother Xian, we're back." Another team ran out. Lin Xian looked over. "Sure." They walked over and looked at the others smugly. "What's wrong? Looking at your depressed looks. Did you not complete the mission?" Ha ha ha. Sorry. Our team completed the mission. You have no right to enjoy the services of a technician. Fuck you. Don't be so smug. You were just lucky. Do you think we didn't have the ability to complete the mission? We searched for an entire day and didn't find a third great void stage demon beast. In order to return within the stipulated time, we didn't complete it. If we were lucky, we would have completed it long ago. TCH, that's because we didn't complete it. How can there be so many ifs? Hey, Zhongran, did your team complete the mission? Of course. Another team of 11 people walked over. Soon, the 9th team came over one after another. Time's up. There's still one team that hasn't arrived. Lin Xian looked at the time and frowned. It's Qingyu's team. That's strange. Could something have happened? Qingyu's team is very strong. Especially Qingyu himself. He should be fine, right? Of course not. Since we're all fine, Qingyu should be fine too. About half an hour later. Whoosh! A few figures rushed out, and one of them carried a figure in his arms. Hey, what's going on? Those people were shocked and hurriedly ran over. Older brother Xian, we met a few very powerful demonic beasts. That demonic beast has the power of space. We already used the space pearl to escape, but it still caught up to us. Captain covered us and was heavily injured. His aura is getting more and more. One of them had red eyes. They didn't have much feelings for each other, but because of the 3 days they spent together and the fact that Qingyu made them run away while he was seriously injured, they all felt guilty. Lin Xian hurriedly ran over to check. Law of Creation. Shua. Lin Xian released the powerful law of creation, and an endless stream of life force flowed into his body. Give this to him. Lin Xian took out a pill. Ah, okay. Then a girl took the pill and gave it to Qingyu. Shua. Some silver needles appeared in Lin Xian's hand and began to treat his acupoints. Wood and water attribute healing together. Don't stop. Lin Xian hurriedly said. Yes. Law of creation. About half an hour later. Cough, cough. Qingyu coughed and opened his eyes. Phew. Lin Xian also let out a long sigh of relief. It didn't matter if a person died, but if it was because of him, Lin Xian would still feel guilty. Moreover, Lin Xian also knew what would happen if he died. Fortunately, he had the law of creation and a relatively top-grade pill. In a very serious and even near-death situation, he was forcefully pulled back. The main thing was that Lin Xian's realm was enough, so the law of creation was still very effective. Captain, you're finally awake. His team hurriedly ran over and surrounded Qingyu. Qingyu coughed and stood up while holding his chest. His condition didn't look good, but compared to before, it could even be said that he was completely fine now. Thank you for coming to save me, Qingyu said to his team members. It was Captain who saved us. It was Big Brother Xian who saved Captain. Qingyu looked at Lin Xian and cupped his fist. It's fine. It's because of me that you guys were in danger. No, it's my fault that we encountered danger. In order to complete the mission better, I brought them to a deeper location and encountered a stronger demon beast. Qingyu said, Captain, that's something that all of us agreed to. If you want to talk about whose fault it is, then it's all of our fault. Lin Xian said, Don't do it again. Yes, sir. Just these 3 days of change. Those words between them. Some actions. Lin Xian felt that it was worth it. All right, go back to the hotel and rest for a day. I'll take you guys to have fun. Qingyu, I'll treat you when we get back. Yes, sir. The group of them returned safely. This news was also received by the others. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. When the other 3 teams heard this news, they were all unhappy. Why? It was clearly such a dangerous place, yet they were separated into 10 teams. How could no one have gotten into trouble? Damn it! 1 day later, the entire 4th team had also recovered in a very good state. Big Brother Xian, what are we doing today? That's right, Big Brother Xian. What's the content of our training today? Lin Xian said, Today, we'll go to a spa first, then we'll book a gaming room and play games. Fuck. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Everyone revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. But Big Brother Xian, if we do this, then when the time comes, will the competition with the other 3 teams? Lin Xian smiled and said, It's fine, I have my own ideas. Today we'll play customization and competition mode. Whoever is at the bottom will treat us to a meal today. TSK. It has to be them. Fuck. You're so arrogant. Come and taste this daddy's Yasuo. Fuck. If you're not convinced, then let's fight. Trash. Lin Xian then looked at the girls and said, Girls, let's play games together. Ling Ying, Han Chushue, and Murong Yu looked at each other. What is this Lin Xian trying to do? Right now, they really didn't know what Lin Xian was thinking. Chapter 1707. Everyone else was training with their lives on the line, but this guy went to the clubhouse and the internet cafe. Indeed, the previous 3 days were very difficult, but the training of the others wasn't just warming up in the Holy Palace, they were also training in actual combat. But why did Lin Xian bring them to play games? Because playing games could cultivate their relationship. For Lin Xian, what he valued the most was the tacit understanding, mutual trust, and willingness to sacrifice. This was very important in a team. They were a group of people who couldn't even be considered friends. There were more than 100 people, and they only had a good relationship with a few of them. As for the others, they only had a short conversation when they met. How could such a team fight better? Therefore, when they were fighting, they were willing to help each other, and even help some people block stronger forces. This was the most important thing. Only this could be called a team. In terms of combat power, each of their teams were about the same. It was impossible to pull apart the gap in combat power in half a month. Therefore, Lin Xian was smart. He chose to let these people cultivate a relationship with each other in this month. At the very least, they were friends. Say, if it's just doing something with colleagues or with a group of friends, can colleagues be better than friends in all aspects? This was what Lin Xian wanted to do. What? This Lin Xian brought them to the clubhouse and the internet cafe? What is he trying to do? When the people in the Holy Palace heard this news, they were so angry that they wanted to die. Master Murong, this Lin Xian is simply too willful. We have a good impression of him, but this can't be a reason for him to be impudent. Murong Feng drank a mouthful of tea and said, No matter what he does, at least it didn't cause any consequences or influence. It's only half a month. Everyone can wait for half a month to see the results. As for the rest, Lin Xian is the captain of the 4th team. Now, at least for half a month, he has the right to do anything that is not illegal. He has the right to manage the 4th team in any way he wants. To be honest, this old man is looking forward to what this brat is doing. This game is really incomprehensible. An old man said, maybe he's just relaxing. After all, they just came out of the poisonous rainforest and killed a lot of virtuous realm monsters. It's too risky. Let's wait for half a month. Half a month later, Lin Xian and the others gathered in the Holy Palace once again. Other than Lin Xian's team, there were 3 other teams of the Hidden Dragon Army. It was obvious that they didn't improve much. Even the Hidden Army team, led by Lin Xian, didn't seem to improve. After all, it was only half a month. How much could he improve? He wouldn't be able to improve anything. Perhaps a few of them would be lucky enough to advance a little, but this was not a big deal. Many of the temple's experts had arrived. In the past 2 weeks, they were quite clear about what Lin Xian had been doing with the Hidden Dragon Army. They had been to the club, to the internet cafe, to golf, and to the territory of demonic beasts twice. What about the other teams? Other than resting, they spent all their time training in the demon territory. It was obvious which team improved more, right? The 4th team of the Hidden Dragon Army was weaker than the other 3 teams. Now, they would definitely be ranked last. However, there were some people who were looking forward to it. It was said that Lin Xian was a genius. Did he have his own thoughts and reasons for everything he did? There were some reasons that they didn't understand. They could only use actual combat to tell them whether they were right or wrong. Lin Xian and the other 3 captains walked forward. After half a month of special training, Today is the time to check the results. Half a month isn't long, but it isn't short either. It's enough to improve a little. Especially under the training of the 4 captains, I believe that everyone has improved a lot. Next, the captains of the 4 teams will draw lots. The 4 teams will compete in 3 rounds. The winner of the first 2 rounds will compete in the final round. The location of the competition will be in the simulation chamber. This simulation pod is similar to the one used in the grand competition of the Kangwoo Divine College. It's similar to a virtual online game. It will simulate a scene. Everyone will lie in the virtual pod and enter that scene. In that scene, you will have the cultivation base and all your methods in the real world. There was only one advantage to this. Even if you killed someone, it wouldn't matter. Only your consciousness would die. It was equivalent to simulating a real life and death battle. It was very useful. It was much more useful than a martial arts competition. In a martial arts competition, you would have to worry about getting injured. But in this simulation, you could fight with your life on the line. Give it your all. Now, the 4 captains will draw lots. The 2 teams with the same number will be your opponents. The 4 teams will compete in 2 scenes at the same time. Morong Fong said. Lin Xian grabbed it and took a look. Number 1. Then, the 2 teams with number 1 will head to the left and lie down in an orderly manner. Number 2 will head to the right. In 5 minutes, the simulation will begin. Lin Xian walked towards Qingyu and company and said, "Just fight normally. Don't worry, Captain." "Yeah, all the best." Then they walked over one after another. And their opponents were the team of the Heavenly Dao Realm expert that Lin Xian had previously challenged. It was obvious that everyone in this team was disdainful. What sort of hellish training did they undergo in the past half a month? What sort of game did this bunch of people have? They were weaker than them, so what were they worried about? Thrashing. The 4 teams entered 2 scenes at the same time. Whoosh! Lin Xian's team and the first team's scene were planes. Simply put, they fought as soon as they met. Everyone outside was looking at the 2 large screens. And without a doubt, what piqued their curiosity the most was the performance of Lin Xian's team. Now begin! After the order was given, the 4 teams began 2 team battles at the same time. In the beginning, no one could tell anything. It was only when Lin Xian's team gradually turned from a small disadvantage into an even advantage that everyone was in disbelief when they saw this scene unfold. This? Why? These people could not understand. Let's take a look at their realms. Then they looked at their realms in the data. The overall quality of the 4th team's realms is about 0.5% lower than the first team's, so they were at a disadvantage at the beginning. But in just 10 minutes, they were at an even disadvantage. Now, after 20 minutes, they have a slight advantage. But why can't I figure out how they managed to turn the situation around? That's right. What's the reason? You said that a certain person's ability is especially advantageous in a team battle, but both sides are about the same. Furthermore, from our omniscient view, the effects achieved are not that good. Why? Chapter 1708. Everyone felt that it was very strange. Why? Team 4 was clearly weaker than their opponents, but now they had the advantage. Most importantly, they couldn't see why they were able to gain the upper hand. The Heavenly Dao Realm expert frowned. Not good. If they continued fighting like this, they might lose. If they were to lose to Team 4, it would be a huge loss of face. They had high-intensity training every day, and they were guided by a Heavenly Dao Realm expert, so he was very confident. As for their opponents, going to a club, booking a hotel, going to an internet cafe, was this something humans did? Apart from not going to the toxic rainforest, what was the difference? They couldn't figure it out. Did you notice? Team 4's cooperation seems to be much better than Team 1's. The High Family head said after noticing something. Now that you mention it, it does seem to be the case. No, it's not cooperation, it can't be said to be cooperation. Every one of them is supporting and helping each other. They help each other very well. That's right. This is also something that this old man discovered. The members of the first team are a bit messy when they fight. As for the members of the fourth team, you can't say that their coordination is very good. In fact, there isn't much coordination between them. However, the mutual assistance between the members of the fourth team has greatly increased their combat strength. At the same time, it also reduces the pressure on everyone. This is indeed strange. Whether it is the first team or the fourth team, in fact, the situation in each team is the same. They are all young and energetic geniuses. Of course, cooperation is necessary, but the concern shown between each other is not like a group of members who have just met, but more like a group of friends who have gathered together. They had also gradually discovered this point. By Mo Zhongying, help me block. I'll attack. Team 4's Qingyu shouted. All right. So this was what they heard. Did you hear that? Team 4 is communicating with each other, and this communication is consensual. Yes, this is the difference. Look at Team 1, they are in the same situation. They are chasing each other, not giving way to each other. Everyone wants to show off. This is the difference. But it's strange. Why is Team 4 able to do it? I'm not too sure about that. Time passed slowly. This battle lasted for more than an hour. In the end, the 4 teams won. Although a lot of time had passed, the final result was a little overwhelming. In the virtual interface, Team 1 was completely wiped out, and Team 4 still had more than half of their members left. The difference was a little too big. When everyone saw this result, they found it hard to accept. Team 4 was originally slightly weaker, so why did they still win in such a crushing manner? Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Harm. Captain. Qingyu and the others smiled as they ran to Lin Xian. Well done. I'll treat you tonight. What if we win later? Lin Xian smiled. Name your conditions. Hee, all right? Tianheng frowned as he watched the battle. Instead, he didn't even pay attention to his own team's battle. He really won. It was too unbelievable. Morongfeng walked to Lin Xian's side and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. He smiled and said, You really didn't disappoint me. Lin Xian scratched his head and said, It has nothing to do with me. They were the ones who did well. The members of Team 1 also walked over in a depressed mood. The Heavenly Dao Realm expert walked over and said, After seeing such a battle today, this old man is very impressed. Everyone, you're too polite. I really didn't do anything. Lin Xian knew that these people were unconvinced. They were just flattering him. Tianheng also walked over and said, Ha ha ha. It was really exciting. Your team too. Then, let's compete again. On the other side, Tianheng's team 2 won. All right, everyone, go prepare. All right, then, Team 2 and Team 4 began fighting again. Take a good look at their performance. Then, summarize the reason for your loss for this sovereign. The Heavenly Dao Realm old man said to Team 1. Those people lowered their heads in shame. An hour later, everyone stared dumbfoundedly at Team 4 who was about to win the battle again. Team 4 actually became the strongest among the 4 teams? How did they do it? How did they do it? Tianheng frowned. He lost. But why? Normally, even if he lost, he could accept it. After all, Team 1 lost. However, on second thought, what was Team 4 doing before this? They went to the clubhouse, stayed in the hotel, and played games online. What were they doing? They were training, battling, and simulating. Instead, they were unable to defeat Team 4. This was unacceptable. Looks like Team 4 is going to win again. Tian family's family head said. That's right. It's really unbelievable. In just half a month, Team 4 actually improved so much in terms of team battles. They might not have good results in individual battles, but in terms of team battles, they actually crushed the others. Morongfeng looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, can you tell us how you made Team 4 undergo such a qualitative change in the past half a month? That's right. It's too shocking. At first, I didn't understand why family head Morong would do such a thing. But now, after seeing the outcome, to be honest, I can't help but be impressed. This is very important to the development of our holy sanctum and even the entire human race. Little brother Lin, share with us your insights. To be honest, they were really impressed. At first, many people said that Lin Xian was a genius, but even more people thought that it was just a gimmick and scoffed at it. He was indeed not simple, but if you asked him to do such a thing, how could he possibly do it? But now, reality slapped them in the face. Lin Xian smiled and said, "Actually, I really didn't do anything. Little brother Lin, don't be humble. Tell us, let us learn from you." That's right. Little brother Lin clearly brought them to eat, drink, and play. How did you make them stronger? Could it be that by having fun, living comfortably, and living a comfortable life you can make them stronger? Lin Xian smiled and said, "Actually, my idea is very simple. I believe everyone can see it. To improve their strength in half a month, I can't do it. To train them to cooperate with each other, I can't do it. They are all proud geniuses. To be honest, it's already difficult for them to obey me." That's right. This is also something that this old man can't do. This old man also knows that a team needs a tacit understanding, but to train more than 100 people, that's easier said than done. That Tian Dao said. Chapter 1709. Forget about 100 people, even a few people would find it difficult to cultivate tacit understanding. Lin Xian. Actually, I didn't cultivate their tacit understanding. In fact, there isn't any tacit understanding between them. And I can see that tacit understanding isn't so easy to cultivate. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's why I'm thinking that every single one of them isn't bad, and they aren't bad compared to the other teams either. Their overall combat strength is actually about the same. What I'm thinking about is how to let them unleash even greater combat strength on this basis and let them unleash their full potential. So, little brother Lin, what do you mean by bringing them to the club and internet cafe? Lin Xian smiled and said, "Actually, in my humble opinion, it's very easy for men to develop feelings for each other by going to such places to play games and curse. Smoking, playing games, cursing teammates, and reminiscing about it after the fight, it's actually very relaxing." Then, Lin Xian continued, "They only know each other, so I want to let them become friends on the basis of knowing each other. Everyone in one team, everyone is colleagues, and in the other team, everyone is friends. Between these two teams, which one is stronger and which one is weaker?" Hearing Lin Xian's words, those powerhouses suddenly understood. I understand. Between colleagues and friends, even if there is scheming against each other, at least there are many things where both sides are willing. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. That's why they are willing to support others. They are willing to fight for others. They are willing to see others in danger and step forward to help block it. A few people are nothing, but if 100 people can do this, then in a team battle, even if they don't have tacit understanding and teamwork, the effect achieved as a whole is enough. Hiss. Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. Ha 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 ha. Murong Feng laughed loudly and patted Lin Xian's shoulder. Good boy, you really didn't disappoint me. Indeed, he's not simple. He doesn't play by the rules. No, it's not that he doesn't play by the rules. It's just that this little brother Yi thought of things that we guys don't. This is what young people are like. Ha ha ha, young people might not be able to do this. I have to say that the outside world's evaluation of you as a genius is indeed correct. Lin Xian rubbed the tip of his nose and said, "There's no such thing as a genius. Actually, it's very easy to think about it." It's very easy, but why can't so many people think of it? Why are you the only one who thought of it? Lin Xian scratched his head. That's because he is thick-skinned. Ling Ying mumbled. However, they had to admit that they were very proud of Lin Xian after hearing these people's evaluation of Lin Xian. But to be honest, won't this method cause some adverse effects on these team members? Tianheng muttered to himself. They looked at Tianheng. Tianheng, if you have something to say, just say it. Tianheng said, I'm just casually mentioning it. For a martial artist, the most important thing is to improve themselves, and improve in all aspects. But these things make them think that enjoying life is a better way to live, and they don't pay too much attention to cultivation. Ha ha ha, I was just mentioning it. Lin Xian smiled and said, you don't have to worry about this. Everyone's cultivation level is already so high. They are all geniuses and their family backgrounds are also very strong. These so-called enjoyment, they didn't just learn about it because I brought them there. They are not children anymore. If they want to enjoy life, they have the capital to do so. But they still came, so I don't think you need to worry about this. That's right. Many others nodded. Then, can this method be used? Everyone has their own methods of management. Although this method seems to be very effective, if it spreads out and becomes the status quo, won't there be a big problem? Yes, that's right. Actually, this wasn't important. What was important was that they just wanted to see Lin Xian's ability and see if he was the so-called genius. Now, it seemed that he really was. Lin Xian, the Hidden Dragon Army's 4th team will be handed over to you in the future. How about it? Morong Feng looked at Lin Xian and asked. The others were actually still worried. Although Lin Xian had shown his ability, but were they really going to hand over more than 100 geniuses to him? Was it a good thing? Lin Xian said, let's not. I still like to enjoy life. I don't like this, that. Uncle Morong, half a month has passed. What you promised me. I know what Sanctuary promised me, cough cough. Isn't it time to promise them? Lin Xian said with a smile. What did he come here for? Did he really think that he was here to train others? Lin Xian didn't think that he had the ability to do so. He came here because Sanctuary said that as long as he came, regardless of the result, they would lend a sum of money to the Yixin group. Lending this sum of money wasn't a big deal. Lin Xian wasn't interested in this sum of money. Yi Renbing and Huang Shi were able to lend Lin Xian enough money mainly because the Yang family was one of the 12 elders of Sanctuary. If the other elders of Sanctuary lent money to Lin Xian, would they dare to mess with the Yixin group and Lin and City? Lin Xian wasn't afraid of them, but Lin Xian was annoyed. He didn't want to put his mind on this matter. Yes, of course, no problem. But are you sure you don't want to try? We still hope that you can continue to give it a try. I believe that they also want to. Morong Feng looked at Lin Xian and said. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. First, I don't have the ability. Second, I find it troublesome. Third, I'm worried that my decision will ruin them. Then there's no other way. Morong Feng then looked at Lin Xian and said, Lin Xian, come with me. Lin Xian then followed Morong Feng to the side. Uncle Morong, what's the matter? Morong Feng nodded. Yes, actually, it doesn't matter if you bring them or not. Right now, Sanctuary wants to establish a few top-notch teams. There aren't many of them, but these teams will become a very powerful force in the human race in the future. They will also receive the most abundant resources from Sanctuary and the Radiant Association. I want you to join. Lin Xian scratched his head. Lin Xian, your realm has risen very high, but this world isn't as simple as you think. I hope that you can consider this matter. Everyone else is preparing for this matter. In the end, only 10 people from the Hidden Dragon Army will join this team. As for your team, I hope that you can choose it yourself. Lin Xian frowned. Is the continent going to experience a catastrophe? It's coming soon, so many things are imminent. Chapter 17:10. Lin Xian knew that this continent would soon be in turmoil. He actually wanted to live a peaceful life, but as a human, as a member of the human race, since he had the ability, he also needed to have the responsibility and obligation. The other side had an even lower realm than the 3 major forces, and they were fighting to the death. Could it be that he, who was in the absolute virtual realm, was going to hide here and enjoy life? Lin Xian then said, What do I need to do? Morong Feng said, Set up a top team. If you need any resources, any help, any improvement, the temple will unconditionally support you. But in the future, there may be some very difficult or even extremely dangerous missions that will be given to you. Alright, I can still accept this. I am also willing to accept it. Lin Xian said, That's great. But I really don't want to lead a team. I really don't have the ability. I am just a noob. I am unable to take responsibility for their life and growth. Morong Feng nodded. All right, no problem. Lin Xian, I hope that you will be very diligent in this matter. It's not just about becoming a member of a team, it's just a simple identity. Lin Xian nodded. Don't worry, Uncle Morong. I understand. I am also very willing to fight for the human race. Good child. Morong Feng patted Lin Xian's shoulder and said, although you may not be the most popular in this generation, and your team may not be the strongest in the future, I believe that this is only temporary. Time and reality will tell everyone everything. Uncle Morong, are there still many strong people in this continent? Morong Feng nodded. Yes, in fact, what you see is only the tip of the iceberg. At the beginning, the so-called Morong Yu, Duan Lingxiao, and Qi Tianqing were the top. In fact, we all know that there are still some geniuses above them. These geniuses are basically at the 9 stars and 10 stars of the absolute virtual realm. But in my opinion, they may not necessarily be your opponents. At most, it would be 50-50. Lin Xian nodded. Are they from the hidden families? Duan Lingxiao nodded. Yes, of course. Apart from some hidden clans, there are also some top geniuses from some special forces. However, apart from these, there's actually a group of people who are the least known. Lin Xian frowned. The least known group of people are the geniuses of the 4 top reclusive family clans, as well as the saints or saintesses of the 3 major factions. The most powerful ones are the few people nurtured by the Radiance Association. It's said that these people have already reached the heavenly Tao realm at a young age. They are extremely terrifying. Lin Xian. Is it that terrifying? Yes, they are the top existences on this continent. They almost never appear in the cities. They are always in the demonic beast domain, and they are even in the depths of the demonic beast domain, thousands or tens of thousands of kilometers away. This includes the cities of the demonic beast domain. For example, our holy son advanced to the heavenly Tao a month ago, and he is currently consolidating his realm. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. What kind of person is this holy son of the temple? Is he the successor of one of the 12 elders' assembly? Yes, he's the successor of the Tian family. The Tian family's patriarch that I introduced to you is his second uncle. That Tian Heng is also a member of the Tian family and can be considered his cousin. Then Morong Feng said, the ones you saw are from the Tian family's outer sect. Their overall strength is about the same as the Yang family. The real patriarch of the Tian family is the holy son of the temple's holy son's father. The real Tian family is a colossus in the truest sense. Lin Xian. He realized that his understanding of this world was not that clear. This is the first time I've heard of these things. It's all right. That's basically it. From now on, those people will appear one after another. The continent is about to welcome the greatest upheaval in recent years. In the future, you will have many opportunities to come in contact with them. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, I understand. I'll give you some time to form your team. Normally, we would have to personally select the members for you, but I believe in your foresight. Let me manage your team directly. It's convenient and safe. After you're done forming your team, there will be some things for you to do. The first thing is to fight against the other top teams. Have a friendly match with the Judgment Guild and the Bounty Hunter Guild's team. You can also come in contact with the top geniuses of your generation on this continent. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, the team needs 10 people. These teams don't need quantity, but quality. In fact, Morong Feng roughly knew who Lin Xian would form a team with. It was none other than his daughter, Ling Ying, and Han Chuxue. Morong Feng was also very optimistic about them. Perhaps compared to those people, they might still be a little lacking. However, he believed that in the future, Lin Xian's team would definitely be outstanding. He was looking forward to it. Morong Feng knew that the other geniuses were very powerful. But in terms of expectations, he definitely felt that Lin Xian's team was the one he was looking forward to the most. Of course, this was only his personal opinion. In fact, the majority of people were optimistic about the other team. Some of them were from the previous batch or the previous batch to enter the God's Awakening door. There were even some who were directly recommended to enter the God's Awakening door, and didn't need to participate in the Heaven Martial Assembly. I understand. When will the battle begin? Half a month. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Yes, then you go and prepare. That's right, that Duan Ling Xiao, he didn't come back? Morong Feng asked. Ah? He didn't come back? I don't know. Lin Xian shook his head. He had forgotten that when the time was up, Duan Ling Xiao didn't come back. According to my information, Duan Tianming waited outside the God's Awakening door for a few hours. In the end, Duan Ling Xiao didn't come back. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. This is really strange. Although Lin Xian didn't remember what happened, the slip of paper told him that the earth was inside the God's Awakening door. Then, how could Duan Ling Xiao die on earth? Why couldn't the mission be completed? He couldn't understand. Yes, in terms of ability, he definitely isn't bad. It's really a pity. I thought that the 10 of you wouldn't have any problems. I didn't expect that there would still be a mistake. Morong Feng said, perhaps this is fate. Uncle Morong, I'll go and contact them. And go. Then, Lin Xian walked away. Duan Ling Xiao actually died? That's great. He saved himself the trouble. Chapter 1711. The Duan family. Duan Tianming didn't have an easy time these days. His son, Duan Ling Xiao, never came out after entering the God's Awakening door. Therefore, his son, Duan Ling Xiao, died. The son he raised for so long, the son he was very proud of, died. He couldn't accept it. The entire Duan family couldn't accept it. His son's ability was so strong. Even if he was suppressed by Lin Xian several times, he definitely wasn't the last among the 10 people. Therefore, why did the other 9 people all come back intact, but his son didn't? There was only one answer. He was harmed. Actually, before entering the God's Awakening door, he had an ominous premonition. Among the 10 people, including Lin Xian, 9 of them could be on the same side, including Feng Ling. After Lin Xian went to Feng Nation, he seemed to have gotten along with her again. Zhuge Feng and Lin Xian were also very close. Only his son was alone. Duan Tianming actually knew that his son wanted to kill Lin Xian several times and had even taken action. Then, under the situation of 9 against 1, did his son have a chance of winning? No chance of winning. And his son was outstanding enough. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to fail. Therefore, it must be Lin Xian and the others who did it. Son. Duan Tianming caressed Duan Ling Xiao's photo, his right hand trembling slightly. Don't worry, father will avenge you. In his eyes, Lin Xian was the one who killed his son. That must be the case. But to be honest, it didn't seem wrong. After all, Duan Ling Xiao triggered the mission to kill Lin Xian. If he didn't kill him, what could he do? Duan Tianming's eyes flashed with murderous intent. If his son failed because of him, he had nothing to say. But he believed that it was Lin Xian who did it. It must be him. Therefore, he must avenge him. He must kill Lin Xian at any cost. The Duan clan was a power that he could use. But he couldn't let everyone know. He could only let the few most trustworthy people do this. He had to do something before Lin Xian reached the Heavenly Dao realm. On the other side, Lin Xian, Ling Ying, Han Chuxue, and Morong Yu were sitting in the lobby of a hotel, eating delicious food and chatting. Are you sure you want to join such a team? Ling Ying looked at Lin Xian with her beautiful eyes. Lin Xian nodded. That's right. Coincidentally, it's also a form of motivation for me. Furthermore, I also want to see how strong those people are. I don't think that I'm the strongest among my peers, so I want to see how strong they are. Sure, then let's join. They can't possibly assign us a mission that will kill us, right? Ling Ying shrugged. I heard that these teams might do missions related to the 15 Fey God Temples or even the Myriad Fey Alliance. Morong Yu said as she drank a mouthful of her drink. Is that so? Then wouldn't that be a death sentence? Lin Xian said, they can't possibly expect us to come into contact with those now, right? At the very least, we have to reach the Heavenly Dao, right? However, that's quite challenging. Now, Let's see if we can defeat the teams from the other three factions. Han Chuxue was more concerned about this. Hey, we are one of the teams from the holy temples of the three factions. Lin Xian said with a smile. Then, defeat those reclusive family clans and the other two factions. Then I'll inform the others. Lin Xian said. All right. Then, Lin Xian contacted Wu Yuhan, Wang Xintong, Xiao Xinyue and Feng Ling. Their answers were very clear. All of them agreed to join. Feng Ling also felt that in such an environment with Lin Xian and so many people, she would definitely be able to improve greatly. We only have 8 people. Doesn't this team need 10 people? Who else is there? Ling Ying bit his straw and said, let me ask Zhuge Feng. Lin Xian liked Zhuge Feng very much. Moreover, his abilities were very balanced. He could play a role in their team such as protection, buffs, and so on. When Zhuge Feng received Lin Xian's message, he did not hesitate at all and immediately agreed. He was a very righteous person. When he came back this time, he was worried about where he could display his abilities and make the best use of them. Since Lin Xian invited him, of course he would agree. In fact, there were 3 reasons why he agreed. First, he felt that he could be of help and make a difference. The second reason was that he trusted Lin Xian and the others. He would be able to fight to his heart's content in such a team without any worries. Third, Lin Xian and the others were approved by Zhuge Feng. There's one more. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Who should I ask for the last one? The other 3 girls also pondered for a moment. Miss Xiao? Lin Xian thought of Xiao Runing. No, she will definitely refuse. Lin Xian then shook his head and denied it. Xiao Runing still wanted to be a teacher. The martial arts academy also needed her. Miao Xiaomiao? Yi and the others? No way. Their strength was relatively lacking. Miao Xiaomiao had enough talent, but she spent a lot of time and effort on developing some of her strange things. Moreover, for them to directly pull them into their team was too much of a leap. They still needed to train at the martial arts academy. Who else could it be? Could it be that girl, Ling Longyue? She was quite suitable, but she didn't seem to need this kind of strength. For such a team, not only did they need to be strong, but they also needed to train everyone. Fuck. The people Lin Xian knew were gone. Blue Planet? This girl. No. She wasn't strong enough. It wasn't that Lin Xian didn't think it was possible, but if a team member with insufficient strength joined, it wouldn't be good for them and the person involved. No, I don't think I have any suitable candidates. If there's really no other choice, can I ask Feng Ling to call her brother, Feng Qinghao? Lin Xian scratched his head and said, are you close? Lin Xian shook his head. Let's find a suitable one. It's okay, we have half a month. Take your time. Ling Ying said. Lin Xian nodded. Okay, let's gather everyone first. The last candidate isn't difficult anyway. A day later, the 9 of them had already gathered in Tiandu. About the last candidate, do you have any suitable recommendations? They discussed this matter in a private room. Why don't you go and pick one from your 4 teams in the Hidden Dragon Army? Han Chuxue said. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. I want to find a suitable one. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll go and pick one, or Feng Ling's brother. At this time, Lin Xian's phone rang. Chapter 17:12. Lin Xian's phone rang, and all the other girls stopped talking. It was an unknown number, but Lin Xian should know who it was. Then Lin Xian walked out. When Lin Xian walked out, the girls also knew who it was. It should be the Evil Fiend Temple, because they still had Zhuge Feng and Feng Ling here. It wasn't that they didn't trust them, but to be safe, they definitely couldn't let others know about this matter. That's weird. Did he pick up a girl's call? He actually doesn't dare to let us listen, old pervert. Feng Ling muttered as she ate a mouthful of food. She still had a lot of resentment towards Lin Xian. She always wanted to defeat Lin Xian, but she really couldn't do it. I can't even be perverted if I want to, Zhuge Feng said with a smile. Don't learn from this old pervert. One old pervert in the team is already scary enough. If another one comes, I'll fucking kill. Feng Ling scratched her hair. Zhuge Feng smiled and nodded. N. Outside, Lin Xian received a call from the Evil Fiend Temple. Young Master Lin, congratulations on getting first place. Those people have a whole new level of respect for you. Lin Xian didn't know whose voice came from the phone. Obviously, Lin Xian could guess that there must be a spy in the Holy Palace. Maybe this spy's position wasn't small. This was also very normal. It wasn't difficult for the Evil Fiend Temple to do this. You guys are really well informed. That person smiled and said, Of course, when is young Master Lin free? It's time for us to meet. Anytime. Lin Xian. Good. Tomorrow night, 8 o'clock, Tiandu Flowing Cloud Pavilion. See you there. Okay. Then Lin Xian hung up the phone. Lin Xian did not know what the Evil Fiend Temple wanted to do, but it was definitely not a good thing. Perhaps it was not necessarily a bad thing for Lin Xian, but it was definitely not a good thing for the human race and the three great forces. However, this was something that Lin Xian had to do. Evil Fiend Temple. Lin Xian had to eradicate the Evil Fiend Temple no matter from his personal point of view or from the point of view of a peaceful human. Even if he had to spend a lot of effort and energy, he had to do it well. Otherwise, if the human clan were to start a war with the demon clan on the other side, they would still have to worry about the threat of the Evil Fiend Hall. The Evil Fiend Hall would definitely be eager for the humans and demons to start a real war, because the more chaotic it was, the happier they would be. Lin Xian returned to the private room and said to them, Then everyone should rest early and have some fun in Tiandu. Let's wait for the day after tomorrow. We'll report to the Holy Temple and leave a message. As for what to do next, it'll depend on the Holy Temple's arrangements. All right. Then they left the hotel. One day later, at night, Lin Xian came to the Flowing Cloud Pavilion alone. Outside the Flowing Cloud Pavilion, before Lin Xian could enter, an ordinary-looking man walked in front of Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, the Protector has been waiting for you for a long time, the man said to Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows. Protector? What kind of role was this Protector in the Evil Fiend Temple? Lin Xian was not very sure. Lead the way. Then he led Lin Xian into a private room. Please come in. Lin Xian then walked into the private room. The man did not enter, but closed the door and stood guard outside. Lin Xian walked in and looked at a middle-aged man who was about 40 years old sitting there. Is this the so-called Protector? He looked at Lin Xian, then stood up with a smile and extended his hand to Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, we finally meet. Quick, please take a seat. Lin Xian then sat in front of him. This person personally poured a glass of wine for Lin Xian. He looked quite kind. If there's anything, let's get straight to the point. Lin Xian threw him a cigarette. Ha ha ha. Don't you want to eat something? Look at how much I've ordered. Lin Xian laughed. Are you in the mood to eat? We're talking about business, so we have to eat something. Click. They lit up their cigarettes. Sure. Then they chatted as they ate. I've heard about your performance in the Divine Temple. You've truly impressed me. Don't tell me you want me to lead the Evil Fiend Temple experts. Lin Xian said. Ha ha ha, you'll have to change what you're saying because you're also an expert now. Lin Xian shook his head. That's not entirely true. Might I know who you are? Oh right. I was a little too happy to meet you. I nearly forgot to introduce you. Wang Meng, Evil Fiend Temple's left protector. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Left protector? Is it the left protector of a particular Evil Fiend Temple hall or the main hall's left protector? Of course, it's the main hall's left protector. Wang Meng said with a smile. What level was this protector at? For example, in the Evil Fiend Temple, the most powerful person was the Temple Master. The left and right protectors were the Temple Master's right-hand men. These right-hand men often interacted with the Temple Master and were even the Temple Master's representatives. Perhaps they were not second or third in terms of authority in the Evil Fiend Temple, but they were definitely top existences. I see. Lin Xian nodded. Wang Meng said with a smile, Do you wish to advance to the Heavenly Tao realm? Evil God, still have the ability to allow you to advance to the heavenly Tao realm in an extremely short period of time. Lin Xian shook his head. Forget it. I'm more inclined to advance slowly. Forcefully pulling up seedlings to help them grow isn't necessarily a good thing. All right, to have such thoughts, you are destined to have great accomplishments. Lin Xian drank a mouthful of alcohol and said, Then, let's get down to business. Ha ha ha. All right. This time, I'm here mainly to tell you 3 things. Lin Xian nodded. Of course, there are some things I wish to ask you. Let's start with a few things. Anything is fine. Lin Xian. All right, for the first thing, I wish to ask you. How did the Holy Temple arrange for you? Wang Meng asked. Don't you know? Lin Xian took a puff of his cigarette and asked as he leaned back in his chair. Hehehe, you should know that the Evil Fiend Temple has a spy in the Holy Temple. However, this spy is definitely unable to reach an extremely high level. It's not that easy for us to learn such top secrets. Wang Meng said with a smile. All right. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders and said, Actually, there's nothing top secret. They just want me to join a squad. Oh, that's clear. Anything else? Lin Xian shook his head. Nothing else. They want me to lead the Hidden Dragon Army. But I don't wish to. That's all. Wang Meng nodded. In fact, this meant that the Holy Temple thought very highly of Lin Xian. Chapter 1713. To the Evil Fiend Hall, the effect such a figure could achieve was unimaginable. Therefore, the Evil Fiend Hall thought highly of Lin Xian. Ignoring everything else, his value was incomparable. Yes, is there any action? Lin Xian shook his head. No. Even if there is, I don't know. All right, then let's talk about something else. It's the 3 important things I want to tell you. Lin Xian said, I don't care what it is. I just want to know what my benefits are. I'm working for you, and you keep saying that you want me to get what I deserve. But up to now, I haven't gotten anything. Instead, I've been working for you. Why? In your eyes, I'm just a tool, right? Lin Xian's attitude was very unfriendly. Ha ha ha, young Master Lin, don't be anxious. Didn't I come to you to talk about this? Wang Meng said with a smile. Besides, I just told you one of the benefits. It can allow you to advance to the heavenly Tao. This is an irresistible temptation to anyone. Lin Xian shook his head. I don't think it's a benefit. In my eyes, it's only a matter of time before I advance to the heavenly Tao realm. Why is there a need to spoil it? Yes. Let's talk about other things first before we talk about these benefits. What do you think? Lin Xian nodded. All right, this is the first thing. I need you to work hard to break into the inner circle of the Divine Temple. The higher your position in the Divine Temple, the greater the benefits for us. The Evil Fiend Temple needs you to do this, and you definitely have the ability and qualifications to do this. Lin Xian stroked his chin. Don't tell me the Evil Fiend Hall wants to destroy the sanctum? Does the Evil Fiend Hall have the ability to do so? Ha ha ha. Wang Meng laughed and said, That's still a little difficult. But there are still great benefits, right? Lin Xian nodded. That's not a problem, but I have a request. My request is that no matter what you want to do, first, I want to know our purpose. Second, if it harms the interests and lives of the majority, I refuse. Ha ha ha. Don't worry. That won't happen. Wang Meng laughed. Lin Xian nodded. All right, then I'll move on to the second matter. This matter is extremely important. There's one thing I have to tell you, and that's about Lin and City. It's also about why the Yang clan is fighting with you for the rights to Lin and City. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. Oh, what is the reason? That's because Lin and City is located at the Dragon Vein of the entire continent. Wang Meng said. Dragon Vein. Lin Xian furrowed his brows as he pondered. So that's how it was. Even if Lin Xian didn't know the specific benefits, Lin Xian knew that as the center of the continent, this place must be very exaggerated. No wonder the Yang clan was willing to pay such a price to take down the Yashen group and fight for the rights to Lin and City. So this was the reason. No wonder they still wanted to fight for Lin and City, which was close to the demon clan. If this matter was exposed, then the human race would protect Lin and City with all their might. Because this dragon vein couldn't be given to the demon clan, right? What benefits will this dragon vein bring? Lin Xian asked. The dragon vein hasn't erupted yet. Once it does, the spiritual energy of the entire continent will be even more abundant, and the center point is Lin and City. So, at least one thing is that Lin and City is the center of the entire continent's spiritual energy. It's also the place with the densest spiritual energy. It will become the best place to cultivate. This is just the most basic benefit. Lin Xian. So Lin and City, the Yashen group must not be lost. Moreover, we must continue to acquire Lin and City and completely acquire it. Lin Xian muttered to himself. How did the evil fiend temple know about this? Obviously, this matter was not well known. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for no one to tell him. Even Linglong Shui and the others did not know. But why did the evil fiend temple know? Was it because the good guys couldn't compare to the bad guys? That was impossible, right? 2 days ago, we caught someone from the Yang clan in Lin and City. The young master of the Yang clan, Yang Tian. We got the news from him. Good fellow, this Yang Tian was caught by you guys. Lin Xian couldn't help but laugh. It was really tragic. He's dead. Lin Xian felt that this was very normal. However, if he was killed, would the Yang clan think that it was Lin Xian who did it? Forget it, it didn't matter. Okay, I understand. Lin Xian then nodded and said, you must pay attention to this matter. As far as I know, the crisis caused by the Yang clan in Lin and City should be fine, right? Lin Xian nodded. Yes. If it weren't for your evil fiend temple, there wouldn't be such a big crisis. After all, the evil fiend temple also needs to develop. After all, we didn't know about you at that time. Otherwise, not only would the evil fiend temple need to use the Yashen group's money, our evil fiend temple would even need to spend money on you guys. But now, it's good that we don't have to worry about this anymore. All that's left is to take control of Lin and City. When the time comes, Lin and City will be the stronghold of the evil fiend temple. Lin Xian did not say anything. The third thing is about the benefits you want. After saying that, my brother Wang Meng handed Lin Xian a token. This is the Evil God Fire Palace's Hall Master's token. From today onwards, you are the Evil God Fire Palace's Hall Master. The entire Evil God Fire Palace will be at your disposal. There are several Heavenly Dao experts and countless experts. At the same time, I will send you a set of information. This information contains the information of all the core members of the Evil God Fire Palace. The Evil God Fire Palace, which is the Shao clan, you have been there before. Lin Xian. So, this is my benefit? Is this considered a benefit? This is a burden. I've said it before, I don't want these things. I'm not interested in the so-called power and influence. Lin Xian threw the token to Wang Meng. Wang Meng smiled and threw the token to Lin Xian. There's someone over there to help look after it. You should take it. What if you need it? Lin Xian took it. What about the benefits? What benefits do you want? Me? I really don't know what benefits I want. Lin Xian shrugged his shoulders. He didn't need any benefits. Right now, he only needed to know where the Evil Fiend Temple's main hall was located. But he couldn't just ask directly, right? Lin Xian wasn't too sure. I should be a core member now, right? Of course. Then can I meet this Evil Fiend Temple's hall master? Chapter 1714. When Wang Meng heard Lin Xian's words, he smiled. Of course, there's no problem. After all, it was the hall master who asked me to meet you. The hall master is personally paying attention to everything about young Master Lin. Lin Xian nodded. Don't tell me he's just trying to brush me off? Ha ha ha. Wang Meng laughed and said, how is that possible? If young Master Lin wants to meet the hall master, then I'll arrange it. You can meet him when you're free. Lin Xian shook his head. Forget it, let's talk about it later. Right now, I need the capital support of the evil fiend temple. Fuck. If you use his money, won't he make you spit it out? Didn't the Xian group get the capital support of the holy sanctum? Lin Xian said, that's right, but I don't think it's enough. Because next, not only do I have to defend the Yang family, but I also have to continue to buy Lin and city, so I need a lot of capital. With the holy sanctum's intervention, the Yang family probably won't continue to fight with you for Lin and city. Wang Meng said, what if? After all, you said that Lin and city is located in the Dragon Vein. Do you think the Yang family will stop? Maybe they'll stop on the surface, but in reality they definitely won't. They might not make a move because of their status, but won't they control another family to make a move on the Yashen group and Lin and city? Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Meng pondered for a moment. Well, what you said makes sense. You're now a member of the Evil Fiend Temple, and the Yashen group is also part of the Evil Fiend Temple. The Evil Fiend Temple should help the Yashen group through this difficult time. I'll discuss this matter with them as soon as possible after I go back. I should be able to transfer the money to you in a few days. Lin Xian nodded. Okay. Is there anything else I can do? Wang Meng said, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to take out something that satisfied you. If you need any help, feel free to ask the Evil Divine Palace. This is the way to contact me. You just need to crush this bead. Wang Meng handed a bead to Lin Xian. In addition, what you need to do is nothing more than guard Lin and city well, so that you can communicate with the Evil Fiend Temple in the future. Also, raise your cultivation level as soon as possible and reach the Heavenly Tao Realm. Enter the inner sanctum of the Holy Temple and make it easier for you to coordinate with us. Lin Xian nodded. I feel like I don't have much power. Lin Xian said, don't worry. I'll secretly reveal a piece of news to you. The Hall Master is already looking for his successor. There are a total of 3 people and you are one of them. If you improve yourself and show off yourself, it won't be long before you can even become the Evil Fiend Hall Master. Also, I've already told you, if you need any help, just mention it to the Evil Fiend Hall at any time, and the Evil Fiend Hall will do everything they can to help you. Lin Xian, I have it now. Oh? Then, Lin Xian said, I need your Evil Fiend Hall to investigate the whereabouts of a few people. Are you referring to Lin Xian? You should know what I'm referring to. Wang Meng smiled and said, that still needs to be made clear. After all, if I misunderstand, the whereabouts of my sister and the rest. Lin Xian. Oh, that. We happen to have some clues. Oh? Lin Xian pricked up his brows. That's because they previously came to the Evil Fiend Hall to discuss cooperation. They know where the Evil Fiend Hall is? Yet, I don't know? Lin Xian had an unhappy look on his face. Young Master Lin, don't misunderstand. They obviously didn't contact the people from the main temple, said Wang Meng. Then, can I not know where the main temple is now? Lin Xian took a sip of wine and asked casually. Young Master Lin, of course there's no problem. However, young Master Lin doesn't go to the main temple right now. If there's a day when we really need young Master Lin's cooperation, we'll definitely let young Master Lin know. Wang Meng smiled. Lin Xian didn't say much. Could be seen that they didn't trust him very much, even after he ate the poison pill. After all, although the poison pill could kill people if they revealed the secret, but what if they had to fight to the death? He would die, but he would also reveal the location of the Evil Fiend Hall's main temple. After all, this Lin Xian was still considered a ruthless person in their eyes. What's their news? Lin Xian asked. The news is, they should be in the fiend race now. If they're not wrong, they should be planning to form some kind of cooperation with the fiend race. Their ambition is to rule the human race, and perhaps even the entire continent. Their purpose in coming to the Evil Fiend Hall is to cooperate with the Evil Fiend Hall to disrupt the 3 great forces and replace them. To tell the truth, the 3 great forces were the human race's protective umbrella. Without them, the human race wouldn't be able to withstand a single blow. The fiend race? The Myriad Fiend Alliance? It should be the Myriad Fiend Alliance. The worst should be the Fiend God Hall. Wang Meng said, Alright, I understand. Lin Xian nodded and drank the wine in one gulp. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Lin Xian nodded. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. All right, young Master Lin. Please pay more attention to our matters. I know. Also, I don't care about myself, but I don't want the evil fiend hall to disturb them. Lin Xian said. Young Master Lin, don't worry about this. It's been so long. Have you seen us disturb them? Lin Xian nodded and walked away. The Fiend God Hall, the Myriad Fiend Alliance. Lin Xian rubbed his chin. Lin Xian had a rough idea of their current progress. They were basically perfect. Lin Xian also knew that it was time for them to carry out their grand plans. The human race was in a very bad situation. The fiend race, Zhao Mengyue, and the evil fiend hall. The pressure on the three major forces was especially great. This was also why Lin Xian wanted to join them and form a small team. With their strength, they could share some of the burden. Fortunately, the evil fiend hall didn't ask Lin Xian to do something that he was extremely unwilling to do for the time being. Right now, it was nothing more than going deep into the sacred palace to coordinate with the outside. This was the kind of thing that Lin Xian didn't have to do at all. He did his own thing, and in the eyes of the evil fiend hall, he was also helping the evil fiend hall. What surprised Lin Xian was the news that Wang Meng brought to him from Lin and City. The dragon vein. Lin Xian pondered for a moment. I have to ask Ling Long and the others about the specifics of this dragon vein. On the other side, Wang Meng made a phone call. Hall Master, I saw Lin Xian. Wang Meng said, nothing special. I've already explained everything. From the looks of it, he seems to be somewhat dissatisfied with our evil fiend hall. A voice came from inside. It's normal for him to be dissatisfied. The evil fiend hall didn't give him enough benefits, right? Yes, he doesn't care about the benefits that others say are crazy. Chapter 17:15. It had to be said that Lin Xian was very cunning. He knew that the more he obeyed them, the more suspicious they would be. Yes, Lin Xian ate the poison pill. In their eyes, Lin Xian's life was also in their hands. They would not doubt it. However, they were worried that if they trusted Lin Xian too much, he would have thoughts of fighting to the death. It was hard to say. Once he did, it would be a devastating blow to the evil fiend temple. Therefore, they chose to be more cautious. And Lin Xian could not be too hostile to the evil fiend temple. What if they did not want to cooperate with Lin Xian? Therefore, Lin Xian's current level was about the best. It's normal for him to be dissatisfied. How should I put it? We can't let him be too dissatisfied. He is very valuable. Moreover, this sovereign does intend to cultivate him as the sovereign's successor. Therefore, if he asks us to do it well, we must do it well. Palace Master, he said, he doesn't want any benefits for the time being. He can't think of what he wants. Right now, he only wants to find traces of his sister, Linya. The other side was silent for a while. Do it well. But the whereabouts of that group of people are uncertain. Moreover, their cultivation is very high. With our ability, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The palace master said, didn't they want to cooperate with this sovereign? We rejected them before. Then contact them for me. The rest will be left to Lin Xian. Whether we can meet him or not, our sincerity to help that Lin Xian is already here. I believe he will thank us. Understood. On the other side, Lin Xian called Linglong Shui. The dragon vein? In Lin and City? Lin Xian nodded. Yes, that's what they said. I can't confirm it for the time being. However, I am curious as to why the Yang family wants to go against us. It seems that there is a clear explanation. This dragon vein is the center of the entire continent, and it also represents the Qi vein of the continent. The simplest logic is that if the dragon vein erupts, Lin and City will be the place with the densest spiritual Qi in the entire continent. It is like the mouth of a spring, and water will continuously flow out from it. I can understand this point. Other than this, what else could it be? Linglong Shui shook her head. That's hard to say. But if you want to have more power and leverage, Lin and City must remain. But at the same time, it also means that in the future, Lin and City will become the most desirable place for the demons, the evil sects, and the people who took your sister away. I'm afraid that in the near future, Lin and City will be the most powerful, but also the most chaotic. Then I definitely can't just give this place away. If it's in my hands, at least I can ensure that I'm in control of this place. At least it won't fall into the hands of those with ill intentions. Lin Xian. Amen. But you must also be prepared to endure an enormous amount of pressure. Lin Xian laughed. That's how I've been all these years. Let's leave it at that. About that, I might have to return after some time. Over here, everyone and I need to improve ourselves. Let's see if we can reach the heavenly Dao realm as soon as possible. Okay. Then Lin Xian hung up. There were many ways to raise one's strength to the heavenly Dao realm. Lin Xian might be able to raise his strength quickly, but that was definitely not Lin Xian's true goal. He wanted it to be faster, but in order to be faster, he had to give up on a large portion of the increase in strength from the heavenly Dao realm. Therefore, Lin Xian would rather raise his strength a little later. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow might seem good in the short term, but it was definitely not a good thing in the long term. Lin Xian was not a warrior who had no hope of advancing his entire life, so why should he be in a rush? He wanted to raise his strength even more. The system had already given him a lot of improvements, but he could do even more. Why should he give it up? Yes. He wrote a note saying that he needed to quickly raise his strength to the heavenly Dao realm. He wanted to return to Earth, but he could not be in a rush. Late at night, Lin Xian returned to the residence that the Holy Temple had arranged for him. The next day, they gathered in Murong Feng's meeting room. All right. Murong Feng looked at the 9 people standing in front of him and nodded in satisfaction. Have some tea. They sat down. My guess is about right, but your team is still short of 1 person. Do you have anyone in mind? Lin Xian shook his head. Not yet. It's fine if you don't have anyone for now. I have some suitable ones here. They are also very strong. Do you want to consider them? Winchim said, our idea is to start with 9 people. We can search for the remaining 1 later. If there's really no one suitable, we'll just find one. That's fine, but it has to be done quickly. After all, it's a team of 10 people. It requires great rapport. Rapport still needs time to develop. A team with rapport and mutual trust, and a team that is willing to leave their backs to their teammates, will be able to unleash greater strength. Murong Feng said with a nod. That's why we don't want to randomly find a 10th person. Yeah. Murong Feng muttered to himself. All right, then I'll help you register. However, it's best to keep your identities a secret. You'll need to complete some very secretive missions. You might even need to hide your identities. They nodded. Have you thought of a name for the team? Lin Xian. Let's call it the Storm Team. Lin Xian had already discussed this with them. For Lin Xian, the Storm Mercenary Group was a small team that Lin Xian had met from the beginning. He was still in contact with them even now. All right, tomorrow we'll give you a special identity medal. With this medal, you'll have some privileges in the 3 major forces, especially in the Holy Temple. In the Holy Temple, your privileges are not inferior to the privileges of a branch of the Holy Temple in a city. Murong Feng said. They nodded. Then, is there anything we need to do now? Ling Ying asked. Yes, I'll tell you about it in a few days. Right now, our people are investigating something. After the investigation is over, you'll be the most suitable team to complete it. It's related to the devil race. Make some preparations in the next few days to cultivate your teamwork. Furthermore, you'll be assigned your roles in the team. This is very important. Yes. Go. After walking outside, Lin Xian said to them, you can go to your own things first. Xiao Yuhan, come with me. Then Lin Xian led Wu Yuhan to the side. What's the matter? Amen. I obtained a life oddity velvet this morning. In addition to the things I've prepared before, it's enough. I think it's time to try to reconstruct your sister's body. Lin Xian looked at Wu Yuhan and said. Lin Xian suddenly thought of the life oddity velvet. After contacting the evil fiend shrine, they really did have it. They actually gave it to Lin Xian. You're tuning in to the Dreamy Chapters YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.